My family took my $237,482, left me off the guest list. He's just the ATM, my brother said. So I toasted them with receipts and walked out free. You're not family anymore. After sending Dad $237,482, he banned me from his $12,000 party. So I crashed it and exposed him to my toast. I, a 26-year-old man, have been providing financial assistance to my elderly father for the past 6 years. Not because I'm a pushover, but because we had a good relationship back then. He worked tirelessly to raise me when my mother divorced when I was 12, picking up extra shifts and never missing a game. The entire thing. When I got my first good job after graduation with a software company in Boston, roughly 2,500 miles from my hometown in Arizona, the pay was ridiculously high compared to local possibilities. Dad was actually the one who encouraged me to accept it. Don't worry about me. Go make something of yourself, he told me. So I did. It began with reasonable topics. His truck required maintenance, and he was between jobs. After his knee surgery, medical expenditures piled up since his insurance did not cover everything. That type of thing. He was always really thankful, promised to repay me, even though we both knew that wasn't the point, and never made it awkward. I recall the first time I assisted him. His ancient Ford F-150, the one he taught me to drive, had finally died. The gearbox was shot, and the mechanic's price of $2,800 could have been written in another language based on how pale he became when he saw it. For a guy working construction in between more solid jobs, it could have been $28,000. I'll figure something out, he said over the phone, with defiant pride in his voice. Maybe my buddy can give me rides to work for a while until I save up. His friend lived 30 minutes in the other direction. The math did not add up. So I called the mechanic from my Boston apartment, put it on my credit card, and texted, "Dad, the truck will be ready Thursday. Consider it payback for all those 5 a.m. hockey practices you drove me to." When I flew home for Christmas that year and saw him, he had tears in his eyes, hugged me tightly, and promised to pay me back every cent. I assured him not to worry about it. The expression on his face was payment enough. For the first few years, this arrangement worked well. I was making decent money at my tech job in Boston. He was there for me with phone calls of counsel and support, and it felt like we had a strong father-son bond despite the distance. I even assisted him with the down payment on his house since I felt proud to be in a position to do so. He had spent decades living in a rundown flat so that I could have what I needed as a child. I would fly home for important holidays and the occasional long weekend. And these visits were meaningful. The house was nothing special, simply a simple 3-bedroom ranch style in a nice area. But he was so excited, you'd think I had purchased him a palace. He kept emailing me photos of each room as he patched it up. "Finally have a proper garage," he texted, attaching a picture of his tools neatly stacked on the wall. I flew home every few months whenever I could. We'd barbecue in the backyard, watch the game, and he'd show me his most recent home repair job. He would always pick me up from the airport himself, no matter what hour my flight arrived. Those were good times. Really good moments. Then he met the stepmother. See, I tried to like her. Really did. She was kind enough at first, but it became evident quickly that her lifestyle demands were, let's say, lofty. Dad suddenly began discussing renovations, trips, and updating everything from his clothing to his car. She was perhaps 5 years younger than him, with bleached blonde hair and an overly loud laugh. She was always dressed as if she was going to a beautiful brunch, even when we were just hanging out at home. Within a few months of dating, she convinced Dad that the kitchen really required new granite countertops. The fully functional counters that had been there since he bought the building appeared to be obsolete. And somehow, I continued being roped into funding these necessary improvements. The infrequent help evolved into regular cash support. Dad began phoning more frequently, but our chats became shorter, unless they concerned money. I kept assisting because I convinced myself it was only a hard patch. Calls also altered. It used to be, "Hey son, how's that project going at work?" Or, "Did you catch the game last night?" Now it was, "Hey bud, got a minute?" Which was code for, "I need something." Then there's my brother. We've never been particularly close, but we were always civil. He moved back in with Dad after dropping out of college, supposedly to find himself, which apparently involved a lot of gaming and very little job searching. My brother, who is 2 years younger than me, was always more like his mother. Artistic, restless, and convinced that he was meant for something special. Whenever I visited, he'd make these little remarks about how fortunate I was to have a good job, as if my degree and 60-hour work weeks had nothing to do with it. My brother's creative process seemed to involve playing League of Legends until 4 a.m. and sleeping until noon, so maybe that's why Dad always gave him more slack. While I was working my way through college with student loans and part-time jobs, he was partying his way through his freshman year on Dad's dime. When he dropped out, claiming that college was too restrictive for his creative process, I bit my tongue. When I'd visit, he'd barely acknowledge me, except for A. The true shift happened gradually from the heartfelt, "Thanks son, I don't know what I'd do without you," to, "We were counting on this." The occasional request became monthly expectations. When I flew home for Thanksgiving, I noticed Dad's new 75-inch smart TV mounted on the wall. "Nice upgrade," I said, remembering the 55-inch I'd helped him pick out during my previous visit. "Patricia found it on sale," he shrugged. "I've been meaning to notify you that the property taxes went increased this year. It's going to be about $1,500 more than we thought." No connection between the two expenditures seemed to register with him. And strangely, for the first time ever, Dad didn't pick me up from the airport that trip. He claimed his knee was acting up, but there he was, perfectly mobile, showing off how he'd mounted the TV himself. But I still wasn't seeing the whole picture. Family loyalty is a hell of a drug. Anyway, Dad called about his upcoming birthday. "A milestone birthday," he said, "and time to celebrate. I've been thinking about doing something special," he told me, sounding genuinely excited for the first time in months. "Nothing crazy, just family and close friends at the Grand Hotel downtown." "Send me the details," I said. "I'd love to help make it happen." He practically gushed with gratitude, started talking about how meaningful it would be to have everyone together, how he couldn't wait to catch up with me properly, and how this would. "It's been too long since we really talked," he said, and for the first time in ages, he sounded like my father again, the one who used to call just to check in, not to ask for something. I missed that, and he said he missed it as well. Maybe this was the turning point we needed. Over the next few weeks I transferred enough money to cover the venue's expenses of $12,000. Dad kept me up to date on everything, from who was coming to the schedule. He texted one day, "Aunt S is flying in from Phoenix, and Uncle R and his new wife are coming too." I hadn't seen my family in years, and this was shaping up to be quite the event. "This is going to be great," he texted. "Everyone's excited." I should have noticed he never said, "I'm excited to see you there," but I was busy at work, and it felt good to be involved in something that seemed to make him happy. For a moment it felt like we were rebuilding our relationship. I didn't receive a formal invitation, but why would I? I was helping plan the damn thing, so of course I'd be there. I booked a cross-country flight, took a few days off work, and reserved a hotel room near the venue. The day before, I texted him to confirm the time as I was packing my suitcase, and he responded with, "Doors open at 7, dinner at 8. There was no mention of meeting up beforehand or offering to pick me up from the airport, but I didn't think much of it. I even bought a new suit for the occasion, a charcoal gray Tom Ford that cost nearly $2,000. I'm not usually a brand guy, but this was a special occasion, the first time I'd seen some extended family in years, and I wanted to make a good impression. The morning of the big day, I sent a quick, "Looking forward to tonight" text. My flight landed at 4:30, giving me just enough time to grab my rental car, check into the hotel, shower off the airplane grime, and get dressed. Dad didn't respond, but he was probably busy with last-minute preparations. I got a haircut, picked up my freshly tailored suit, and even splurged on some fancy cologne. This was going to be the reset our relationship needed. Driving through my old hometown felt strange. I'd flown thousands of miles for this. Spent a small fortune on airfare, hotel, car rental, and that suit. But it would all be worth it to finally reconnect with Dad and the extended family I rarely saw anymore. I arrived at the hotel right at 7 o'clock, looking sharp and feeling pretty good. The Grand Hotel is the fanciest place in our city, with crystal chandeliers, marble floors, and staff who seem to know exactly when you need something. The decor is elegant, the staff is professional, and the open bar is exactly what you'd expect for the price. The bathroom attendant appears to make more than you do. Walking through that lobby, I felt a twinge of pride. Dad deserved a nice celebration, and I was glad I could help make it happen. I was looking forward to finally having some quality time with him after months of mostly financial conversations. What I didn't expect was the woman with the clipboard at the entrance to the ballroom. "Name?" she asked with professional courtesy. I gave her my name and mentioned I was the birthday man's son. She scanned her list, flipped to another page, then looked up with that practiced customer service smile. "I'm sorry, sir." I don't see your name on the guest list. I laughed, figuring there had been a clerical error. There must be an error. I helped organize the entire event. Let me double check with the event coordinator, she replied, stepping away to speak into her headset. I remained there, not especially anxious yet, watching folks pour past me into the ballroom. I recognized family, acquaintances, cousins I hadn't seen in years, and even Dad's old bowling partners. My cousin Trent nodded as he came by with his wife. Nice suit, man, he said, giving me a fist bump before heading in. A staff member then approached. Are you with any of the vendors? Checking on the catering, perhaps? No, I responded, remaining cool. I am his son. I actually helped plan the entire thing. Oh, he answered, becoming uneasy. Just a moment. As I waited, I texted Dad. I'm at the door, but there seems to be an issue with the guest list. There was no answer. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Through the open doors, I could see the party in full swing, and everyone seemed to be having a fantastic time, laughing and catching up. Finally, Dad emerged, trailed by my brother. Dad was dressed in a new suit I'd never seen before, and my brother had that smug expression he gets when he thinks he's going to see some drama. Hey, Dad responded without the warmth I'd expected. Didn't suppose you'd show up? I blinked, perplexed. What? I helped plan the entire affair. Of course I am here. Dad looked around, lowering his voice. Look, we decided to keep tonight small. Family only. The words landed like a smack. I am family, I said, keeping my voice low. What are you talking about? You know what he means, my brother added. Real family. The people that are truly here for him. Not just sending money from across the country and visiting twice a year. Jake was dressed in what appeared to be a new dress shirt and designer jeans, most likely purchased with the money I had sent Dad for the urgent plumbing issue last month. As I stared between them, truth began to dawn. Are you serious now? I paid for the entire event. The venue, the food, everything. Dad had the grace to appear slightly uncomfortable. And we appreciate it. But tonight is about celebrating without difficulties. Complications, I repeated. Is that what I am now? Dad sighed as if I was being tough. I know things have been tight. We believed this would be more comfortable for everyone. One of the waitstaff was hovering nearby, clearly pretending not to listen while catching every word. A young guy, probably college age, was straightening already perfect place settings at the table closest to us. Standing just inside the doorway, watching this entire interaction, was my stepmother, who was decked out in what had to be a brand new outfit, complete with jewelry that definitely wasn't from a department store. When she caught my sight, she quickly glanced away, appearing to be engrossed in a conversation with my aunt. I took a deep breath. Getting furious wouldn't help, but I wasn't going to slink away either, not after coming across the country and supporting the entire charade. Do you know what? I answered calmly. I believe I will stay. Dad's eyes expanded slightly. Look, son. No, you look, I responded, keeping my voice calm but forceful. I flew across the country to get here. I spent $12,000 for this venue. I am going in. My brother stepped forward, attempting to appear scary. Dad said. I don't care what Dad said, I responded, refusing to back down. I care about what I did, which was to make this entire night possible. I took out my phone and opened the banking app. Do you want to see the transfer? Do you want to call the event management and inquire who paid the deposit? Because I am pleased to clarify that up right now. My brother scoffed. It's all about money with you, right? I couldn't help but giggle at their arrogance. That's impressive coming from someone who hasn't paid his own phone bill in 3 years. Tell me how the creative process is going. Has anyone reached level 100 in League yet? He flushed scarlet but didn't have a response. It's funny how individuals who leech off others never seem to have a decent defense when confronted directly. Dad attempted a different tactic. Please, son. It is my birthday. Oh, I'm well aware, I said, and I have the credit card statement to prove it. Along with remarks for the previous 6 birthdays, Christmases, and that time you absolutely wanted a new fishing boat because, quote, it would help with your depression. By the way, how is that working out? Because from where I'm standing, it appears that the only thing that was dismal was my bank account. The waiter, who had been pretending not to listen, was now openly looking, with a little smile at the corner of his mouth. I drew his attention. Excuse me, I replied. Could you kindly inform my aunt, who is talking to that blonde with more filler than personality, that her nephew wants to speak with her outside? Just say it's a surprise for my father. My aunts have always had a warm spot for me. That's why I called her. My pleasure, sir, he said, with a knowing expression that indicated he'd worked enough family occasions to recognize drama when he saw it. What are you doing? Dad hissed. Eating back up, I responded simply. Or did you think I was going to just hand over $12,000 and slink back to Boston without even eating a slice of cake? This is not how investments work, Dad. Even the bad ones. My stepmother had spotted the ruckus and was nervously watching from inside, clutching her fancy pocketbook as if I may try to reclaim it, which wasn't such a horrible idea given that I probably bought it. You're making a scene, my brother murmured. No, I'm standing in a corridor having a conversation, I said. A scene would be me stepping in there and informing everyone that the open bar they're enjoying is courtesy of the son who wasn't good enough to invite. But don't worry, I won't do that. I halted. Yet, my aunt appeared shortly later, her face beaming as she spotted me. Here you are. We were wondering when you'd arrive. She hugged me hard and appeared puzzled by the tension in the air. What is going on? Apparently I'm not on the guest list, I remarked with a smile. For the party I paid for. Her smile fell. What? Dad was just describing how I'm not really family because I live in Boston, and how I accepted a job to help pay for his retirement and my brother's gaming addiction. My aunt squinted her eyes as she glanced at Dad and me. Is this true? She asked him. Dad seemed imprisoned. It's complicated. It's really not, I interrupted. Either I'm welcome at a party I organized and paid for, or I'm not. And if I'm not, I believe everyone inside should understand what type of celebration they're having. I think a toast would be acceptable, do you? Dad blanched. He knew I had receipts, both real and figurative. You wouldn't, my brother replied, but he seemed dubious. Try me, I said. I have nothing to lose at this point. You made sure of that when you determined I wasn't family enough to attend, but was certainly family enough to pay the tab. It's similar to how I wasn't invited to Thanksgiving, but was able to pay for stepmom's emergency root canal the following week. It's funny how it works. My aunt looked stunned. Of course you are welcome. This is crazy. She put her arm around mine. You're coming in with me right now. Aunt, maybe we should discuss this privately, my brother suggested. Oh, I think we're done discussing, she said with a firm tone. My aunt has always been a force of nature. Your brother flew across the country and paid for the entire event. He is on his way in. My brother began to object, but Dad cut him off with a look. He realized he had been cornered. Fine, he mumbled. But don't make a scene. I'm not the one who created this scene, I told him, strolling past him with my aunt. I'm just the one who refused to be the punchline. As we walked in, I noticed numerous heads turn, and the murmurs began right away. My stepmother's face plummeted as she realized I was entering, and my aunt, bless her, made sure to escort me right up to her. Look who I found being turned away at the door, she said. Can you believe someone forgot to put his name on the guest list after he organized everything? My stepmother's smile was so rigid that it appeared like it might shatter her foundation. Wow, what a terrible oversight. I'm glad you could make it. Wouldn't have missed it for the world, I said with a smile that didn't reach my eyes. Nice necklace, by the way. It reminds me of the one I saw when my credit card bill showed a transaction from Tiffany's last Christmas. What a coincidence. She caressed the diamond pendant hesitantly. Your father has excellent taste. Yes, in jewelry, I stated. Not so much in party guests, apparently. I walked away before she could react and went to the bar. If I was going to make it through the evening, I needed a soda, perhaps with a small umbrella in it, just to commemorate the event. What's actually going on? My aunt whispered as we walked through the crowd. Years of financial abuse followed by the ultimate slap in the face, I was saying softly. I've sent them almost $250,000, and they tried to keep me out of a party I literally paid for. Her eyes expanded. $250,000? Yes, I have all the receipts, every transaction, each text, every failed promise to repay it when circumstances settle. Jesus Christ, she whispered. And tonight is just icing on the cake. They didn't expect I would show up. They thought they could take the money and have their beautiful party without bothering me. She squeezed my arm. What are you planning to do? I smiled bitterly. I'm going to enjoy the party I paid for. Stay close to me, she stated. I've got your back. For the next hour, I walked around the party, calm and composed on the outside while my thoughts raced. When someone said, "Amazing celebration," or, "Your dad must be so thrilled," I just smiled and replied with gems like, "He should be. It costs enough to put a down payment on a house," or, "Nothing but the best for dad." That's my motto, as well as his, when it's on my dime. My aunt was earnestly chatting with a few of other relatives, periodically looking my way, and word was spreading. My uncle caught my eye from across the room and lifted his glass in silent sympathy, then turned his back on my father. These were small gestures, but they were seen. My phone vibrated with a message from my aunt. "Your cousin is sitting with your brother to keep him from creating a disturbance, and Team U is assembling after you told your uncles what occurred. Uncle R is furious and wants to know more about the money." I grinned at that. Team U. Perhaps I wasn't as isolated in this family as I believed. My father was watching me nervously from across the room, clearly waiting for me to cause a scene. My brother had stationed himself protectively near the DJ booth, as if I might try to hijack the music. And my stepmom kept trying to steer important guests away from me whenever I got too close, which was hilarious to watch. "Oh, you must see the photo display over here," she'd add loudly, virtually drawing others away from their conversations. After flying across the nation and spending years as the family piggy bank, I knew when my time would come, and I wasn't going to miss it. The DJ caught my eye and nodded slightly as the cake was brought in. Dinner was winding down, and the cake was being prepared in the kitchen according to the schedule I had literally arranged. It was almost time for toasts. The DJ announced, "And now some words from family and friends to celebrate our guest of honor." A few others spoke. Dad's bowling partner told a story about their glory days. His sister recalled a childhood reminiscence. My stepmother gushed about what a great man he was and how blessed she felt. And my aunt stood up before my brother could grab the microphone as intended. "I believe my nephew has something to say," she said, gazing directly at me. "After all, he made this whole evening possible." As I approached the front, there was a scattering of applause. Dad appeared to be about to have a heart attack. My stepmother was frantically whispering to my brother, who began to stand but was dragged back down by my uncle. I grabbed the microphone, grinned, and lifted my glass. "I'd like to propose a toast to my father on his birthday." I began easily. "Dad, our connection has evolved significantly over the years. I've been thinking about how to commemorate this anniversary, and I realized that the finest present I could give you is honesty." I paused to look around the room. When Dad told me about this gathering, I was overjoyed. I was happy to help arrange it. Happy to pay the whole $12,000 for the venue and catering, and eager to fly across the country to be here. Murmurs echoed across the gathering, and some people appeared perplexed. Many of you may be unaware that I have been providing financial assistance to Dad. It began with minor issues. His truck needed maintenance, and there were medical expenditures. That wasn't a problem. I felt happy to aid the man who had raised me. I took out my phone. However, with time, the requests increased, the gratitude shrank. Dad and my stepmother started expecting monthly financial support from me. I glanced straight at Dad. "In total, I have handed you $237,482. I have every transfer logged, every text where you claimed it was only till things calmed down, and every email thanking me for the temporary assistance that somehow turned permanent." The room was completely silent now. Despite all of this, when I arrived tonight after traveling here, taking time off work, and purchasing a new suit, I was told I was not on the guest list. I was told that I was not a legitimate family member. "It's just an ATM that funds the lifestyle you see around you." I gestured toward the magnificent room. "So, happy birthday, Dad. My gift to you is truth. Everyone here now knows who paid for the celebration. Everyone knows how you treat your own son." I raised the glass higher. "Just to clarify. To reality. And finally be free of financial abuse disguised as familial responsibility." I took a sip, placed down my glass, and turned to face the room in complete quiet. "Enjoy the remainder of the evening, everyone. The cake is amazing. I chose the flavor myself during the planning calls." I walked quietly to the exit, passing my aunt, who squeezed my shoulder in silent sympathy, while my uncle gave me a sad nod. Behind me, chaos erupted. My stepmother was on her feet, shouting that I was lying. My brother was attempting to grab the microphone, and Dad sat there staring at his plate. But I didn't glance back. I walked out with my head held high, the weight of everything lifted off my shoulders. In the days that followed, the aftermath was predictable. Dad's messages shifted from furious to frantic as the financial reality sunk in. Stepmom was abruptly re-evaluating their relationship now that the money train had derailed. And my brother had to cope with Dad's growing fear about expenses. How could you treat me like way after everything I've done for you? This is a huge misunderstanding. Call me. The mortgage is due next week. I thought we had a mutual understanding. Stepmom is considering moving out. Is that what you wanted? I'm not sure how I'm going to make ends meet. Please, son. I read each message but did not answer to any of them. Years of manipulation and abuse had been enough. Family members I hardly knew began to reach out. Some chastised me for humiliating Dad, while others quietly admitted they had suspected something was wrong for years. My cousin called. Look, I have to ask. Was anything you said true? Every single word, I responded. Every dime. Every broken promise. Jesus, his voice rasped. I always wondered how Uncle was affording all that stuff on his pension, but I figured maybe he had investments or something. His only investment was me, I explained. For what it's worth, he said before hanging up, I think you got screwed over badly. My Aunt Dad's sister left a voicemail. I am proud of you for sticking up for yourself. I knew something wasn't right with the woman. Your father had never been like this before her. Call me if you require anything. I appreciated the support, but it came too late. Where were these individuals when Dad had been draining my accounts for years, and why hadn't anyone questioned how a retired construction worker could suddenly live like he had a six-figure income? The most surprise call came from my uncle, Dad's brother, who I'd always assumed didn't like me much. I saw what happened at the party. He replied sternly. Your old man was out of line. Thanks for backing me up there, I told you. The expression on your stepmother's face when you mentioned that number was priceless. Your father should never have let it get to that point. No, he shouldn't have, I agreed. Your grandfather was a real piece of work, you know, my uncle added. He used your father as free labor in his business for years, promised him a partnership, and then sold the company without paying him a thing. Your father swore he would never be like that with his own children. The irony wasn't lost on me. Guess some patterns are hard to break, I joked. Maybe, my uncle replied. But you broke it. Good for you. I didn't answer to any of Dad's increasingly anxious texts. Instead, I took the $10,000 I'd been saving for Dad's next unavoidable catastrophe, and booked a trip I'd been planning for years. I didn't even bother traveling back to Boston beforehand. I changed my return ticket to Portland and spent 2 weeks backpacking around national parks in the Pacific Northwest. No phone, no emails, no family stress, just me, nature, and the freedom of knowing that my funds were once again under my control. When I returned, tanned and more at ease than I had been in years, there was a handwritten letter from Dad in my mailbox. Son, I do not expect you to forgive me. What I did was wrong on all levels. The party was the brainchild of stepmom, who believed having you there would be embarrassing since we battled about the kitchen remodel. I should have confronted her and defended you. The truth is that I've been drowning in debt for years, followed by lies to cover that debt. It was so easy to rely on you because you never said no and never made me feel inadequate for asking. And I took advantage of this in the worst way. Stepmother fled, took what she could carry, and wiped out our joint account. Your brother is unhappy with both of us for shutting off the money, especially me for not having a backup plan. He is moving in with buddies. I put the house on the market because it is too much for me, and I need to start paying you back. I realize it will take the rest of my life to put things right financially, but I must try. I miss who we were. I miss who I used to be before I changed into this person I don't recognize. If you ever want to talk, I'm available. No expectations or requirements. Just a father who failed his son and hopes to make things right eventually. Love, always, Dad. I folded the letter and returned it to the envelope, hoping that one day I'd be ready to talk to him again and perhaps even forgive him. But not today. Today I called a financial consultant to open a retirement account for myself. Today, I finally put myself first. People wonder if I regret how things turned out. I don't. I'm not angry anymore. I'm simply done. I helped because I truly wanted to, remembering my father who worked double shifts to buy me baseball equipment and transported me to college in our beat-up pickup. But that man is no longer there, replaced by someone who regarded me as nothing more than a convenient ATM, eager to exclude me from a celebration I paid for, because my physical presence was less important to him than my pocketbook. Sometimes the simplest method to demonstrate someone's behavior is to just hold up a mirror. No sneaking about, no intricate plots, just standing tall, staring them in the eyes, and telling the truth. Sometimes the best birthday present you can offer is the gift of reality. My stepdaughter used my face to scam strangers. Then one showed up, demanding me $800. She's begging, but I put her in front of a judge instead. She stole my SSN, opened credit cards and called her victims losers. I never imagined I'd end up in a situation this insane. I'm a 34-year-old woman, and I've been married to my husband, 38 male, for 5 years. He has a 16-year-old daughter, Kay, from his previous marriage. We have her living with us most of the time, and I've tried to be a good stepmom. Kay is like many teens into trendy clothes, gadgets, etc. We provide what she needs, but my husband and I don't believe in buying a new iPhone or $300 sneakers on a whim. Kay has been frustrated with us about that, but we thought it was normal teenage entitlement. I started receiving packages at our house addressed to me, but they were things I never ordered. The first time I was confused but assumed it was a delivery mix-up. The box had a luxury brand wallet inside and a note saying, "Can't wait to finally meet you in person, love M." I had no clue who M was. My husband didn't know either. We brushed it off as a weird mistake, maybe a friend sending a surprise, but it didn't match any friend. Then more packages kept coming, all addressed to me. These were expensive gifts, designer shoes, high-end makeup kits, a fancy headset, even jewelry. All had little notes like someone was courting me. "Hope you enjoy this. From B," and so on. I was very alarmed and confused. My husband joked that I had a secret admirer and was a bit uncomfortable, but we both agreed I wasn't doing anything. I started to suspect maybe Kay, my stepdaughter, had something to do with it. The gifts were more along the lines of what a teenage girl would want, not me. And Kay had shown interest in some of those exact items before. I sat Kay down and asked if she knew anything about the packages. She immediately got defensive and said, "No. Why would I?" in that teenager with attitude tone. Something felt off, so I did a bit of snooping. When Kay left her laptop bag in the living room, I checked it. I found the evidence that absolutely floored me. Several fake online dating profiles using my photos and name, basically my entire identity, but portraying me as a single woman. Kay had lifted photos from my social media and even some personal details like saying I live in our city and love dogs and yoga, which is true about me. She was using an obviously fake birth date to appear 30-ish. The profiles were filled with flirty messages with men. It hit me like a truck. Kay was catfishing men online, pretending to be me, and those men sending me gifts were actually sending them to our address because she gave it out to get presents and money. I also found in her messages that she had convinced a few of these guys to send her money via online transfers. I later totaled over $3,000 in gifts and transfers she had received by duping men into thinking they were in a relationship with me. She had a secret PayPal account and also had them send Amazon and Visa gift cards. Worst of all, I discovered she didn't stop at that. She had used my personal info, name, address, birth date, possibly my SSN, to open at least 2 credit card accounts online. One was a store credit card. I found a printed email in her stuff about a credit card approval for Jane Doe. Not my real name, but it was my info. I was absolutely livid and terrified. This is identity theft and fraud, not a harmless prank. She is literally messing with my credit and impersonating me to strangers who now know my full name and address. When I confronted Kay with the evidence, she didn't even properly apologize. She was extremely defiant. She shrugged and said she needed money because her dad, my husband, wouldn't pay for the stuff she wanted. "It's not like you were using those pictures or that credit line," she said. I lost my temper and yelled that what she did is basically criminal and she's risking my safety. She yelled back that I wouldn't understand and she wasn't doing anything to me, just borrowing my image. It was a huge fight. My husband came in and tried to calm things down. My husband was upset too, but he immediately went into protective dad mode, saying things like, "She's only 16. She didn't realize how bad this was. This is just teenage stupidity." I couldn't believe he was downplaying this. I told him our address is now out there to who knows how many strange men, not to mention the financial fraud. I was shaking with anger and fear. I told both of them this is way beyond a grounding situation. It's federal crime level stuff. Kay rolled her eyes and said I was making a big deal out of nothing. "Those guys are just losers. Who cares? I needed the money. I was going to stop once I got enough for a new phone and clothes." She admitted she'd already bought herself a new iPhone with cash from one relationship. I was just speechless. I've locked down my credit accounts and I'm monitoring everything now. I made Kay give me access to all the fake profiles. She had them on a couple of dating apps and a fake Facebook account. I posted on those accounts that this was a scam, you've been catfished by a minor, and then deleted the profiles. I also reached out to 1 or 2 of the men via the app before deleting to say, "I'm so sorry. This was a fake account, a teenager was behind it, because I felt they should know to protect themselves and me. Some of them didn't take it well. Now Kay is furious at me for humiliating her and ruining her scheme. And my husband is stressed and angry, but still thinks calling the police or involving authorities would be an overreaction. He wants to handle it within the family. I'm worried because my identity has been stolen by someone in my own house. If I don't report it and fix it, I could be on the hook if she's opened credit lines. I also fear one of these scammed men might show up or do something crazy. My husband and I have been arguing. He's begging me to keep this a family matter, handle it privately like therapy for her, grounding, paying back money. He doesn't want to ruin his daughter's future with legal trouble. I understand not wanting to harm her future, but I also feel like this is a huge breach of trust and safety that we can't just sweep under the rug. She committed fraud and doesn't even seem sorry. I'm posting here because I'm genuinely torn. If I push for real consequences like involving police, making her face legal or financial repercussions, my husband thinks I'd be going too far, essentially making me the villain for ruining a 16-year-old's life over a mistake. I feel like she's the one who involved me in a massive life-ruining mess. I don't want to be the evil stepmother, but I also don't want to let this go, and then maybe have it happen again, or get worse. So, Reddit, am I the asshole if I refuse to just hush this up? Would I be the asshole for insisting on involving authorities or otherwise making my stepdaughter face the serious consequences of her actions? Comment 1. How did she even get your personal info for the credit cards and all that? Did she hack into something or find documents? OP reply. I'm not 100% sure how she got my info. I keep my social security card and important documents in a home office file cabinet, which we thought was secure. It's possible she snooped and found my SSN and birth date there. She definitely knows basic things like my full name, address, birth date. Obviously, my guess is she either rummaged through our files or possibly stole a piece of mail like those pre-approved credit offers. She hasn't told us exactly how, but from what I found, she had enough info to fill out online applications. I'm now locking everything down tight. Comment 2. Not the asshole. This is not typical teen stuff. It's a serious fraud and could have real victims. Those men could even come after you thinking you scammed them. Your husband is wrong to downplay it. You absolutely should involve the police, or at least consult a lawyer to protect yourself. OP reply. Thank you. I'm definitely leaning that way. I've already put a fraud alert on my credit, and I plan to contact the credit card companies to inform them those accounts were opened fraudulently. As for the police, I'm gathering information. I do feel I need to file a police report to document the identity theft, if only to protect myself legally. My husband is very wary, but I think he's starting to grasp that it might be necessary. Comment 3. You're the asshole. What kind of stepmother are you? She's 16 and made a mistake because she wanted stuff from her dad. Your hubby wouldn't get her. Instead of understanding her needs, you want to ruin her life by calling the cops. Unbelievable. You're supposed to protect her, not throw her to the wolves for some dumb teenage error. Get off your high horse. OP reply. You are stupid. Update 1 of First, I want to say thanks for the responses on my original post. The consensus was definitely that I'm not the asshole, and that this is a serious issue. Many of you emphasized safety, and you were right. Things actually escalated in a scary way after I posted. I thought I had shut everything down by deleting the fake profiles, but apparently some of these men had my address, since they'd been sending packages and were very invested in the fake relationships. 2 men have shown up at our house looking for me, or rather, the person Kay was pretending to be. The first guy came after I confronted Kay. I was alone at home in the afternoon. My husband was at work. Kay was at school. There was a knock, and I opened the door to find a man in his late 40s holding flowers, asking if I was my name. I kind of froze for a second. I said, "Yes, that's me." He broke into this huge smile and said he was so happy to finally see me and started saying something like he'd forgive me for disappearing for a day and that I must have gotten his gift. This man knew things. He mentioned the type of chocolates I supposedly liked, which I now realize Kay must have told him based on my favorite candy she sees me eat. It was chilling. I immediately realized this was one of the catfish victims. I stayed as calm as I could and said, "I'm sorry, but you've been deceived. I think you've been talking to someone pretending to be me." His expression shifted to confused, angry, and he said I didn't need to play games, that he was willing to work through our misunderstanding. It was like he didn't believe me. I told him I'm a married woman and that the person he was talking to was a 16-year-old using my photos. His face went through about 5 emotions at once. Then he got really angry. He started accusing me, saying I led him on and that I'd better return the $800 he sent or there would be consequences. I was terrified at that point and told him firmly he needs to leave or I'll call the police. I actually had my phone in hand, ready to dial. He called me a scammer, pardon my language, and said I hadn't heard the last from him, but then he stormed off. I was shaking. I really didn't want to call the police on him right then. He left, and I was more concerned with dealing with Kay. But I did immediately call my husband and tell him to come home. That evening we had a family discussion. My husband finally seemed to understand this is not just a teen prank, it's putting us in danger. He yelled at Kay, which I've rarely seen. He was furious that her actions led to a strange man at our door threatening me. Kay started crying, but it wasn't really an apology, more like she was scared because we were really mad. She said she never thought any of them would actually come to the house, and she only gave the address for sending stuff, not to invite them over. We told her it doesn't matter. Once those men know where we live, anything can happen. We decided to step up security. We installed a security camera and changed the Wi-Fi password. My husband also finally agreed we should at least notify the police informally about the trespasser and the background situation, so there'd be a record in case something else happened. We wanted it on file. An officer came the next day, and we explained the situation minus identifying info of Kay for the moment. The officer basically said, "Yeah, this is serious," and advised us to consider pressing charges for identity theft and fraud. He also said if that man comes back, to immediately call 911. I felt validated that an authority took it seriously. As if one stalkerish incident wasn't enough, another man showed up. This time it was evening. He was older, maybe 50s. He pounded on the door loudly. My husband and I were home. Kay was in her room. We both went to the door. I stayed back and let my husband answer. The guy was looking for, essentially, me again by my name, saying something like, "I know you're in there." My name. It was horrifying. My husband opened the door with a crack with the chain on and told him he had the wrong situation, that he was scammed online. The man was agitated and kept saying he needed to talk to me. He even said, "I love you. Just come out and talk to me. Why are you hiding from me?" It was beyond creepy. We ended up yelling through the door that if he didn't leave, we'd call the police. We actually did end up calling the police that night because he lingered in our driveway for a while, yelling that I owed him an explanation. By the time officers arrived, the guy had driven off. We gave them our doorbell camera footage. The police were sympathetic and opened an investigation because this was now the second instance of a man harassing us at home due to the catfishing. They took a statement from Kay as well, and she admitted to talking to that guy online under the fake persona. So yeah, now the police are definitely aware. They haven't charged anyone yet, but they have the information. They advised me to consider getting a restraining order if any one individual keeps showing up. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. Kay has been grounded hardcore, no phone, no internet, no contact with anyone except school and us. We also finally looped in on her biological mom. My husband was initially reluctant to tell his ex, Kay's mom, because he was embarrassed and didn't trust her, but we figured she needed to know what their daughter was up to. The biome's reaction was odd. She was not as shocked as we expected and mostly just said, "I'll talk to her." At this point, my husband is no longer saying, "Just a teenage mistake." He's as alarmed as I am now, especially seeing me get threatened. He did apologize to me for not taking it seriously from the start. We are united on handling this, though we still argue a bit on how far to go. I feel we should let the authorities do their thing. He's more inclined to try and settle with these men by returning money or something quietly. Speaking of which, we actually contacted a lawyer for advice after these incidents. We were advised to not reach out directly to all the men or offer money back, yet that could be seen as admitting liability, but instead to document everything and cooperate with any investigation. The lawyer also said Kay's actions are indeed serious crimes, fraud, and identity theft, but since she's a minor, it would likely be juvenile court if it goes that route. So that's where we are. It's been very stressful and scary. I'm mostly angry at Kay. We're looking into counseling for her regardless of what else happens. This whole thing is a nightmare. I will post further updates as things progress. Right now, we're just trying to keep our family safe and deal with the fallout. Comment 1. That's terrifying. Not the asshole at all. In fact, I'd be scared for my life. Did you or the police manage to identify those men? Are they pressing charges or anything? OP reply. It was extremely scary. The police identified the first guy through the info I gave. I had his first name and some details from when he showed up and from messages I'd seen. I don't know if he's pressing charges yet, but he did file some kind of complaint with the police after realizing the truth. We got a call from a detective asking for a statement. The second guy's identity we also passed on from what Kay told us. She knew his name and city from chatting. We haven't heard if he took any action, but the police are aware of him. At the very least, both incidents are on record. Comment 2. This whole thing is beyond normal teen behavior. Where did she even learn to do something like this? Was her biome any help, or does she have friends egging her on? OP reply. We have been asking ourselves that. We haven't uncovered evidence of friends being involved, it seems like she acted alone online. As for her biome, we did tell her what happened, and her reaction was oddly mild. Kids do crazy things. I'll have a chat with her. That struck me as weirdly nonchalant. I don't want to speculate too much, but I know my husband divorced her partly due to some dishonest behaviors. Not like this exactly, but she had issues with money management and integrity. I'll just put it that way. We're not sure if Kay got the idea herself or if there was any influence. It's possible Kay saw or heard things from her mom that made this scheme seem okay. At this point, we honestly suspect there's more to it and are keeping our eyes open. I'll update if we learn anything concrete about influence from her mom or others. Update 2. I wish I could say things have calmed down, but they haven't. We've had some new developments, including one of the victims threatening legal action, and my husband finally getting hit with the reality of the fraud aspect of the situation. After the 2 incidents with men showing up, we've been in close contact with the police. One of the men, the first guy with the flowers, M, has been in communication with the police and is furious. Through the police, and indirectly through our lawyer, we learned that M is demanding compensation for the money he sent, around $800, as he claimed at the door. He's also talking about suing us, or me specifically, for fraud or emotional distress or something along those lines. Basically, he feels victimized understandably, and wants someone to pay. The police told him the perpetrator is a minor, without naming her, since they don't usually release minor info at first, but apparently that hasn't calmed him down. He's contacting a lawyer. This news absolutely rattled my husband. I think until now he saw catfishing as something contained that we could manage, but the word lawsuit jolted him. He started panicking about how we could be on the hook for money or get in legal trouble because of what Kay did. I reminded him that I am technically the person this man could try to sue since it was my identity, which is exactly why I'm so upset at Kay. That seemed to get through to him. Like he finally got that Kay essentially framed me as the scammer in these men's eyes. My husband actually said, "Oh God, she basically painted a target on your back." Yes, exactly. Thank you. We sat down with our lawyer, who explained that if the guy sues civilly, it would likely be against my husband and me as the adults, parents, since Kay is a minor. That could mean financial damages. Also, any money Kay got from these men may need to be paid back as restitution. If this goes through criminal court, we're not talking a huge fortune. From what we gathered, she got a bit over $3,000 cash total, plus gifts. But still, it's money we don't really have just lying around to throw at this because of her actions. The lawyer also pointed out something that really made my husband go pale. By opening credit cards in my name, Kay committed clear-cut identity theft and fraud, which are crimes, even as a juvenile. If the credit card companies choose to, they could press charges or at least come after us for the balances. I did catch that early, so thankfully she didn't rack up charges. She mostly used gift cards and direct money, but one card had about $200 spent online by her before I shut it down. The credit card angle also upset my husband anew, because he actually hadn't fully processed that part. He admitted he was so focused on the men sending gifts part that the financial fraud piece didn't sink in initially. He was like, "You opened credit cards in her name?" to Kay, in disbelief. Kay just crossed her arms and said, "Yeah, I did. Dad, you never let me have a credit card and I needed one for stuff." I thought his head would explode. He told her that's not how anything works, and that she basically stole from me and could have wrecked my credit score. I've since checked my score and took a small dip from the hard inquiries and that one balance, but hopefully we'll recover once this is resolved. My husband has been changing between anger and a sort of desperation. He's angry at Kay for what she's done, but I can tell he's also feeling guilty, like maybe he failed as a parent somewhere for her to do this. We had a long talk where I asked him to stop minimizing what happened. I think the combination of the angry victim threatening to sue and the word identity theft being thrown around finally made it click for him. He's no longer saying just teenage mistakes. He's fully acknowledging it's serious. That's a relief, honestly, to have him on the same page. Though it's sad it took this much. In terms of consequences, our lawyer suggested that we might want to consider proactively enrolling Kay in some kind of program or therapy, which could look good if this goes to court. We've arranged for her to start seeing a counselor. Kay is not happy about it, but at this point her opinions on the matter don't carry much weight. We also have had her write apology letters to the 2 men who showed up even if we don't send them. She wrote them, but they were pretty half-hearted. We haven't sent them yet on advice of counsel. We have to be careful. It doesn't sound like admitting liability, but it's something we may do informally later. Another development, we heard from one more man through the fake account's email, which I still had access to until I deleted it. He was someone who hadn't shown up, but was clearly very emotionally invested. He basically wrote, "I know this was all fake now, you broke my heart, I'm going to the cops." I responded briefly to apologize and encourage him to indeed go to the cops if he felt he was a victim of fraud. I didn't reveal identity details, just said the person deceiving you is a minor and is facing consequences. So far, I'm aware of 3 men who have either shown up or contacted us, the authorities. There may be more out there that just quietly disappeared when the profile vanished. We don't know. Emotionally, it's been tough at home. Kay barely speaks to me, except when absolutely necessary. She's mad at the world right now. My husband is alternating between lecturing her, comforting her when she has crying fits, and then apologizing to me for all this. Update 2. I won't lie. I'm still very angry. I look at her and feel so betrayed and well used. She used my identity like a tool, and she's my family. That cuts deep. I'm trying to stay clear-headed though. We are cooperating with authorities and following our lawyer's advice. At this point, I'm less asking if I'm an asshole. I think it's clear I'm not. Or at least I hope so, and more just updating because people have asked, and also maybe I need to vent. It's likely that in the next update, I might have info on charges or what the police decide to do. Also, we have an interesting angle about her biome that's developing. Without getting into too much detail here, my husband confronted his ex, Kay's mom, more firmly about whether she knew anything or even encouraged this because he found a suspicious text on Kay's phone from her mom. Kay had deleted most incriminating chats, but one message from her mom said something like, "Did you get the money from that guy?" Yeah. We only saw that one line with no context, but that alone is disturbing. We're trying to recover more of those messages. This confirms some of our suspicions that her biome might have had a hand in coaching her. We haven't confronted the mom with that yet. We want to have more evidence, and frankly, it might end up in the hands of police if they investigate that far. So that's where things stand. My husband finally isn't downplaying anything. In fact, he's in overdrive trying to fix and manage this. I'm just here shaking my head that this is my life right now. I'll update again when there's more news. Comment 1. Has your husband considered involving CPS or something regarding the mom's influence? OP reply. Regarding her biome. We're still gathering what we can. That one text snippet we saw was very damning. My husband is furious at his ex. We haven't involved CPS or the police about the mom yet because we want more evidence of her involvement first. We did tell our lawyer, and he advised us to save everything and perhaps bring it up to the police once Kay has an attorney if it gets to that point. It's tricky. If her mom truly coached her, then Kay was being actively guided to do this, which is just... I have no polite words for it. We definitely will pursue that angle. Right now, Kay is not going to her mom's house at all. Normally, she might on some weekends, and we insisted on pausing that for the time being. Comment 2. Quick question. Have you managed to return any of the physical gifts or contact those senders, or are you holding on to them as evidence? OP reply. Good question. We have a pile of the gifts that were sent, designer items, electronics, etc. We haven't returned anything yet. Our lawyer suggested holding on to them for now as evidence, and also because some might need to be returned to the senders as part of restitution later. I did photograph and catalog each item, and we have the notes that came with them, which are honestly creepy to read. Now, if any of the guys request their stuff back through the proper channels, we will obviously return them, but we're not directly reaching out to do that on our own at this moment to avoid any missteps legally. It's all documented though. Update 3. It's been an exhausting few weeks, but we have a major development in official police action. My stepdaughter Kay is now facing juvenile charges for what she did. Here's what happened. One of the victims, the first man who showed up, M, followed through and filed a formal police report for fraud. At least one other victim did as well. The police investigation moved quickly, likely because the evidence was not hard to gather. I had saved a lot of the digital proof screenshots of profiles, messages, etc. Plus, we had those incidents of the men coming to the house documented. Officers showed up at our home with a search warrant, yes, a warrant for Kay's electronic devices. Even though we'd been cooperating, it was still jarring. They took Kay's laptop and the phone we had confiscated from her, which we hadn't allowed her to use anyway. We had already printed out some incriminating conversations from before deleting the profiles, which we also gave them. They briefly interviewed each of us with me and my husband present for Kay's interview since she's a minor. The detective asked Kay straight up about it. I was proud that I had the restraint to stay mostly quiet and let her answer. Kay admitted to a lot of it, but her tone, it was something else. She kind of minimized it by saying things like, "I didn't mean to scam anyone, I was just talking to them, and they wanted to send stuff. I was going to delete everything after a while. The detective didn't buy that, of course. He pointed out that opening credit cards in someone else's name and accepting money under false pretenses is fraud, regardless of intention. Kay then did something that honestly made my jaw drop. She tried to shift the blame onto me. She said, "I only did it because OP wouldn't help me. If she had just helped me a little, I could have told those guys to back off without them going crazy." The detective asked what she meant by help. Kay said something like, "I wanted her to maybe talk to one of them like a phone call or something just to kind of smoothly end it so they wouldn't be mad." But she instead exposed it all and made them angry. She basically implied that if I had played along just a bit, she would have eventually stopped and no one would have gotten hurt or involved the cops. I couldn't stay quiet then. I said, "You expected me to participate in your fraud to help you cover it up?" Absolutely not. Update: juvenile charges and the biome twist. The detective quickly redirected the conversation, but I was fuming. Kay was crying by the end of the interview, but again it felt more like, "I'm in trouble and it's everyone else's fault" tears. After gathering evidence in the interviews, the juvenile division of the police, with consultation from the DA's office, decided there was enough to charge Kay with a few counts in juvenile court, specifically fraud, identity theft, and credit card fraud. We got a juvenile court summons. My husband and I have already gotten her a juvenile defense attorney. We used the one our lawyer recommended. The attorney is working on a strategy. Likely they'll aim for some kind of plea deal where she admits guilt and gets a diversion program or something given it's her first offense and she's a minor. We're hoping to avoid any scenario where she's taken into custody. As of now, she's not in any juvenile detention or anything. She's allowed to stay home under our supervision until the court date, with the agreement that she can't use the internet unsupervised, etc. When we told Kay about the charges, she had a bit of a breakdown. This was the first time I saw real, genuine fear and regret on her part. She kept saying she didn't want to go to jail. We tried to reassure her that the juvenile system is different. It's not jail the way adult prison is, especially if she cooperates, but we also firmly told her this is the consequence of her own actions. She said, "I never wanted it to be like this." I responded maybe a bit harshly, "What did you expect? You impersonated an adult and tricked people out of money. This is exactly how these things end." We had a very long family talk that night. Kay finally apologized to me in a real way. She said, "I'm sorry I did this to you." She was sobbing, and it did seem sincere at that moment. I hugged her and told her I appreciated it, and that I was sorry it's gotten so out of hand but it had to be stopped. It was an emotional moment. My husband was in tears too. This whole thing has broken him a bit. However, and this is hard, the next day after that heartfelt apology, Kay was back to being a bit cold and distant. It's like she let out emotion, but then her walls went back up. She's been alternating between compliance and teen attitude. For example, she'll cooperate with her attorney, say, "Yes sir ma'am," and acknowledge she was wrong. But then later at home, if we discuss the situation, she'll get defensive again like, "Well, those guys were pervs anyway, they kind of deserved it." I've had to walk away a few times to not explode at that kind of comment. We immediately shut that down with, "No. No one deserved to be lied to and stolen from." She's a mixed bag of remorse and deflection. The biome angle, and it's bad. Regarding the biome angle, we managed to retrieve more of Kay's deleted messages with her mom. We had tech forensic help. My cousin works in IT and helped recover data from the cloud backup. What we found is damning. There are weeks of chat logs where Kay's bio mother was coaching her on this scheme. The mother literally gave her lines to use, taught her how to entice the men. Tell him you're lonely, compliment his looks, ask for little favors. She encouraged her to ask for specific gifts. At one point Kay was hesitant about giving out our address for a package, and the mom wrote, "Don't worry, they won't come in person, they're too far, too lazy, just do it girl, easy money." I felt sick reading that. This woman's ex basically led her daughter into this mess. For what? To get stuff? Maybe she promised Kay they'd share the goodies. Some messages even suggest Kay planned to bring some of the new clothes and gadgets to her mom's place to show off. It's twisted. We have given all these messages to our lawyer and Kay's juvenile attorney. The juvenile attorney said this could actually help Kay's case in the sense of explaining why she did something so outlandish, basically undue influence by a parent. It doesn't absolve her of doing it, but it may encourage the court to lean toward rehabilitation, with the understanding that she was being guided by a messed up adult. As for the biome, my husband was livid. He confronted her over the phone, informing her we have the messages and that she'd better lawyer up herself, because we might pursue action against her. She responded by cussing him out and claiming I turned her daughter against her, and that's why Kay did this. Classic deflection. We've also shown those messages to the detective. He said it's possible the DA might consider charges against the biome for contributing to the delinquency of a minor or something similar, but that would be a separate investigation. At the very least, family court might need to get involved to adjust custody or visitation. Right now, needless to say, Kay is not allowed to see or communicate with her biomother while all this is pending. That's partly our decision and partly the advice of Kay's lawyer. What's next? There will be a juvenile court hearing. Likely Kay will admit to what she did, with the influence factor presented, and the court will assign consequences. The likely outcomes we've been told to expect are things like restitution, community service, mandatory counseling, probation. Stuff aimed at making her take responsibility and not re-offend, rather than punitive jail time. We're okay with that. We don't want her life ruined, we just want her to learn and make amends. I'll update again after the court hearing and share the outcome. Thanks again for everyone's support and advice. It has helped me stay strong through this. Comment 1. Are the victims getting any restitution or updates through this process? OP reply. We plan on it. At the juvenile hearing, the prosecution will likely bring up restitution. We have the amount roughly that Kay received, and the judge can order her us as her father as guardian to pay that back as part of the outcome. We're prepared to do that to close this chapter, even though it'll hurt us financially. As for updates, I believe the victims who filed complaints will be informed by the DA of what happens. If they want to, they can attend the hearing or give a statement. It's a bit different since it's juvenile court. Often those are closed to the public to protect the minor's privacy, but victims do have rights to restitution and to be heard. So yes, they should get some closure in that sense. We definitely want to repay what was taken from them and have Kay understand that money doesn't just come for free, there are real people on the other end. Update 4, Final Update. This will likely be the last update, as the core situation has been resolved as much as it can be. A lot has happened. We've been through the juvenile court process, and I have made some decisions about my marriage. Juvenile court outcome. Kay's case went to a hearing in juvenile court. It was closed to the public, but my husband and I were there, of course, and so was Kay's biome. More on that in a second. Kay's attorney had worked out a deal with the juvenile prosecutor. Kay had to formally admit to the charges: fraud, identity theft. Given it was her first offense and the surrounding circumstances, they categorized her case as suitable for a diversion program and probation rather than any detention. The judge was pretty stern with Kay, I have to say. He looked at her and said, paraphrasing, "What you did was not a prank. It was a series of crimes that hurt real people. I've read statements from 2 victims who felt heartbroken and humiliated. I've also reviewed evidence that an adult, your mother, actively encouraged you. That likely saved you from a harsher penalty, because I see a minor who was being led astray by someone who should protect you. However, it does not excuse your behavior. You knew right from wrong enough to hide it from your stepmother and father. You knew it was wrong, and you did it anyway." Kay was tearing up during this, nodding along. The judge's orders were as follows: restitution. Kay is required to pay back a total of $3,500 to the identified victims, the amount they sent her or spent on gifts that can't be returned. Since Kay obviously doesn't have money, that burden falls on us, her parents, to pay on her behalf. She will owe it to us eventually. We've worked out paying that to the court, which will then disperse to the victims. We did manage to return some unopened physical gifts through the police, which helped reduce the total a bit. Community service. Kay must complete 200 hours of community service. That's quite a lot for a juvenile case, but I think the judge wanted it to be significant. She'll likely be doing work at a local charity thrift store and some community cleanup programs. Probation. She's on probation for 1 year. That means she has a curfew, must meet regularly with a probation officer, maintain good behavior, avoid further infractions, and continue counseling. Counseling. The court mandated she continue with counseling therapy, focusing on decision-making, ethics, and the issues with her mom. She had already started with a therapist we found, and now it's official. She has to stick with it. No contact with co-conspirator. Though they didn't name the mom as a charged party in the juvenile case, the judge explicitly ordered that Kay is to have no contact with her biological mother during the period of probation except via therapists, or supervised if necessary. This was huge. It basically validated that the biome is viewed as a harmful influence. My husband will be going back to family court to get that formalized in the custody arrangement as well. Speaking of the biome, she showed up in court and had the nerve to try and act like Mother of the Year, sitting behind Kay, giving her tissues, etc. She even tried to speak at one point, But the judge shut her down, saying it wasn't her turn to speak since she wasn't a party or attorney. The judge did address her indirectly, saying something like, "Any parent who encourages a child to commit fraud is doing egregious harm." She just kept a scowl on her face after that. She left without talking to us. Honestly, I hope she does face charges of her own eventually. We handed over all the recovered communications to the prosecutor. Whether they pursue something against her, I don't know, but at least it's documented in the case file. The state of things at home and my marriage. That brings me to where things are at home now, and the part I know some folks were curious about, my marriage. This entire experience has put a spotlight on some deep-rooted issues between my husband and me. Now that the urgent crisis is over, I had to reevaluate my feelings. I told my husband I want to go to couples therapy because I have a lot of lingering resentment and trust issues now. He agreed immediately. In fact, he's been almost overly accommodating, likely because he senses that I've thought about leaving. To be perfectly transparent, I did consider divorce. When I wrote my last update, I was very close to thinking our marriage might not survive. My husband's initial minimization of the problem and his general conflict-avoidant approach with Kay really hurt our relationship. I told him that. I said I felt unsupported and even betrayed at first when he wanted to sweep it under the rug. He in turn broke down and apologized, saying he was in denial, scared, and that he knows he handled it poorly. He seems genuinely remorseful and is trying to make amends. At this point, I haven't made a final decision to stay or leave. What I've decided is to give it a chance with therapy to see if we can rebuild, because aside from this catastrophe, we do love each other and have built a life. It's not easy to throw that away. But I made it clear. If he ever disregards my safety or instincts like that again, I'm gone. And if I can't truly forgive him after some time, I'll also be gone. He said he understands completely and will do whatever it takes. I realize this whole saga might sound dramatic, but I've tried to present it factually, not like a soap opera. It's been a nightmare, but at least now there's a path forward. I want to say thank you to everyone who read through this and offered perspective. Even the tough love comments, and the one or two calling me an a-hole, gave me a lot to think about. My mom mocked me in her speech, so I exposed her affair and ruined the party right in front of the mayor and her bosses. My name is Noah, I'm 32, and if you ever want to see how much bitterness a person can bear and yet smile, try being the regret your mother toasts to at her retirement party. It occurred last Friday. My mother, Marilyn, was finally retiring after nearly 4 decades in the education system. The article once referred to her as an elementary vice principal, then a principal, and finally a local legend. Everyone was there, including previous co-workers, students, family, neighbors, and my older brother Lucas, the golden kid. He was a great athlete turned financial consultant with a wife, 2 children, a golden retriever, and my mother's complete attention. Growing up, Lucas was always the responsible one, the leader, but I was the kid who became too quiet in gatherings and asked questions at dinner that made people uncomfortable. I was the one who did not follow the script. There will be no sports, no major professional changes, and no settling into the suburbs. I primarily worked in digital media, either remotely or as a freelancer. I traveled, sometimes excessively. They thought I was weird. It was a mistake. The celebration was held in a nearby golf club ballroom, which featured a buffet, a string quartet, and a softly playing slideshow in the background. Photos of her with students, instructors, PTA meetings, Christmas parties, and award ceremonies. Lucas and I were also included in few images, the most of which were from our childhood. But every time my face showed, the slide seemed to shift somewhat faster. I knew the mood of the night the instant I walked in. My mother kissed my cheek and remarked, "You clean up nice, Noah, for once." She then turned to welcome the mayor. Lucas shook my hand and said, "Glad you made it, little bro." As if I hadn't flown in from Barcelona expressly to be there. The speeches began midway through supper. Her former colleague offered pleasant words, some amusing stories, and some mild applause. Lucas then seized the microphone. "It's rare that a mother can do so much for so many," he declared, "and still find the time to raise 2 incredible sons." "Well, one anyway." The room erupted into polite laughter. He looked at me as if everything was in good humor. I sipped some water. Mom finally took the stage, her hair well fixed and her flowered blazer matching the napkins. She smiled warmly at the audience. "I've spent my life trying to make a difference," said the lady, "to shape young lives. And I'm proud to say I raised 2 amazing children." He looked up. Her lips twisted into the knowing smirk that I despised as a child. And one regret. The audience let forth a roar. Lucas laughed the loudest and almost clapped. "At least she's finally saying it out loud," he exclaimed. And I simply grinned. Because I arrived prepared. See, this was not my first disgrace. This was not even the 10th. Every family vacation has become a quiet practice in being tolerated. For Christmas, I received a sorry mug and a somber place at the table. Last Thanksgiving, they forgot I was allergic to walnuts and served pecan pie at every place setting except mine. This year, on my birthday, I received a group text at 11 p.m. Lucas gives one thumbs up emoji. But tonight was mine. I had brought a little present bag of basic blue paper, nothing fancy, and placed it under the stage before supper. Nobody had noticed. I stepped up carefully, took the microphone from her hands, and she beamed at me as if I were still 6 years old and going to recite something idiotic for attention. "Won't you mind if I share my gift first?" I said into the microphone. The room became silent, more out of politeness than interest. I reached into the bag and retrieved a little remote. "I thought I'd contribute to the slideshow," I explained nonchalantly, clicking once. The screen flickered. The photo of her holding a student's award has vanished, replaced by another. A scanned email from 5 years ago. My father's name in the subject line, with a note beneath it. Short, cold, and condemning. "Marilyn, I can't keep doing this. You lied. You said he was mine, but the test was clear. Noah isn't." The entire room gasped. My father, or the guy I had called father for 32 years, dropped his fork. My mother's face was absolutely exhausted. Lucas stopped laughing. I clicked again. The next slide appeared. A PDF of the paternity test, dated, signed, and certified. I did not say anything. Not yet. I just watched the faces change, some confused, some horrified, and some already whispering. I could feel every pair of eyes crawling over me like ants. And I just stood there, clutching the microphone, taking in the silence like fresh air. Because it wasn't just about genetics. It was about the 32 years I wasted pursuing bits of approval from a woman who despised my existence and a family who treated me as a punchline. This was only the beginning. But I halted there, allowing everyone, including those who had just laughed, to understand the gravity of what had just happened. My father's hands were shaking. He gazed at my mother with disbelief, rage, and betrayal. Then he opened his mouth. But before he could say anything, I shut off the microphone and advanced to the next slide. The next slide was not a document. It was an ancient photo, blurry and digitized from a physical print. A photo shows my mother in her 20s sitting on a beach blanket with a man no one in the room had ever seen before. Not my father, not anyone they'd know. But I recognized who he was. She was not wearing her wedding band in the photo. She had a big smile, wind-blown hair, and sunglasses perched on her head like a crown. And the man wrapped his arm around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder as if he belonged there. Like this wasn't just a summer fling. And the date in the corner. March 1991. 11 months before my birth. I did not say anything. I did not need to. I simply let the image sit there on the screen, like an open wound. The crowd had become hushed. Even the wait workers had stopped moving. Forks were in midair. A single champagne flute tipped and clinked quietly against the floor, but no one took their eyes off the screen. My father, Richard, sprang up so rapidly that his chair tipped over behind him. His mouth opened, then closed, before opening again. Eventually, he spoke. "Who's that?" His tone was... My mom said nothing. She had not moved. Not 1 inch. Richard went forward, his gaze fixed on the photograph as if it were a ghost. "Marilyn, who is that man?" Nonetheless, she said nothing. So I answered calmly and clearly. His name was Eric. He was a substitute teacher at her school for a semester. They kept in touch. She told him I was his. And then she told you I was yours. My father's head turned toward me, as if hearing it hurt him physically. "How do you know all this?" I removed a folded letter from my jacket. He wrote this to her back in 2001. She kept it. It was in the attic. I found it last year when I was helping her move boxes. I handed it to him. He did not reach for it at first. Then cautiously, as if he did not trust his own limbs, he grasped it, opened it, and began reading. As he did, his look shifted from astonishment to pain, then to something else entirely. "You knew," he inquired, still looking at her. "You've known all this time, and you let me believe." His voice cracked. "You let me raise him, pay for everything, sit through this." He pointed to the party, the cake, and the attendees. "Richard, My mother finally attempted to speak, but her voice shattered like glass. "You lied to me for 32 years. His voice grew louder now. "And you let our son know. Your son grew up thinking he was the problem." I looked at Lucas. He appeared pale, as if he was finally performing the math in real time, and everything he had ever believed had twisted sideways. He stood up. "Wait, what is this, Noah? What are you saying?" I turned to face him. "I'm saying you spent your whole life lording over me like I was some burden, some stain on the family. But turns out I was never really part of it. Not the way you were, not to her. I was just a reminder of something she tried to bury." Lucas opened his mouth and then shut it. No comeback. This time, there's no punchline. Just silence. I took a step forward and peered out over the crowd. "You all toasted her for being this pillar of the community, this hero of education. But here's the truth. She built her image by erasing parts of her life she didn't want to acknowledge, starting with me." The room was really silent. Someone in the back, one of her teacher buddies, stood up and quietly exited. Then another. I clicked the remote again. This time, the screen turned black. No more slides, just me and the microphone. "I didn't come here to ruin a party," I explained softly. "I came here to end a lie." Then I placed the microphone on the podium, walked to my seat, and sat down. The tension did not break. It stretched thick, silent, and terrible. Richard was still clutching the letter and staring at the paper as if it were an X-ray of everything he didn't want to see. My mother still hadn't moved. She eventually spoke after what felt like a minute. "You had no right," she replied, her voice low and trembling. I turned to face her. "No right? You stood up in front of everyone and said you raised 2 amazing children and 1 regret. You made this public. I just gave them the context." She stared at me, then really looked, and for the first time in my life, I noticed something other than irritation or disappointment in her eyes. I saw terror, not of me, but of everything collapsing in real time. Her reputation, her marriage, and her meticulously maintained legacy. "This isn't fair," she said quietly, almost to herself, and it made me giggle. "Fair? You think any of this was fair?" But before I could continue, my father dropped the letter, looked at both of us, and said something I'll never forget. "Get out." At first I assumed he meant me, but he did not even look my way. He was staring straight at her. The room was so silent that I could hear the slow hum of the air conditioning vents above me, like background noise in a thriller film right before something happens. Richard's voice sliced through the air like a razor. "Get out." He repeated it again, this time louder. Not yelled, but sharp. Final. Marilyn's mouth opened as if she were going to argue, but then she noticed something in his eyes. Something chilly. Something warned her that she wouldn't win this fight. Not here. Not in front of these many people. "Richard," she began, taking a tentative step towards him. "No," he replied, backing away. "You lied to me for 3 decades. You let me believe he was my son." He gestured to me without looking, and I treated him like one, even when you didn't. A murmur spread among the guests. A few more people packed their belongings and began discreetly sneaking away, some out of discomfort, some possibly out of humiliation for clapping and laughing minutes before. She took a cautious turn, as if recalling the eyes on her, and forced a grin, the same tight, weird look she wore when a parent accused her of bias at school board meetings. Everyone, I think this has all just been. Don't, I murmured, standing up. Don't gaslight the room now. You don't get to spin this. You lied to Dad. You erased me from every family celebration in one way or another. And you were perfectly fine letting Lucas treat me like a stray dog you let in the house out of pity. Lucas flinched but did not interrupt. Richard looked at me for the first time since the slideshow. He wasn't furious at me, just broken and hollow. His face appeared older than it did an hour ago. And you? He asked me slowly. When did you find out? I took a breath. Last year, just before Thanksgiving. I found the test and the letter in a storage box. She asked me to move. I confronted her in private. She told me it didn't matter. Said, "You're still lucky we raised you," like I was some stray she adopted out of charity. He shook his head slowly and almost in amazement. And you didn't tell me? I looked down and then back at him. I didn't know how. I thought about it 100 times. I wanted to scream it some nights, but every time I came close I'd just see how happy you were to still believe it. How much it would break you. His shoulders slumped. Then he gently whispered, "It still broke me." My throat clenched, but I did not look away. Across the room, Lucas straightened up taller, as if something had snapped in his mind. He pointed at me. You planned this. You waited until her retirement party to drop this bomb. You wanted to humiliate her. You wanted to ruin everything. I gently turned towards him. You mean kind of like how she called me her regret in front of 100 people? While you laughed. That kind of humiliation. His jaw stiffened. You think I ruined the night? I inquired. Number I revealed the truth. You just don't like how it made you look. Lucas made a step forward. You could have done this quietly, privately. But no, you wanted the show, the drama. I nodded. You're right. I did want it public. Because every ugly thing you two have done to me has always come with a smile and a microphone, a backhanded comment at a birthday, a toast with a dig, a wedding speech where I was the punchline. For once, I wanted the truth to be the loudest voice in the room. He did not respond. His hands clenched, but he remained motionless. Behind us, the dessert table remained undisturbed. One of the balloons attached to the chair had somewhat deflated, drooping as if it no longer wanted to be a part of the party. Marilyn finally approached the exit, one hesitant step at a time, gripping her purse as a barrier. She said nothing to anyone, including Lucas, me, and Richard. Then she was gone. The door shut behind her with a quiet, echoing click. My father turned to the remaining visitors, who numbered only a few dozen and were quiet and uncertain. Thank you all for coming, he stated frankly. The party's over. They didn't argue. They merely started gathering their belongings and filtering out. Some gave me sympathetic looks. A few others glanced at me as if I were radioactive. I didn't care. Lucas walked out without saying anything, his wife trailing behind him, looking bewildered rather than outraged, perhaps wondering what secrets her marriage might be harboring. And then it was just Richard and me, with a few waiters in the distance clearing up spilled drinks and half-eaten fish dishes. He eventually sat down again, carefully rubbing his forehead as if everything was too much. I sat across from him. You okay? I inquired carefully. He did not look up. I don't know. There was a prolonged pause. I'm not your biological son, I explained gently. But I never wanted that to matter to you. I wanted you to know me. See me the way you saw Lucas. His hand twitched. Then he looked me in the eyes and uttered the question I had always feared but strangely expected. So, what do you want from me now, Noah? I glanced at him across the table, the distance between us burdened down by 3 decades of silence, mistakes, and everything neither of us had ever uttered. My fingers touched the side of my water glass as I considered his query. Noah, what do you want from me now? It was not a simple question. A year ago I would have said I needed an apology, an admission that the way I'd been treated my entire life was not normal or fair, that I was left out of family photos, plans, and holidays was not a coincidence, that the way I was continuously compared to Lucas and found lacking wasn't just a mental construct. I would have wanted him to apologize for not noticing, But sitting there now, with the aftermath of my mother's retirement party still reverberating in the air and the slideshow halted on a black screen, something had changed. I did not want him to apologize to her anymore. I did not want him to explain to her. I didn't need him to defend me. So I simply said the first thing that came to me. Nothing. His brow wrinkled. Nothing. I don't want anything, I stated simply yet firmly. Not money, not sympathy, not a redo. I'm not here to be adopted retroactively. I needed the truth to come out. I needed you to see it. All of it. He gazed at me, searching for anything in my expression, perhaps anger or resentment. He probably expected a speech about how I desired a relationship or how we might reconcile. Instead, I sat quietly with my hands folded on the white linen tablecloth. You could have told me in private, he repeated, echoing Lucas's earlier statement. You had time. I nodded. I could have. But then it would have been swept under the rug like everything else. She would have cried. Lucas would have called me ungrateful. And you would have defended her. You know it. I know it. He did not argue. I leaned forward slightly. Every time I stood up for myself, I was told I was being difficult. Every time I asked why I wasn't included or why I was treated like an outsider, someone made a joke or changed the subject. I was always too sensitive, too dramatic, too much. There was a long silence between us. I'm not trying to punish you, I said softly now. I spent the majority of my life wondering what was wrong with me. And the reality is I was never broken. It was simply uncomfortable. Richard's eyes glistened. He looked down and tightened his fingers on the armrest of his chair. I remember, he replied softly. When you were 12, you wanted to go to that writing camp in Vermont. You begged for weeks. I remembered too. I created an essay for a partial scholarship, mailed it myself, and told my parents every day how much I wanted to go. She said no, Richard said, his voice distant. Said it was a waste of money. Said we couldn't justify it. I nodded. Then 2 months later, Lucas got that new mountain bike and a GoPro. He breathed shakily. I should have seen it. I did not respond. Some things did not require agreement. Eventually, he looked up. I don't know what will happen now. With your mother, with us. I met his gaze. I'm not asking for anything to happen. I just wanted the truth out there. Whatever happens next is on you. He nodded slowly, as if his neck were made of stone. You're not a regret, Noah. I offered him a timid smile. I know that now, whether she admits it or not. We sat silently for a while. The dinner hall was mostly empty now. Several servers were folding tables and stacking chairs. One of them accidentally knocked over his centerpiece vase, and the crash startled both of us, but we remained seated. Finally, Richard stood up. Are you staying in town for a while? A few more days. He paused. Would you maybe come by the house sometime? Not for her, just maybe we could talk. I pondered it. Maybe. But I'm not going to pretend everything's fine. I'm not going to sit around and play with my family like this didn't happen. He nodded solemnly. I wouldn't ask you to. I stood and adjusted my coat. All right then. He offered his hand. I glanced at it for a second, before shaking it. It seemed weird, stiff, and unpleasant, like two business people negotiating a contract. They didn't understand, but it meant something. Perhaps not everything, but something. Then I walked out. The next morning I awoke in a small guest room at the downtown inn. The sun was streaming in through the partially open curtains and my phone had more notifications than I wanted to read. A few came from attendees at the party, with others claiming they had no idea they supported me. Others sent me ambiguous, "Are you okay?" texts, which I disregarded. Only one message stuck out. It came from Richard. Just a simple. I started packing some of her belongings. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, but I wanted you to know I believe you. And I am sorry it took so long. I did not respond right away. I simply set down the phone, glanced out the window, and sighed. For the first time in a long time, I felt calm. Not vindicated. Not triumphant. Just be still. Later that afternoon, I walked by the old park in our home, where I used to play as a child, generally alone, because Lucas didn't want me to join his friends. I sat on the bench near the rusting swing set and simply listened. Birds chirping, leaves rustling, and children laughing off in the distance. It gave me a sense of closure. Not a clean one, and not the kind wrapped in a bow, but authentic. The truth had been let free. Whether they liked it or not, they could no longer pretend. A few days later, I caught a trip back to Spain. As the jet soared above the clouds, I reflected on how bizarre families were, and how blood, last names, and childhood images did not always indicate closeness or affection. Sometimes they simply meant a shared past. And history, when left unchecked, had a habit of rotting in the attic like neglected boxes filled with lies. I never heard from my mother again, not directly. I learned from a cousin months later that she had moved in with her sister in Arizona. I told folks I am her and altered the story. She maintained her pride. She always would. Lucas just sent one short and personal email, something about wishing things had been different. I didn't respond, but Richard stayed in touch. Initially there were a few emails, then a phone call, then another. We did not rush into anything. There were no big reunions or emotional breakthroughs, but each discussion was a step, a choice. Over time, we discovered something that resembled what we had never had before. Not a father-son tie based on responsibility or tradition, but something softer, founded on honesty, mutual respect, and a strange type of understanding that neither of us could articulate. It was not ideal, but that was sufficient. Sometimes that's all you have. Ignored for 30 years. While my golden brother lived off $130,000 in inheritance, he tried to destroy my career, so I took him down with evidence. My name is Isaac, and I am 32 years old. For most of my life I felt like a footnote in someone else's legacy, a supporting role in a family drama that revolved solely around my older brother, Noah. From the time he was born it seemed as if the universe had given him a crown and assigned me the responsibility of wearing his cape. He was the golden boy, the firstborn son, whom my parents believed deserved the finest of everything, and they made certain he received it. I used to believe it was due to our parents' upbringing or cultural background. Your brother's the eldest, my mother would add, as if it were some mystical incantation that justified any harm. My father once told me bluntly, "You'll understand when you have kids, the first one is special." I didn't comprehend. I still don't. But I learnt not to ask questions. Instead, I learned to shrink, to be silent, to accept hand-me-downs, forgotten birthdays, and second-best hugs. When my grandparents died, I had a faint hope that things would change, that I would be recognized as more than a shadow in their will. But the pattern persisted. Noah received the house, the one our grandmother used to rock us to sleep in, complete with the rose shrub she planted when we were toddlers. He received the savings account, which grandfather liked to joke was for the boys' futures. He also received Grandma's jewelry box, which she had stated she wanted me to have because I was careful with emotional items. But those were only words. Apparently my name did not appear in the will, not even for the ancient cuckoo clock in the hallway where I used to whine for Grandma on Saturdays. The part that wounded me the most was how nonchalant everyone seemed about it. My parents stopped trying to hide their preference. "Your brother has responsibilities," my mother added, as if managing money he didn't earn and a house he didn't tidy made him a martyr. "He's the one who will carry on the family name," my father stated one Thanksgiving as Noah sipped on his fourth whiskey sour. It was as if they were attempting to establish a dynasty, with me serving as a backup in the event that the golden kid was injured. So I left. Quietly. No fight, no spectacular exit. I grabbed a tech support job in another location and worked my way up. Lived small and kept everything. Nobody noticed. Nobody called. At Christmas I received typical group texts from the family chat room. My mom gave me a thumbs-up emoticon for my birthdays. She once sent it a day late, which was great. I wasn't bitter, at least not first. I just calibrated. Learned to live quietly. In the meantime, Noah was having a great time. I'd get glimpses of his life on social media when my curiosity got the best of me. Photos of him at rooftop bars, lying next to pools in Vegas and smiling with girlfriends whose names changed every several months. He even attempted to establish a podcast about cryptocurrency entrepreneurship for a short period of time. It lasted for 4 episodes. He videotaped them in Grandma's living room, surrounded by family heirlooms he had no idea about. I watched 15 minutes of one before closing the page. I recall thinking, this house is going to rot underneath him. It wasn't long until the calls began. Mom was the first to speak, her voice upbeat and easygoing. "Hey, sweetheart. Just wondering if you thought about coming home for Easter. Noah would love to see you. Noah is struggling, and we need someone responsible around." I did not respond. Then Dad took the guilt way. "Family's all we have in this world, son. Don't let grudges ruin that." I wanted to say you wrecked it, but instead, I let the stillness extend. Then came the group call. Noah appeared on the screen, looking exhausted and attempting to grin. "Bro," he replied. "I miss you, man." He let out a feeble little laugh. "You still got that apartment in the city? I might be around next week just to catch up." He didn't add that he had sold the house 2 months before to pay off business debts or that the female he was dating had emptied his account on her way out. But I knew. My cousin Ava told me everything in a late-night direct message. "Don't say I told you," she replied. "But your brother's living out of a hotel and asking around for loans." Still, I did not say anything. I let silence speak for me. It sounded louder than any insult. 3 weeks later, I unlocked my apartment door in the evening to discover him waiting there. He resembled a ghost, with thin features, red-rimmed eyes, and crumpled clothes that appeared to have been worn overnight. The Noah I grew up with, the one who used to call me kiddo while flicking the back of my ear, was no longer there. This variant appeared hollow. He didn't even attempt to simulate charm. "I didn't know where else to go," he explained. His voice broke midway through the phrase. I'm in trouble, Danny." That was the first time Dad had addressed me by my name in years. Not bro, dude, or kiddo, just Isaac. I stopped in the doorway, frozen. A small part of me, the younger version of myself, was still waiting for Big Brother to behave decently. I wanted to step aside and say, "Come in." That meant giving him a blanket, a hot supper, and a bit of the protection I'd carved out for myself. But then I remembered sitting on the steps during my grandmother's burial, listening to him joke with his buddies about flipping the house for a profit. I remember seeing my father offer Noah a check from my college fund, which they said had vanished during the recession, so Noah could start something big. "I just need a little help," Noah remarked, massaging his eyes. "A place to crash. A loan, maybe. I swear I'll pay you back. I've got a plan." That statement struck me like a punch. I have a plan. He always had a plan. It always ended with someone else cleaning up the messes. My hand clenched on the doorframe. I examined his face. The same look that laughed at every insult my parents tolerated. The same face that received my future as a party goodie. I did not yell. I didn't even raise my voice. "Funny," I said. "That's exactly what you left me with." His eyes fluttered. Confusion, followed by realization, and then something else. Maybe it's shame, or just discomfort. I couldn't wait to find out. I stepped back and shut the door. And through the peephole, I saw him remain there for a moment, then turn and shuffle back toward a waiting Uber, without luggage, hope, or a return ticket. But what occurred next? That's when everything began to collapse. Because closing the door was only the start. The fallout was still coming. The next morning, I received an SMS from my mother. Only one line. "I heard what happened last night. Call me." No. "How are you?" No pleasantries. Just that ambiguous, heavy sentence, carrying the weight of 1,000 hidden expectations. I stared at it for a while, sipping lukewarm coffee and wondering how fast Noah had crawled back. I didn't respond. 2 hours later, my phone lit up with her name. I let it ring. then again. I turned off the ringer. Then came the voicemail. Isaac, it's your mother. I don't know what's gotten into you, but Noah is your brother. Family helps each other, especially when one of us is down. I expect a call back. The irony almost had me laughing. Families benefit one another. Since when? I spent the day in silence, focusing on work and keeping my phone on silent. That evening, I checked my email and found a message headlined, Family Meeting, Sunday at 3 p.m. It was transmitted by my father to a chain that included me, Noah, and my parents. I nearly didn't open it, but curiosity got the best of me. It was brief, formal, and written like a memo from someone who had forgotten how to be a father, and instead structured each sentence like a business agreement. We're going to settle this like adults. This family cannot survive with division and cold shoulders. Your brother needs support. We're hoping you'll be reasonable. Reasonable. I gazed at the word until it blurred. They portrayed it as reasonable to give Noah the house while I lived on a mattress in a shared college dorm and worked evenings to pay rent. Reasonable is how they justified squandering the family savings to cover his failing app idea while informing me they couldn't afford to pay me a single visit after I moved. Noah stole Grandma's ring, the one she told me to retain for someone special someday, and gave it to a lady he had just dated 3 months before. And now they expected me to be sensible. However, a part of me hesitated. I was not heartless. I didn't want to retain a grudge indefinitely. Perhaps a part of me still wanted them to recognize their mistake, to repent, even once, for making me the family afterthought. So, I went. Sunday arrived, and I drove 2 hours back to my hometown. The house appeared exactly the same. Nothing has changed. Not the crumbling stone mailbox, nor the faded swing set in the backyard that hadn't moved since we were youngsters. The wind chimes I used to hear from my bedroom continued to jingle in the breeze. But the air felt different. When I entered, my mother greeted me with a tight smile. My father was already seated at the dining table, not in his normal chair, indicating that this was official. Noah sat across from him, crouched, with a hoodie pulled over his head like a shell. His eyes were sunken deeper than usual. He did not look up. "Thanks for coming," my father remarked, motioning for me to sit. My mother brought out iced tea, as if it were just another summer afternoon. "Quit the small talk," I stated simply. "You asked me here to talk, so talk." My father cleared his throat before folding his hands. "Noah made mistakes. He admits that. But you slamming the door in his face. That's not how we solve things. That's not who we are." I raised an eyebrow. "We? You mean the same we that gave him everything and left me nothing that week?" My mother's smile froze. My father flinched, but pressed on. "He was the eldest, Isaac. He had more on his shoulders. We did what we thought was right." "And now?" I inquired, leaning forward. "You think I should clean up the mess you enable?" Silence. My mother sat down inside. "He has nothing left, not even a car. He's been sleeping on couches, Isaac. He had a house. He sold it. He had savings. He burned through it. He had jewelry, property, family money, and blew it all on parties, girls, and bad crypto tips. Don't tell me he has nothing. He chose nothing." Noah eventually looked up. His voice was hoarse. "I messed up, okay? I know I don't deserve it, but I just need a place to stay, a job lead, something." I stared at him, at the desperate tone in his voice. The Noah I grew up with would never have begged. He would have made a joke, shrugged it off, and dubbed me a loser if I hadn't assisted. But this Noah was empty. "I got where I am by myself," I explained. "No trust fund, no family support. I worked while studying. I lived in a shoebox. I fixed people's printers and answered angry customers for years while you flew first class to Ibiza." "I know," Noah said. "I know I don't deserve it, Dan. I just—" He trailed off, and my father continued where he left off. "We're asking you, son, as a family. Can't you lend him a hand?" I glanced at all three of them, and it struck me. They weren't asking for assistance. They demanded sacrifice, again. Just as always, wrapped in remorse, iced tea, and familial values. I stood up. "I don't owe you anything," I said. "Not after the years you pretended I didn't exist. You gave him everything. Now you can live with the results." I turned to Noah. "You burned your inheritance on fun. I built my peace with nothing, and I'm not going to ruin it for nostalgia." My mother's eyes watered. My father seemed to want to talk but couldn't find the words. And Noah only nodded, as if he'd finally understood. I left the house without saying anything else. There were no slamming doors or yelling, only the silent sound of sneakers on hardwood and 3 people paralyzed in the disaster they had produced. But it was not the end, because I didn't realize Noah wasn't done trying. And his next move was going to take this whole family drama to a place neither of us were prepared for. A week has gone by. I assumed that was the end of it. No more calls or voicemails. The silence felt almost like a reward, as if my absence had finally been acknowledged. I concentrated on work, cleaning my flat, and remembering the simple rituals that had kept me sane as a child. I did not check the family group chat. I didn't go through Noah's social media. I didn't care what happened next until I received a call from HR at my workplace. "Isaac," my boss continued, appearing embarrassed and faintly regretful. "We just had a strange message come through our general inbox. Someone sent an anonymous tip alleging you falsified your qualifications when you were hired, that your degree was fake." My stomach sank. "What?" I inquired, my tone rougher than meant. "That's not true." "I figured," he replied. "Your credentials are all in order. We already verified them when you started." But the email came with a long message and some personal details. Your home address, your mother's maiden name, even the last 4 digits of your old bank account. It did not take long to put together. Only 3 people in the world had access to that particular set of information, and 2 of them were seated at that dining table last Sunday. It was Noah. He'd devolved into something petty and nasty, like a drowning man attempting to drag someone else under in order to breathe for another second. When polite requests failed, he resorted to sabotage. I sat at my desk, pulse hammering and hands numb. The transgression, the sheer arrogance made my skin crawl. He hadn't simply disrespected my boundaries. He'd used my family past to try to destroy the life I'd established. I opened up my email. Sure enough, there it was. An anonymous Gmail address with a confused subject line. I opened it and clenched my jaw as I read the message. This man has a history of lying. He manipulated his family into giving him money and then cut them off when they needed help. Ask him why he changed his last name when he moved. Ask him why no one in his family speaks to him anymore. There were attachments. I have old images from my college years. One image depicted me sitting at a desk with a stack of outstanding invoices. Another was a fuzzy scan of a half transcript from a community college that I never completed before transferring. None of them proved anything, but they all painted a picture. One intended to create just enough doubt. And it was concluded with a single sentence. "You don't know who you hired." I wasn't even aware I was shaking until I dropped my mouse. I called my manager back right away. He told me that the email had already been noticed and rejected, and that the company did not tolerate anonymous slander without evidence. But he stated something else. "You might want to handle whatever's going on at home," he suggested gently. "Because whoever sent that, they're not done." I ended the conversation and sat there staring out the window. The city skyline felt remote, as if it belonged to a world I no longer knew. My sanctuary, my apartment, felt smaller now. I had a fleeting thought that I should have blocked his number the moment he came up at my door. Instead, I let guilt overcome me. I attended that meeting as if it were a negotiation. I gave him an opportunity to be human. And now he was attempting to destroy everything I'd accomplished simply because I said no. I took out my old external hard disk, which I hadn't touched in years. It was full with backups, including images, receipts, and emails. I began digging, not because I was terrified, because I was done with defense. See, the problem with being neglected your entire life is that you become adept at observing, at remembering, by filing away items that others believe you will forget. And Noah had made a lot of blunders, not only with money. I'd helped him compose some emails back in the day. One to a girl's enraged father after she accused Noah of pressing her for cash. Another to a questionable cryptocurrency site, where he boasted about using family riches to support high-risk bets. There were chat logs, screenshots, even a folder named Marketing LLC, a fictitious company he established to qualify for a business loan with a doctored bank statement I discovered on a flash drive years before. I hadn't saved these items for vengeance. I had just never thrown them away. But suddenly, I had everything I needed. But I wasn't about to play his game. I was not going to send anonymous tips. I wasn't going to respond with petty sabotage. I was going to show him what it was like when the person you dismissed became the one thing you couldn't ignore. I created a professional, clear letter. Every accusation is supported by proof. Every paragraph included in an official document. Then I emailed it, not to my company, but to the bank Noah had duped with his loan swindle. The one I recognized from the previous statements on that journey. I did not transmit it anonymously. I signed it with my entire name. Because if Noah wanted a fight, I was finished cowering in the shadows. I hadn't heard anything for about a month. On a wet Tuesday morning, I received a call from a number I did not recognize. It was a woman from Harborview Bank's fraud division. "Hi, is this Isaac Reyes?" "Yes. I just wanted to confirm. You're the one who submitted the packet regarding Noah Reyes and the 2021 loan under Marketing LLC?" I felt my spine straightening. Yes, that was me. There was a pause, the type with weight. "Thank you. The documentation was very thorough. We've been sitting on a soft flag for that account for almost a year. We couldn't prove anything until now." She did not say much else. Couldn't legally. But I could tell from the tone in her speech that things were already in motion. I hung up and gazed at my phone for an entire minute. I hadn't felt so quiet within years. Not numb, but serene. I felt as if I had finally emerged from a storm that everyone else had mistaken for sunshine. 3 days later, I received a text from my cousin Ava, just a screenshot. The photo showed Noah being led out of what seemed to be a hotel lobby by 2 plainclothes officers. Below it was a message. "So he's being investigated. Bank fraud, identity misrepresentation, loan default. Your dad is livid." I stared at it for a long time, barely understanding what I was witnessing. The man who used to mock the system while drinking drinks had now lost the game. But what struck me the most was that I did not feel triumphant. I felt neither joy nor smugness. I felt finished. A few days after the arrest, my mother called. I let it go to voicemail. This time, her voice was weak, lacking polish and composure. "Isaac, I don't know what's happening. Your father's pacing the house like a madman. They're saying Noah might have used forged documents. The bank's been calling. We didn't know. We didn't know he was doing that." Another pause. "I know you're angry. I know we've hurt you. But please don't destroy him. He's still your brother." It would have been so simple to call her back. To shout about the years of favoritism, missed birthdays, and inheritance siphoned into Noah's coffers. To inquire as to where this concern was when I was being disregarded. When I was surviving on bargain cereal and doing night shifts, Noah had vacations and bailouts. But I did not. Because it wasn't important anymore. I blocked her phone number, and then I blocked my father. Then I left the family group chat totally. I destroyed the old email threads, images, and text archives that I had saved as mementos of a life I thought I was meant to want. When the story hit the local press, it spread like wildfire in our town. A local man has been charged with fraud in the $130,000 small business loan scheme. The report contained a number of aliases: Marketing LLC, Sunvest Solutions, and even Reyes Holdings, which made me laugh out loud, as if he was attempting to construct a phony empire behind a borrowed name. There were quotes from persons he had defrauded: a gym owner who never received payment, a college student who worked for him for a commission that never materialized. A female claimed she lent him $3,000 for a business trip that he never took. One of them mentioned, "He talked like he had it all figured out. Like he was doing me a favor. I should have known it was all smoke." The fallout was terrible. The bank froze his account. His cryptocurrency investments had plummeted months ago. His car, which was leased rather than owned, was repossessed. His last known address was a month-to-month sublet that he had not paid for in 6 weeks. What about his friends? Gone. All of them. Those that partied with him in Vegas. Those that shared filtered group photos with number grindset and number hustle hashtags. None of them paid a visit. When the mugshot was released, none of them responded on his social media accounts. Ava informed me that my parents attempted to take out a second mortgage to pay a defense attorney. It was denied. Because they had already used the property as collateral for Noah's previous business failure, which he dubbed a game changer. They no longer owned the deed. Ava provided one final update before I urged her not to bring it up again. They're selling the jewelry, she explained. Grandma's necklace, the ring, even her brooch. I sat on it for a while. Not because I wanted the jewelry, not because I sought vengeance. But in that instant, I realized something. My parents had spent 3 decades giving everything to one son and watching him burn it to ashes. And they spent the same decades disregarding the other. The quiet one, the consistent one. As if he were an afterthought. And suddenly the precious kid had become dust. And the shadow. He had established a life. 3 months have gone by. Then 4. Then I received a letter in the mail. Handwritten. There was no return address, but the penmanship looked familiar. It was from Noah. The letter was short, sloppy, and barely a page long. He wrote, "I know what you did, and I don't blame you. I hate what I've become. I'm scared. I don't expect forgiveness, but if you ever feel like talking, I'll be here. I've got nowhere else to go." I folded the letter, returned it to the envelope, and slipped it into a drawer I hadn't opened in years. The one where I kept old keys, fading receipts, and items I never tossed away. Then I shut the drawer. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was carrying someone else's weight. I did not respond to Noah. I did not write back. I did not tell anyone. I simply stood up, strolled to my kitchen, poured myself a drink, and gazed out at a skyline I created entirely on my own. There is no inheritance, no help. It's just grit and memories. And the gradual, hard process of prioritizing peace over family. And you know what? That was enough. My parents forced tequila down my throat, told police I was mentally ill. Now they face prison, and I hold the videos that could ruin 5 families. My folks are the most savage people I've ever encountered. From the time I was 10 years old, their idea of quality time was to educate my older brother, Kevin, and me how to drink responsibly. Every Friday night, my father called it training night. We'd gather around the kitchen table as Dad poured shots of tequila and Mom cheered us on, timing how long we could go without making a face. If we gagged or coughed, we'd have to perform push-ups until our arms gave out. The rule was simple. The family that drank together stayed together. It was the same rule that their parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents used. I thought it was ridiculous, but my older brother, Kevin, took to it like a fish to water. By the age of 14, he was Dad's favorite drinking companion. They'd stay up until 4 a.m., holding beer pong tournaments in our garage, and Mom would brag to her friends about her son's ability to drink large men beneath the table. When Kevin began showing up to breakfast with shaky hands, Dad simply chuckled and handed him a beer, calling it hair of the dog. The more Kevin drank, the more attention he received, including new gaming systems, concert tickets, and even a motorcycle for his 16th birthday. Meanwhile, I became the family disappointment by default, not because I was failing school or getting in trouble, but because I was a straight-A student, captain of the debate team, working part-time to pay for college, and remaining clean. Mom's favorite remark was, "You know what your problem is? You judge everyone instead of loosening up and having fun." However, it was difficult to take her seriously when she slurred her words and tripped into the furniture. I considered calling the authorities, but I was afraid because my best friend Maris had tried for her own family, and as soon as the social worker left, Maris's father covered her in bruises. So I very much eliminated CPS as an option after that. But then came the day that altered everything. Kevin's 18th birthday celebration. He was hunched over on the porch, joking about the terrible pains in his side that had been hurting him for several weeks. "Probably just need to build more tolerance," he joked, his skin appearing slightly yellow under the porch light. How did Dad respond? He slapped Kevin on the back and pulled out a bottle of $200 scotch that he had been conserving. "It's nothing a good drink can't fix." I swear I thought he was pranking him, but that's when my mother pulled out her iPhone and began video the entire incident for his future children. That's when I realized that if I wanted to survive, I needed to cooperate. I became an Oscar-worthy actress, pretending to laugh at their drunk stories and be hammered when all I was doing was pouring wine bottles into plant pots. The saddest part? It works. I was finally a member of the family. Everything changed after I departed for Oregon State. My randomly allocated roommate was in alcohol addiction treatment, and she introduced me to an entire world of people who could have fun without poisoning themselves. I joined the university sober support group, studied about addiction research, and realized that what happened in my home was not normal family bonding but intergenerational trauma disguised as tradition. For the first time in my life, I felt clear-headed and cheerful. I even started training for marathons, which I couldn't have done while pretending to be hungover every weekend. And during my sophomore year's winter break, I chose to come home for the holidays, which was really crazy and risky. I hoped that this would be the time when I could break the cycle and persuade my family to stop drinking for good. In the days preceding up to it, I did everything I could to ensure that everything ran smoothly. I gathered photographs from my sober friends' gatherings, and even purchased alcohol-free beer and champagne. I kept telling myself not to get my expectations up, but as I packed my car, I couldn't quit thinking about how we'd all finally get along like a family. Dad slapped a beer in my hand as soon as I got through the door. "There's our college party girl." When I gently declined, explaining that I was preparing for a race, Mom's countenance darkened. "Oh, so you're one of those now? Too good for your own family?" The night continued from there. When I tried to go to bed early, they followed me into my room with a bottle of tequila. "You're not ruining Christmas by being a sanctimonious switch," Mom said with irritation. What occurred next is still causing me nightmares. Dad locked my arms while Mom tried to push the bottle into my mouth. I kept my jaw clenched shut, tears flowing down my cheeks, till Dad seized my nose and cut off my oxygen. When I finally gulped for air, Mom poured tequila down my throat. I vomited right away and they laughed. "She's out of practice." They spent the next hour attempting to push more booze into me as I fought and shouted. Kevin stared from the doorway, too inebriated to help even if he wanted to. I feigned to pass out, and when they finally departed, I used my phone to record them through my cracked door, joking about breaking me back in. I then called 911 from my closet. The sirens became louder, piercing through the night air. Through my closet door, I saw Mom and Dad halt mid-laugh, their expressions turning from enjoyment to terror. Mom dropped the tequila bottle, which smashed on the hardwood floors. "Did you hear that?" Mom's voice shifted from hammering to crisp in seconds. Dad stumbled to the window and pulled aside the curtain. Red and blue lights reflected on his face. Someone called the cops. They both turned to face my chamber. I remained completely motionless, phone clenched in my sweaty palm, hoping they would assume I was still unconscious. My throat stung from the forced booze, and puke clung to my clothing. "Check to see if she's actually unconscious," Dad instructed. "You check," Mom said back. "This is your fault for pushing too hard." "My fault? You're the one who poured it down her throat." Their dispute allowed me time to get out of the closet and sit on my bed, eyes closed, breathing shallowly. Heavy footsteps approached. Dad's hand gripped my shoulder and shook fiercely. "She's out cold," he said. The doorbell rang, followed by an authoritative knock. "Police, open up." Mom hurried for the Febreze, spraying it all over the house while kicking broken glass under the couch. "Kevin, get down here and act normal." I heard Kevin stagger down the stairs, colliding with walls. Through barely open eyelids, I saw him grab the banister, his entire body trembling. Even in the low light of the corridor, his skin was a sickening yellow. "Stand up straight," Dad snarled, hitting Kevin on the back. Remember, we were just having a quiet family evening. The knocking became more intense. Police, we need you to open this door. Dad smiled like a salesperson when he opened the door. Two officers stood on our porch, their hands resting on utility belts. Evening, officers. Something wrong? We received a 911 call from this address, the taller officer stated, peeking past Dad into the house. Report of a disturbance. Must be a mistake, Dad remarked calmly. We're just having a quiet family night. That's when I entered. I stumbled out of my room, vomit still staining my Oregon State hoodie, throat raw and stinging. The policeman's gaze quickly focused on me. Miss, are you all right? The female cop inquired, stepping forward. Before I could say anything, Mom ran over and wrapped her arm around me. Oh, officers, I'm so sorry. Our daughter's been having some mental health issues since she went to college. She's been acting out. She's been unstable for months, Dad said, his voice full of phony concern. We've been trying to get her help, but she refuses. Tonight, she had another episode. I tried talking, but my throat felt like sandpaper. The words came out raspy. They forced alcohol down my throat. Mom tightened her hold on my shoulder. See? She makes up these stories. We found her drinking alone in her room. We think she's having a breakdown. Officers exchanged looks. The male cop addressed me immediately. Miss, we need to speak with everyone separately. Can you come outside with Officer Martinez? As I approached the door, I noticed Kevin debating between following me and staying with our parents. His hand shook furiously and he continued to touch his side where the pain was tormenting him. His devotion flickered in his bloodshot eyes like a dying light bulb. Officer Martinez spotted the vomit on my clothes right away while we were outside on the porch. What happened tonight? I took out my phone with shaky fingers. I have a video. They held me down and forced tequila into my mouth. Behind us, through the window, I could see Mom gesticulating violently while Dad chatted with the other cop. She continued pointing at me and shaking her head. Mrs. Chen, our neighbor next door, stared through her slats, undoubtedly wondering what the family was up to now. Can I see the video? Officer Martinez inquired gently. I played the recording. Even through my open door, I could hear my parents joking about breaking me back in, their voices inebriated but distinct. Officer Martinez's expression darkened. We need to see this, she said to her partner. Mom's shriek shattered the darkness. That's taken out of context. She's editing things to make us look bad. Where's your warrant? Dad shouted, his pleasant salesman persona fading. You can't just come into our home and accuse us of things based on our mentally ill daughters. Illusions. The male officer spotted Kevin slumped against the wall, his complexion waxy and yellow, even in the porch light. Sir, is your son all right? He appears to be in medical distress. He has the flu, Mom replied hastily. Just the flu. Kevin, tell them you're fine. Kevin opened his mouth, then closed it. He stared at me first, then at our parents, and then back at me. His silence spoke volumes, yet he couldn't force himself to decide. We need paramedics here, Officer Martinez stated over her radio. Possible alcohol poisoning and medical emergency. This is ridiculous, Dad remarked, his voice rising. I golf with Sheriff Patterson every Sunday. This is all a misunderstanding between family members. My daughter's just bitter because we had to cut her off financially. She's always had this holier-than-thou attitude about drinking. While we waited for the paramedics, Mom's fingertips brushed over her phone. Within minutes, my phone began to buzz with texts from aunts, uncles, and cousins. Traitor, how could you do this to your parents? Your mom says you're having a breakdown. Get help. The paramedics arrived and quickly proceeded to examine me. One shone a light down my neck as I told what had happened. The searing sensation caused me to cringe. Chemical burns consistent with forced alcohol consumption, the paramedic informed the officers. She needs to be checked at the hospital. She did it to herself, Mom said. For attention, she's always been dramatic. Kevin's hand returned to his side, a grimace on his face. The medical team detected the movement. Sir, we should examine you as well, the paramedic told Kevin. He's fine, Dad stated confidently. Just the flu. But under the bright porch lights, Kevin's condition was impossible to ignore. The yellowing of his complexion, the quivering of his hands, and the way he repeatedly touched his side. The paramedics recognized all of the traditional indicators immediately. "How long have you been experiencing abdominal pain?" The paramedic questioned Kevin straight. Kevin stared at Dad and murmured, "Few weeks." "It's nothing, you know," Dad responded, changing the tone to casual chat. "Sheriff Patterson and I were just talking about situations like this at poker last week, families having disagreements that get blown out of proportion." He continually asserts, "These things are better handled privately." The threat was not subtle. Officer Martinez stiffened his jaw. "Sir, we're going to need everyone to come to the station." Formal statements. "I'm calling our lawyer," Mom stated. "This is harassment. Our daughter is sick. And instead of getting her psychiatric help, you're enabling her delusions." The officers started collecting evidence. They collected the smashed tequila bottle, photographed my vomit-covered clothes, and documented the incident. Dad clenched his fists as they worked, his jaw rigid with barely contained wrath. My phone kept buzzing. Mom had sent a group text to her entire extended family. "Please pray for us. My name is having another episode and I called the police on us. We're heartbroken. She needs mental help but refuses to get it." The responses came in immediately. Uncle Ray. The ungrateful brat. Aunt Carla. After all you've done for her. Cousin Mark. Not all children deserve decent parents. At the station we were separated for questioning. I sat in a small room, my throat still stinging, as Officer Martinez took my statement. Into the glass I saw Uncle Mike, Mom's brother, running into the parking lot. He had been their drinking partner for 3 decades and happened to be a lawyer. "My client won't be answering any questions," he declared, storming into the station like he owned it. His breath smelled of whiskey. That's when things took an unexpected turn. Uncle Mike produced a folder with documents. "My clients have been concerned about their daughter's mental health for years. Here's the documentation." Officer Martinez glanced through the papers. I got glimpses of medical documents from years ago. My heart fell as I knew them from when I was 16 and refused to drink on Thanksgiving. My parents had taken me to the doctor, alleging that I was exhibiting antisocial behavior and paranoid beliefs regarding drinking. "These forms indicate a pattern of mental instability," Uncle Mike explained calmly. "My clients have been dealing with this for years. They pay for her college, her apartment, everything. And this is how she repays them." My phone vibrated with a text from Kevin. "Why couldn't you just pretend for one more night?" The treachery hurt deeper than the booze burns in my throat. Even now, after seeing them shove liquor down my throat, he still believed I was the problem. Officer Martinez departed to talk with her partner. Through the door I could hear Mom's voice traveling down the corridor. "She's always been jealous of Kevin. He's successful, popular, and knows how to have fun. She's just bitter and wants to tear our family apart." Martinez returned with a carefully bland expression. "The video evidence is concerning, but your parents' lawyer is arguing it's taken out of context. Without Kevin's cooperation, it's your word against theirs." "What about my throat?" "The burns. They're claiming you did it to yourself. That you've done things like this before for attention." I thought about Maris, how her bruises had not been enough to keep her safe, and how the system had failed her. Now it was failing me, but in a different way. My parents had learned from families like Maris's to leave psychological rather than apparent damages. Create a paper trail that makes the victim appear insane. "We'll need to look into this further," Martinez said. "In the meantime, do you have somewhere safe to stay?" Safe. The word felt strange. Home had never been safe, but now my parents had ensured that it would be. They had already launched a campaign to turn everyone against me. By tomorrow, I'd be the ungrateful daughter who called the authorities on her beloved parents, the mentally disturbed teenager who needed assistance but refused to accept it. My phone flashed up with a Facebook notice. Mom had created a public post. "Please pray for our family tonight. Our daughter is struggling with mental health issues and addiction." We love her so much but don't know how to help her anymore. She called the police on us tonight after we tried to stop her from drinking. Alone in her room. Our hearts are breaking." Comments were immediately coming in. Family, friends, neighbors, and bowling league members all offered prayers and support to my poor parents dealing with such a troubled child. I scrolled through, seeing my reputation erode in real time. Then I saw something that made my blood turn cold. Mr. Davidson, my father's golf mate who worked at the local news station, commented, "So sorry to hear this, buddy. Let me know if you need anything. By tomorrow, this will be more than just family gossip." Dad was already 3 steps ahead, transforming me into the antagonist in a scenario in which I was the victim. The man who had trapped my arms as my mother poured poison down my mouth would be portrayed as a caring parent. The woman who referred to me as a sanctimonious witch would be the heartbroken mother. The station's fluorescent lights made things seem strange as I sat there, watching my life unfold on a phone screen. Officer Martinez had left to make copies of my evidence, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the incessant buzz of notifications. Each ping felt like an additional nail in my coffin. Mom's Facebook post went viral in our little neighborhood, with 67 comments and counting. The bowling league president volunteered to set up a prayer circle. Dad's golf mates were organizing a fundraising for my treatment. Even my high school English teacher had mentioned that she had always felt something was off. My palms shook as I scanned the messages. Then one caused me to freeze. It came from Benji, the bartender at my folks' favorite watering establishment. "Kevin's been coming to AA meetings at the church, 3 months now. Your parents don't know." Before I could digest this shocking news, Uncle Mike returned to the room, briefcase in hand. He slammed down a stack of paper thick enough to kill a small creature. "These are your parents' financial records, showing they pay your tuition, rent, car insurance, health insurance, even your phone bill. You're completely dependent on them." He took out another document. "And this is a withdrawal form, already prepared. One signature from them, and you're cut off from everything. Is that really what you want?" Officer Martinez returned, staring at us with hardly hidden displeasure. "Sir, you can't threaten a witness." "I'm not threatening anyone," Uncle Mike stated calmly. "I'm simply explaining the family dynamics to help my niece make an informed decision." My phone rang with a text from my roommate. "Your mom just friended me on Facebook. She's asking really weird questions about your mental health. What should I do?" The walls felt as if they were closing in. Mom was already working her angles, attempting to turn my support system against me. I presented the text to Martinez, who took note but appeared increasingly overwhelmed by the familial drama unfolding. "Look," Uncle Mike said with a whiskey-like breath that made me scream, "your parents are willing to forget this whole misunderstanding. They'll even pay for therapy, real therapy, not whatever experimental nonsense you've been doing at college. All you have to do is admit you were confused about what happened tonight." Confused? My voice broke. They held me down and forced alcohol down my throat. "You were hammered," he said simply. "Memory plays tricks. Maybe you had a few drinks to calm your nerves about coming home. Things got out of hand, and your parents tried to help. These things happen." Officer Martinez's companion knocked and entered. "We need to transport the brother to the hospital. His condition is deteriorating." Through the doorway, I saw Kevin being loaded onto a gurney. His complexion had become yellow and he clutched his side. For a brief time, our eyes connected and I saw fear, genuine panic. "Kevin!" I attempted to stand, but Uncle Mike blocked my way. "He'll be fine," he explained. "Just need some fluids. The stress of tonight hasn't helped his flu." But I knew better. I had done significant research on liver illness after observing Kevin's symptoms months ago. Jaundice, abdominal pain, and tremors. He was in terrible difficulty. Martinez sensed my distress. "We'll make sure he gets proper medical attention." "His liver is failing," I exclaimed. "He needs to be evaluated for transplant eligibility. Please tell the doctors to run a full hepatic panel." Uncle Mike's face clouded. "Now you're playing doctor? This is exactly the kind of delusional behavior your parents have been dealing with." My telephone rang. Dad's contact photo from last year's 4th of July party, showing him drinking a beer, filled the screen. Against my better judgment, I responded, "Are you happy now?" His tone was icy. Your brother's being taken to the hospital because of the stress you've caused. If anything happens to him, it's on you. He's sick because you've been poisoning him since he was 10. We gave him a family tradition to belong to. You're the one who rejected us, who thinks you're better than everyone else. Mom's voice rang out in the background. Tell her about the diary. My blood became chilly. What diary? The one you kept freshman year of high school, Dad explained. Where you wrote about how much you hated us, how you fantasized about running away, how you wished you had different parents. We kept it, in case we ever needed to show people who you really are. The call went dead. I stared at the phone, remembering the diary. I'd stashed it under my mattress, full of the standard teenage anger and frustration that any kid writes when forced to watch their parents wobble about drunk every night. But, taken out of context. I need to go, I told Martinez. My brother needs me at the hospital. You're free to go, she told you. But I strongly advise against contact with your parents right now. Uncle Mike smirked. She's right. In fact, I'll be advising my clients to seek a restraining order if you come near them, for their safety. Outside the station, the December air felt like small needles in my lungs. I sat in my car, the heat blasting, trying to figure out my next step. My phone vibrated with a notification from the bank app. My checking account, which had $3,000 this morning, suddenly shows $478.03. What is the tuition payment for next semester? Gone. What happened to the rent money I saved? Transferred out. Even the $500 emergency reserve I had in a separate savings account had been depleted, everything except what I received from my part-time work at a separate bank. I drove to the hospital, dazed. The emergency department was overflowing with holiday catastrophes, kitchen burns, decoration-related injuries, and more than a few alcohol-related occurrences. I located Kevin's room after convincing a sympathetic nurse that I was his sister. He appeared tiny on the hospital bed, with IVs running into both arms. The strong overhead lighting made his jaundice impossible to overlook. Alexandra, his girlfriend, sat alongside him, her hand covering her still flat stomach. You shouldn't be here, she replied without looking at me. Your parents said you're having some kind of breakdown. David, please, that's not true. She eventually met my gaze, and I noticed she had been crying. Do I? You called the cops on them, on Christmas. Kevin's been throwing up blood because of the stress. He's throwing up blood because his liver is failing. The doctor said it's acute gastritis brought on by stress, she protested. Your parents explained everything about how you've been unstable since you went to college, how you joined some weird sobriety cult. I wanted to shout. Even here, with Kevin dying in front of us, my parents' narrative prevailed. Benji told me Kevin's been going to AA meetings. Alexandra's face turned white. That's not... He wouldn't. 3 months, I said. He's been trying to get sober. Ask him when he wakes up. Get out. Her voice was soft but forceful. Get out before I call security. I left, but not before photographing Kevin's chart hanging on the door. The doctor's notes mentioned increased liver enzymes and probable cirrhosis, and suggested additional testing. Nothing about gastritis. In the parking garage, I sat in my car and finally allowed myself to cry. Everything was falling apart quicker than I could handle. My family had turned against me, my finances were ruined, and my brother was dying while everyone blamed me. My telephone rang. Maris. I heard what happened, she stated without elaborating. Mom saw your mom's Facebook post. Jess, I believe you, she interjected. I know what it's like when parents flip the script. But listen, you need to be careful. My dad called your dad after he saw the post. They were on the phone for an hour. My stomach sank. What did they talk about? I don't know, but I heard my dad mention something about coordinating stories and protecting family traditions. They're planning something. After we hung up, I drove to the only location I could think of, the 24-hour gym where I prepare for marathons. Physical weariness has always been my means of escaping and processing trauma. I ran on the treadmill until my legs screamed, attempting to escape the reality of my circumstances. Around 3 a.m., my phone vibrated with an email from my college roommate. The subject line made my heart drop. "I'm worried about you." She forwarded a message from my mother, who had written a 3-page letter concerning my declining mental health, complete with made-up occurrences and warped versions of true events. Mom claimed I was drinking heavily at school, that I joined a cult-like sobriety group that urged members to cut off contact with their families, and that I had become paranoid and delusional. The worst part was how convincing she made it sound. Every untruth was coded in just enough truth to appear credible. Yes, I attended a sober support group, but it was not a cult. Yes, I have been estranged from my family, but not because I was unstable. I prepared a thoughtful answer to my roommate, including screenshots of my parents drinking, images from social media, proof of Kevin's hospital trips, and a link to an essay about familial alcoholism and gaslighting. But even as I pushed submit, I wondered if it was enough. The following morning, I awoke in my car in the gym parking lot. My phone had blown up overnight with 17 missed calls from various relatives and 43 text messages, each more accusatory than the previous. Only one message stuck out. It came from Dr. Chen, a doctor who lived next door to my parents. "I saw what happened last night. If you need a medical professional to verify your injuries, I'm willing to help. Your parents have been a danger to themselves and others for years." Hope flared in my chest. Finally, someone who could corroborate my account. I replied right back, agreeing to meet her at a coffee shop near the hospital. Dr. Chen appeared exhausted when she arrived, still wearing her scrubs from the night shift. "I've been debating whether to get involved," she admitted, clutching her coffee cup. "But when I saw them dragging Kevin to the car last month after he collapsed in the driveway and they refused to let me help, I couldn't stay silent anymore." She brought out her phone and showed me footage she had taken with her security camera. "My folks have been pummeled on numerous occasions. Driving. Kevin was taken into the house unconscious. Even a video of my father threatening a delivery man who commented on his drinking. I've been documenting things for 2 years," she told me. "I kept thinking someone else would report it, but everyone just enables them. The whole neighborhood treats it like a joke." We spent an hour reviewing her evidence. She even kept a thorough list of incident dates and times. It was incriminating information, if anyone would listen. "The problem," she informed me, "is that your parents have connections everywhere. The sheriff, the mayor, half the city council. They've spent decades building relationships lubricated by alcohol and money." My phone vibrated, a message from an unknown number. "This is Benji. Can't use my regular phone. Your parents just came to the bar. They're meeting with 5 other families. I heard them mention unified front and protecting our way of life. Be careful." Dr. Chen read the message over my shoulder. 5 families, I announced. I knew precisely who they were referring to: the Johnsons, Patterns, Williamses, Garcias, and Thompsons. All families with children around Kevin's and my age. All families who hosted their own training nights. All families have secrets to keep. "They're circling the wagons," I told them. Dr. Chen's demeanor was dismal. "You've threatened more than just your parents. You've threatened an entire culture of normalized alcoholism." My phone dialed. Kevin's number. I responded promptly. "You need to stop." His voice was faint and raspy. "Whatever you're doing, just stop." "Kevin, you're in the hospital with liver failure." "I'm fine. The doctors overreacted. Mom and Dad explained everything. I've just been stressed about the baby." "Kevin, please. Benji told me about the AA meetings." Silence. Then, "I don't know what you're talking about. You're confused. Mom's right. You need help." "They got to you." "No one got to me. I'm just tired of you causing drama. If you really cared about me, you'd apologize and come home." The call went dead. I stared at the phone, feeling as if I had been punched. Even as he lay dying in a hospital bed, Kevin was unable to break free. Dr. Chen gently placed his hand on my arm. "Addiction isn't just physical. The psychological chains are often stronger. What do I do? Everyone thinks I'm crazy. My own brother won't support me. You survive, she stated simply. You document everything, and you wait for the truth to come out. It always does, eventually. But I wasn't certain I could wait. My education fund was depleted. My family had turned the entire neighborhood against me, and Kevin was becoming ill by the day while everyone pretended everything was fine. I spent the remainder of the day attempting to recover what I could. My manager at the college bookstore agreed to offer me additional hours when I returned. My academic advisor assisted me in applying for emergency financial aid. The Sober Support Organization launched a GoFundMe campaign that raised $500 inside the first hour. However, for every stride forward, my parents pulled me back 2 steps. Mom called my employer and informed my management that I was mentally unstable and perhaps violent. Dad contacted my teachers expressing concern about my mental health and recommending I take a medical leave. That evening, the pivotal moment arrived. I was at a poor motel, the only location I could afford with my remaining funds, when the cops knocked on my door. 2 officers that I didn't recognize stood outside. "We need you to come with us," the older one explained. "Your parents have filed for an emergency psychiatric hold. They're concerned you might harm yourself or others." I felt the ground shift beneath me. I'm not suicidal. I'm not dangerous. They're lying. "Ma'am, we have statements from multiple family members and community members expressing concern about your behavior. You called 911 making false accusations. You've been harassing your hospitalized brother, and your parents say you've been making threats. None of that is true." But it didn't matter. The paperwork was in order, and it was signed by a judge who, it turned out, was a member of my parents' bowling league. I was handcuffed and placed in the back of the police car, where I could see the motel shrink in the rear window. The psychiatric facility was 1 hour away. During intake, I attempted to explain what was actually going on, but the more I talked about my parents shoving alcohol down my throat and the community plot to quiet me, the more insane I sounded. The intake nurse said, "Have you been taking any substances?" "Number, I'm sober. I've been sober for 2 years." "Your family says you've been drinking heavily." "They're lying." She made a note. Everything I said was twisted. My marathon training developed into obsessive exercise behavior. My work with the Sober Support Group turned into cult involvement. My documentation of Kevin's sickness became obsession and stalking. I was put in a sterile room with another patient who spent the entire night chatting to unseen persons. No phone. There was no way to reach anyone who could verify my story. Only me and the dawning understanding that my parents had won this round. The following morning, a psychiatrist interviewed me. Dr. Patel was young, presumably just out of residency, and he appeared to listen. I carefully stated everything, keeping to facts and avoiding anything that could seem crazy. "Your parents have provided quite a bit of documentation," he continued, scrolling through a huge file, "including diary entries where you express hatred towards them. From when I was 15, every teenager writes stuff like that. They also have videos of you pretending to be intoxicated at family gatherings." My heart fell. The Oscar-worthy performances I had given to fit in were now used against me. I was pretending so they'd leave me alone about not drinking. "So you were being deceptive." Every truth I shared sounded like a symptom. Every explanation seemed like an excuse. I was stuck in a web spun by my family, and the more I struggled, the more entangled I became. "There's someone who can verify my story," I said anxiously. "Dr. Chen, our neighbor. She has security footage." Dr. Patel made a note. "We'll look into that." But I could see by his expression that he had already made up his mind. I was simply another patient with family troubles, potentially having a breakdown, and clearly in need of care. The 72-hour hold seemed like 72 years. There is no news from the outside world. I had no idea if Kevin was okay, if my college was safe, or if anyone was fighting for me. Just group therapy sessions where I had to pretend to accept my problems to avoid being obstinate. On the 3rd day, just as I was beginning to worry I'd be confined there eternally, Dr. Patel summoned me to his office. His expression was odd, perplexed, and possibly even apprehensive. We spoke with Dr. Chen, he stated. She provided some interesting footage. We also received calls from several members of your college support group, your academic advisor, and your employer. Their version of events differs significantly from your family's. Relief washed over me. So, you believe me? I believe there's more to the situation than initially presented. However, your parents remain your medical proxy since you're on their insurance. They're insisting on continued treatment. They can't keep me here if I'm not a danger to myself or others. But they can make things difficult. I'm going to recommend discharge, but I strongly suggest you have a plan in place somewhere safe to stay, continued therapy, and distance from the conflict. He was correct. I couldn't return to the motel where my parents knew I was staying. I could not go to the hospital. They'd undoubtedly received a restraining order by now. I was basically homeless, broke, and alone. But I was free. Dr. Patel arranged for a social worker to drive me back into town. Throughout the ride, she handed me my phone, which had been kept throughout my intake. The screen displayed communications from the previous 3 days. Most of them were from my parents' flying monkeys, telling me to seek assistance, to stop causing harm to my family, and to consider what I was doing with Kevin. But sprinkled among them were lifelines. Maris. Your parents tried to convince my father to believe you were unstable as a child. He refused. Stay strong. My marathon coach. Your position on the team is certain. Do not let them break you. Benji. Kevin's been asking for you. He's scared. And most surprisingly, a message from David. I'm sorry. You were right. Kevin told me everything. He needs you. My social worker dropped me off at the hospital. I virtually rushed into Kevin's room, scared of what I could discover. The ICU was a different world than the regular ward. Quieter, more serious, and filled with the steady beep of life-saving machinery. Kevin was barely awake. Tubes went everywhere, including oxygen, IVs, and monitoring devices. His skin was the color of old paper, and his eyes were hazy, unfocused. You came, he muttered. Of course I came. Mom and Dad, they brought me beer yesterday. Said it would make me feel better. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. I could not say no. I never can. Kevin, I am dying. The statements came out as factual. The doctors won't say it, but I can feel it. My body's shutting down. I clasped his hand, mindful of the fourth. We'll get you on the transplant list. There's still hope. Mom and Dad won't consent. They say I just need to tough it out, that our family doesn't believe in taking parts from dead people. The savagery stole my breath away. They would rather see their son die than accept that a family tradition had ruined his liver. David sat in a corner, her cheeks swollen from sobbing. I tried to talk to them. They said, if I keep pushing, they'll make sure I'm declared an unfit mother. They can't do that. Can't they? Look what they did to you. 3 days in a psych ward because you told the truth. She was correct. My parents had demonstrated that they would annihilate anyone who challenged their story. Even their own children, and particularly their own children. A nurse entered to check Kevin's vital signs. She looked at the readings and grimaced. His numbers aren't good. Has the family made a decision about the transplant evaluation? They're still thinking, Kevin remarked hesitantly. The nurse's look indicated that everything was running out. Kevin turned to me once she had left. I need you to do something. In my apartment, there's a box under the bed. Everything's in there, recordings from AA meetings, journal entries, medical records I've been hiding. If something happens to me, nothing's going to happen to you. Promise me. His grip tightened with unexpected vigor. Promise you'll use it. Don't let them do to others what they did to us. I vowed, despite my broken heart. My older brother, who once carried me on his shoulders and showed me how to ride a bike, was preparing for an unnecessary death. I left the hospital as visiting hours ended, holding Kevin's apartment key in my palm. The weight of his faith was heavier than anything I'd ever held. As I drove through the dark neighborhoods, I understood it was no longer only about saving Kevin. It was about stopping a cycle that had devastated generations of our family. And if my parents desired war, they were going to get it. I stood outside Kevin's apartment building, his key chilly in my hand. The December wind sliced through my torn state hoodie as I climbed the stairs to the 3rd level. Inside, the air smelt of sour beer and desperation. Empty bottles covered every surface. I located the box right where he said it would be. My hands trembled when I opened it. A thick stack of 3-month-old notebook entries, each chronicling his attempts to quit, and ending with, "Mom and Dad found out," or, "They showed up at the meeting." He had withheld medical documents from our parents, which indicated liver enzyme levels that would have terrified any doctor, and at the bottom, a USB drive titled Insurance. I plugged it in Kevin's laptop. Kevin covertly recorded our parents putting alcohol on him when he refused. Mom poured alcohol into his orange juice for breakfast. His father threatened to kick him out if he went to rehab and disgraced the family. The final video was from last week when Kevin begged them to let him get help. Dad responded by shattering Kevin's AA chips with a hammer. "David," my phone buzzed. "Kevin's asking for you. Hurry back." At the hospital, I discovered mayhem. Mom and Dad were in Kevin's room with their lawyer, paperwork laid out on his bed. Kevin appeared considerably worse than before as his breathing labored. "Sign here," Mom said, pressing the pen into Kevin's quivering fingers. "Power of attorney. For all your medical decisions." "Stop!" I barged through the door. Dad's face turned purple. "Security! This woman has a restraining order." But I was already at Kevin's bedside, throwing the papers aside. "Kevin, don't sign anything. I have your videos and everything you documented." Mom reached for the USB disk in my hand, but David came in between us. "I called them," she told me. I couldn't let them do this anymore. 2 security officers emerged, as did Dr. Chen, who had been waiting in the hallway. "I'm this patient's physician," she lied with ease. "Everyone out, except the immediate family." "We are an immediate family," Dad growled. "The patient has requested that only his sister remain," Dr. Chen added while reviewing Kevin's paperwork. "His condition is critical. Please respect his wishes." Uncle Mike began to argue, but Dr. Chen stopped him. "Sir, this is a medical emergency. Leave now, or I'll have security escort you out." Mom yelled at me before they went. "This isn't over." When we were alone, Kevin gripped my hand hesitantly. "Play the videos. For the doctors. For everyone." Dr. Chen contacted the hospital's patient advocate and on-call psychiatrist. We watched Kevin's documentary together. The psychiatrist's face became progressively dismal. "This is clear evidence of abuse," she stated. "We need to contact Adult Protective Services immediately." "And the transplant evaluation?" I inquired. "We'll expedite it. With proper documentation of forced alcohol consumption, he could qualify despite the addiction." Kevin's eyes lit up with hope for the first time in years. But I knew our parents would not give up lightly. Within an hour, the hospital administrator arrived, accompanied by Uncle Mike and a judge, another golf buddy of Dad's. "We have a court order," the administrator explained sheepishly. "The parents retain medical decision-making authority." "Based on what?" Dr. Chen insisted. "Based on their daughter being mentally unstable and manipulating their son," the tribunal's judge stated. "I've seen the documentation." I grabbed out my phone and began recording. "Your Honor, are you aware that you've been playing golf with my father for 15 years? That you attended his birthday party last month, where he served alcohol to minors?" The judge's face reddened. "Young lady, you're bordering on contempt." "I'm bordering on the truth," I replied. "How much has my father paid for your campaign contributions?" Uncle Mike snatched my phone, but the video had already been uploaded to the cloud. The hospital administrator appeared uncomfortable. "Perhaps we should review this matter more thoroughly." That's when Maris's father entered. My heart fell until I noticed his expression, determined but not menacing. "I'm here to provide testimony," he stated, "about what really happened when my daughter called CPS years ago, about how these families coordinate to silence their children." Following him were 3 additional parents from the other training night families, but they were not present to support my parents. They came here to confess. "My son is in rehab. Mrs. Johnson explained quietly. Has been 6 months. I couldn't say anything because she looked at my parents who had just stormed back in. Because we all agreed, Mr. Peters said, to protect the tradition. But my daughter tried to call herself last year. She's 15 inches. The room erupted. Dad raged about disloyalty and family loyalty. Mom said that they were all liars, jealous of our close-knit family. Uncle Mike threatened litigation against everyone, but the dam had cracked. Mrs. Garcia took out her phone and showed images of injuries on her son's arms from when he refused to drink. Mr. Thompson admitted to surreptitiously attending Al-Anon sessions, fearing his wife would find out. The judge hurriedly excused himself after realizing the gravity of the situation. The administrator requested more security and social services. During the pandemonium, I observed Kevin's monitor begin to alarm. His breathing became more laborious, and his skin turned grayish. He needs the transplant list right now, Dr. Chen stated urgently. We're running out of time. I consent, I replied. As his sister, you have no authority, Uncle Mike interjected. Actually, she does, David said, stepping forward with a document. Kevin and I got married yesterday, in the hospital chapel, and I'm designating her as our medical proxy. Mom's cry could definitely be heard 3 floors below. You manipulative little... Enough, said the psychiatrist, standing up. I'm placing a psychiatric hold on both. Parents for evaluation. Their behavior is erratic and potentially dangerous. You can't do that, Dad charged at her, but security intervened. As my parents were led out, still yelling about lawsuits and family betrayal, I noticed something shatter in their eyes, the understanding that their power was finally, completely gone. The following hours blurred together. Kevin was sent to the transplant list as a status 1, the highest priority. The other families gave police testimonies detailing years of forced alcohol consumption and child abuse. Adult Protective Services launched investigations into all 5 families. I sat beside Kevin's bed, holding his hand while machines kept him alive. David sat on the opposite side, her hand protectively covering her tummy. I'm sorry, Kevin mumbled, for not standing up to them, for letting you fight alone. Don't, I replied. Just focus on getting better. The baby, he explained to David. Promise me. No alcohol. Ever. Never, she insisted. We're breaking the cycle. Dr. Chen arrived with news. We found a match, a liver. Surgery is in 2 hours. Kevin squeezed my hand. If I don't make it, you will. But if I don't, use everything. The videos, the journals. Don't let them hurt anyone else. 2 hours later, they wheeled him into surgery. David and I waited in the waiting room, surrounded by the remnants of our family. My phone had been buzzing nonstop. Aunts, uncles, cousins, everyone is choosing sides. The neighborhood Facebook page had erupted with debates about family values against kids' safety. Benji messaged, "Your parents just got banned from the bar. Finally, proud of you." Maris entered with coffee and sat next to me. My dad is filing charges, she stated. For what happened when I was 15, others are too. It's destroying everything, I explained. No, she replied. It's revealing what was already destroyed. 8 hours later, the surgeon emerged. The transplant was successful. He's stable. David and I tumbled on one another, sobbing. Kevin would live. He would meet his daughter. He would have a second opportunity. But the fight was not done. The legal skirmishes became more intense over the next few days, while Kevin recovered. When my parents were freed from their psychiatric detention, they recruited the best lawyers money could buy. They sued the hospital, the physicians, myself, David, and even the other families who had spoken up. I spent my days commuting between Kevin's bedside and legal appointments. The university bookstore had to let me go because I had missed too much work. My lecturers assigned incomplete grades. My marathon training has come to an end completely. However, things changed gradually. The police inquiry revealed years of recorded maltreatment in all 5 homes. The district attorney, who was not a member of my parents' golf network, pursued criminal charges. Child Protective Services took 3 younger siblings from their homes. Kevin improved on a daily basis. The jaundice on his skin faded. His hands stopped shaking. For the first time since he was 10, he was truly sober. "I want to go to rehab," he said to me one morning. "After I'm released, 90 days. Learn how to live without it. Mom and Dad will, I don't care what they do anymore." His voice was more powerful than I had heard in years. "I'm done living for their approval." David had documented everything for their daughter. "So she knows," she explained. "So she understands why we don't see your grandparents." The trials started 3 months later. I testified for several hours about training nights, forced consumption, and the Christmas assault. Kevin testified on video from rehab. The other family's children shared their stories. My parents' response was predictable. We were ungrateful children who shattered a treasured family tradition. But the evidence was overwhelming. The videos, medical records, the witnesses. They were convicted of several counts of child endangerment and assault. The penalty was for 2 years. But there was something. The true penalty was the devastation of their reputation, social network, and everything they had built on the foundation of booze and control. I returned to Oregon State in the fall. My financial aid arrived, and I worked 3 jobs to fund the remainder. The sober support group welcomed me back with open arms. Kevin graduated from rehab and began attending regular AA meetings. He acquired a job at a treatment center and used his story to help others. David gave birth to a healthy daughter, Isla, who would never experience the taste of alcohol shoved down her throat. The 5 families scattered. Some sought assistance. Others presumably moved to start their destructive customs somewhere else. The neighborhood felt different, quieter, as if a communal hangover had finally subsided. I completed my marathon that spring. My time was dreadful. I had lost months of training. But I crossed the finish line. Maris cheered on the sidelines. Kevin couldn't make it. He was presenting at an AA convention, but he texted, "Proud of you. Mom and Dad saw your race announcement in the paper. They're furious you're flaunting your lifestyle." Perfect. We did not speak with our parents after their discharge. They relocated 2 towns away, began attending a new church, and informed everyone that their children had abandoned them for no reason. I occasionally hear through the grapevine about their current narrative. We were drug addicts who had unjustly accused them, or ungrateful children who have ruined their life for money. But Kevin was alive. Isla was healthy. The cycle was broken. On the 2-year anniversary of that Christmas night, I got a text from an unknown number. It was a photo of Kevin holding Isla during her 2nd birthday party. Sober, smiling, alive. The message reads, "Thank you for fighting when I couldn't. K." I stared at the photograph for a long time. We had lost our parents, our extended family, our childhood home, our heritage. But Kevin remained sober. Isla would grow up safely. The generational curse came to an end with us. I typed back, "Worth it." And it was. Every lost relationship, every judicial struggle, every sleepless night. Kevin was alive and free. Because Isla would never sit at the kitchen table at the age of 10, learning to drink shots as her parents cheered. The cycle was broken, the price was everything, and I paid, again. My sister used my credit, my savings, my life. Then smiled and said, "You're just being dramatic." So I called a lawyer and shut her down. I am a 35-year-old male from a typical noisy Italian family in New Jersey. You know the type. Sunday dinners are required. Everyone knows everyone else's business, and your nana will force-feed you even if you're about to burst. Growing up, my older sister Bianca, a 38-year-old female, and our parents, both 65, shared a tiny 3-bedroom house that always smelled of garlic and Ma's sauce. Bianca was always the special one. Ma and Pa treated her as if she were God's gift to Italian Americans or something. She was an attractive, intelligent, and upwardly mobile individual. Me? I was just a youngster with good hands who ended up working in construction. Don't get me wrong, I make a nice living running crews now. Enough to live comfortably and perhaps take 1 vacation every year if I'm lucky. But to Bianca, that disappointed me. She never missed an opportunity to tell me how I settled for a blue-collar job while she pursued her grandiose goals. The problem is that most of those huge goals entailed marrying wealthy people and enjoying a lavish lifestyle. She did that too for a while. She met Luca, a 42-year-old millionaire, at a posh wine tasting event. She would crash those, appearing to be more important than she was. The guy was wealthy and came from a respectable Italian family. Ma and Pop were overjoyed that their little princess had finally gotten the life she deserved. They arranged this massive wedding that Pop literally depleted his funds for, because God forbid Bianca didn't receive everything she desired. I remember standing there in my rented tux watching her marry this poor fool and thinking, well, at least she'll be someone else's problem now. Boy, was I mistaken. Fast forward 5 years and everything went wrong. Luca filed for divorce out of nowhere. I had my suspicions, so it wasn't exactly out of nowhere. See, she kept mentioning the personal trainer at her gym. Always messaging. Always finding excuses to spend more time there. I never said anything, since you know how Italian families are about such things. But I'm quite sure Luca saw her doing more than simply Pilates, if you get what I mean. The divorce was ugly, just like tossing plates in restaurants is terrible. Yes, she actually did it. I created the local paper and everything. Luca had a good lawyer and a solid prenup. He's a smart guy. Bianca received little more than monthly support for their 9-year-old daughter, Gianna. That's when the real fun began. Bianca was a disaster. She lacked real-world skills since she had spent years playing trophy wife. She and Gianna needed a place to stay and money to get by. In a normal family, the parents would step in to help their daughter get back on her feet. Nope. Ma and Pop suddenly decided now was the time to celebrate their golden years. They had recently retired and were planning all these excursions to Italy to reconnect with their roots or something. They basically informed Bianca that they couldn't help because they had to find themselves. Or something like that. Remember how you spent all of your wedding savings? Yeah, it appears that was their only contribution to her adult life. So guess who volunteered? Yes, your boy Rocca. That's me. Not my true name, but close enough. Because I am the one with a steady job and no responsibilities. Their words. Apparently, being single means that I have nothing better to do than support my sister. Initially, it was just supposed to be temporary. Just until I find a job, Rocca. Just help with groceries for a few months, Rocca. Gianna needs new school supplies, Rocca. You're acquainted with the process. Before I knew it, I was paying her rent. $1,600 per month for a decent place because, God forbid, Bianca lived in a standard apartment. Utilities, grocery costs, and extras for Gianna. Did the kid require a laptop for school? Uncle Rocca has got it. Dance classes? Uncle Rocca will cover it. Birthday parties? You guessed it. I kept reminding myself it was for Gianna. The kid is amazing, smart, sweet, and nothing like her mother. It's hardly her fault that her mother is a train wreck, right? Furthermore, in Italian families you are expected to help the family no matter what. Ma instilled in us as children the value of family first and foremost. It's odd how that only seemed to apply to assisting Bianca, not myself. This carried on for 5 years. I've spent the last 5 years watching my savings evaporate. I skipped my personal vacations for 5 years because Bianca required help with Gianna's summer camp. Bianca has spent 5 years staring down her nose at me while living off my money. What is the worst part? Bianca pretended she was doing me a favor by allowing me to assist, as if she was giving me a purpose in life or something. She'd make these small remarks at family dinners about how nice it was that I was so invested in them. She always spoke in this tone, as if she were talking about a kid's lemonade sale. But hey, I was raised to believe that family supports family. So I clenched my teeth and continued writing the checks. I kept telling myself it was only temporary. So about a year ago, Bianca finally found a decent job, like really decent. Some human resource positions at a pharmaceutical company, benefits, pay, and the overall package. I believe it was approximately $65,000 per year. Not quite raking in money, but far superior than the miscellaneous consulting work she claimed to be doing previously. Spoiler, she wasn't really consulting anyone. I figured this was it, my moment to gradually step back from being her personal ATM. I assured her I'd be there for her for a few months while she adjusted to her new work, Be a good brother and all that. Make sure the adjustment goes smoothly for Gianna's sake. That's when things turned weird. First, Bianca showed up to Sunday dinner wearing these beautiful shoes. Then a flashy new phone. Then she got a whole new wardrobe because her previous clothing were clearly not professional enough for her new work. Whatever, correct? Perhaps she received a signing bonus or something. However, the situation continued to escalate. Every week, she arrives at Mom and Pop's house with some new expensive item, fancy handbags, jewelry, and even mentioned attending this really expensive gym because her previous one didn't have the right atmosphere. Meanwhile, I am still paying her rent and utilities since she kept insisting she needed a little more time to save. A quick side note. Sunday dinners are considered sacred in our family. Miss 1, and Ma acts as if you committed a crime against humanity. So every week I had to sit there and witness this circus, Bianca flaunting her new clothes, Ma and Pop beaming at their lovely princess getting back on her feet, and me discreetly calculating how much of my money went toward her rent versus her shopping spree. Aunt Teresa, a 64-year-old woman, was the only one who appeared to sense something was wrong. She would give me these looks across the table as if she knew I was ready to lose it. Thank God for her, by the way. She is the only sane member in our family outside me. So, this continued on for several months. Bianca is becoming more and more entitled, while I am becoming increasingly frustrated. Then came the Sunday that caused me to snap. We are all seated around the table. Myself, Bianca, Gianna, Ma, Pop, and Aunt Teresa. Ma made her delicious lasagna, which Bianca usually complains is too high in calories. Everything is normal now, right? Bianca is bragging about something work-related. Pop is discussing their forthcoming trip to Sicily, and Gianna is fiddling with her phone under the table. Afterwards, Bianca says this terrible thing. "Oh, I'm thinking of getting this gorgeous Gucci bag I saw. It's only $500 and it would be perfect for client meetings." I nearly choked on my wine. $500 for a stinking purse, and I'm still paying her $1,600 rent? I truly tried to be calm. I asked her casually, "That's a lot for a purse when you're still getting help with bills, don't you think?" I still hear her response in my head. She chuckles as if I were a foolish kid and says, "Don't be cheap, Rocca. A professional needs to look professional." Cheap, she called me cheap. I hadn't bought new work boots in 2 years because her rent ate into my budget. I missed my closest friend's wedding in Vegas because she needed money for Gianna's summer camp. I hadn't been on a true date in months because every spare dime was spent on her emergency. The worst part was that she didn't even say it. It was everyone else's response. Ma and Pop suddenly became quite interested in their plates. Gianna was uncomfortable. Poor kids are used to their mother's nonsense by now. Only Aunt Teresa appeared to be about to say something, but I spoke first. I set down my fork slowly, took a drink of wine, and simply let it all out. I don't yell around Gianna, just the cold, harsh truth. "Let's talk about cheap, Bianca. Let's talk about how I've been paying your rent for 5 years while you buy designer crap. Let's talk about how our parents won't help because they're too busy finding themselves in Italy. Let's talk about how you look down on my simple job while living off it." The room went completely silent. You might have heard a meatball drop. Then I said what was really important. I'm done. No more rent, no more utilities, no more groceries, no more nothing. You've got a good job, great. Time to be an actual adult and pay your own bills. Bianca's expression changed into 5 different emotions in 2 seconds. Astonished, angry, afraid, and attempting to figure out if I was serious. Aunt Teresa actually began slowly clapping. "Way to go, Rocca. Right there at the table." Ma looked like she was about to faint. Pop would not even look at me. I got my jacket and headed for the door, but I came back for one more shot. "And Bianca, that $500 purse? Maybe spend it on rent instead, because I mean it. I'm done being your bank." Then I walked out. Aunt Teresa followed me, hugged me, and told me how glad she was that someone was finally standing up to Bianca's BS. Bianca would have blown up my phone with angry texts or voicemails, right? That is her regular move. She once texted me 47 times because I was 10 minutes late picking up Gianna from dance class. But nah, complete radio silence. For a week there was nothing but silence. Strangely, the silence affected me more than her yelling. I kept checking my phone, expecting to find missed calls or anything. Even my WhatsApp family group, yes, we have one. It's typically just Ma sending odd prayer chains and food photos. Was absolutely quiet. Aunt Teresa did, however, write me a private message stating, "They'll get over it. You did the right thing." I skipped the following Sunday dinner. I texted Ma that I had to work, which wasn't entirely false. I had picked up an extra shift. I could just feel her displeasure over the phone. She responded passive-aggressively. "That's fine. Gianna asked about you, but work is more important than family. I understand." That's the classic Italian mom guilt trip right there. Then about 9:30 p.m. on Wednesday, someone starts hammering on my door. I'm already in my sweatpants, half sleeping on the couch watching the game. When I opened up, Ma and Pop were standing there, as if I had personally canceled Christmas. Ma barges in without even saying hello. Typical. Starts pacing around my living room in her church attire. They'd probably come straight from evening mass. Pop simply stands there with that disappointed parent expression he's mastered over the years. "We need to talk about Bianca," Ma says, as if she's going to begin peace talks or something. I get a Coke from the fridge and give them some. They both give me that look, as if I had suggested we loot the bank. "Fine. More for me." "She's struggling, Rocca," Pop eventually admits. "Gianna doesn't deserve to suffer because of your stubbornness." I almost spat out my soda. What's with my stubbornness? "Let me get this straight," I say, trying to maintain my voice level. "You two, who've been on cruises and wine tours instead of assisting your own daughter, want to lecture me about causing Gianna pain?" Ma's face has that expression when she appears to be sucking a lemon. "That is not fair. We are retired. We've worked hard all our lives. You're young, you have a wonderful career, and Bianca is your sister." "Sister," I respond. "But I guess that only matters when it's convenient, right?" This sets off the whole thing. Ma begins ranting about family responsibilities, how I'm callous, and how Gianna is an innocent child. Pop keeps making tiny comments about how this isn't how they raised me. What is the best part? They hit me with a diamond. "We don't enable her the way you do. She needs to learn responsibility." I lost it. Like, absolutely lost it. Started laughing right in their faces. Oh, now she has to learn responsibility. Where was this attitude 5 years ago when I began paying her bills? Where was this while she was spending my money on fancy crap? "Ma, this is such convenient timing." Pop attempts to interrupt with some nonsense about how I'm being chilly, and how this isn't like me. I simply stepped to my door and held it open. "Thanks for stopping by," I say. "But this is how it will be from now on. Bianca wants to behave like an adult. It's time to pay bills like one." They left, murmuring Italian under their breath. Always a clue that they are furious. Ma didn't even try to force leftovers on me, which in Italian mom speak means I'm dead to her. Aunt Teresa contacted me the following morning. Apparently Bianca had been wailing to everyone about how she might have to move to a risky neighborhood, aka somewhere without a Whole Foods nearby, after her nasty brother cut her off. Ma and Pop had been making the rounds at church, telling everyone about their once sweet son who had abandoned his family. But here's the deal. Aunt Teresa learned from a friend at the salon that Bianca had been talking about a lavish vacation she was preparing. A spa weekend or whatever. With what money? That is what I wanted to know. Then, Friday night I received this call from Bianca. Her voice is all nice, just like when she used to trick me into buying her stuff when we were younger. "Just wanted to let you know I'm moving out of the apartment next month," she says, as if we're having a regular chat. "What? Cannot afford it without me?" I inquire, possibly sounding more arrogant than I should. Her laughter sends chills down my spine. "Oh, I can afford it. I've just found something better." It turns out that she's moving in with Ma and Pop. They offered Gianna their guest room so she wouldn't have to live in a terrible apartment. Bianca sounded delighted with herself, as if she had won a game. Next month I received a call from my accountant. He told me to check my credit report right away. Apparently my sister used my information to set up additional bank accounts. I quickly signed into my Experian account. My hands were shaking so much that I had to type my password 3 times. Guys, what I saw nearly made me throw up. Over the past 6 months, 4 new credit cards have been opened in my name. 4. Everything is maxed out. We're talking thousands of dollars in charges to places I'd never heard of, including Saks Fifth Avenue, Nordstrom, and some upscale boutiques in the city. Even flight tickets to Miami. I guess that explains her work trip last month. What is the total damage? $23,400. Let that sink in. $23,000. That's nearly what I had saved for a down payment on a home, all gone because my sister decided to engage in identity theft. I'm not proud of what occurred next, but I absolutely lost it. I threw my phone across the room, thank God for decent cases. I punched a wall. Yeah, I know, smart move. My hand still hurts. Then I sat on my kitchen floor experiencing what felt like a panic attack. She's known as Aunt Teresa since she's the only one in this family who has common sense. It's approximately 11 p.m. At this point, she notices the second ring. When I tell her what Bianca did, she begins cursing in Italian, the kind of stuff Nana would have cleansed our mouths with soap for. "You need to call the police," she replies. But here's the thing. Bianca has Gianna. What happens if I press charges against my niece? She's the only innocent person in this mess. I spent the entire night going over the charges. Designer spa treatments. Fancy eateries. This woman was enjoying the high life on my credit card while I was eating ramen to save money. There were even fees for Gianna's private school tuition, which explains why Bianca abruptly ceased asking me for school expenditures. The next morning, after about 2 hours of sleep and enough espresso to kill a horse, I called a lawyer. Guy specializes in identity theft cases. My consultation cost $400, but it was well worth it. Here's the fun part. Bianca didn't even try to disguise her tracks. Every single order was delivered to her address. She utilized her personal phone number and email address for the accounts. The lawyer described it as one of the most clear-cut cases of identity theft he'd encountered. With this proof, he says she faces significant charges, but there is always a but. Since she is family, perhaps we could try negotiating first. He proposes that we send her a formal letter seeking complete payback before taking the criminal path. Allow her one chance to correct this before I damage her life more than she deserves. I think about Gianna, and I agree. So I called Bianca. My hands are shaking again, but this time with wrath. "Hey, Johnny," she says cheerfully as if nothing is amiss. "How's my favorite?" I shut her off. I know about credit cards. There is no more sound. Then, I can explain. Shut up. Just shut up for once in your life and listen. My voice is so frigid that I barely recognize it. My ex-wife left me and our kids to find herself. 9 years later, she stormed their school, lied to staff, and had to be escorted out by police. 9 years ago, when my son Liam was 6 and my daughter Sophie was 4, my ex-wife Rachel made a decision that would radically alter all of our lives. We had been going through a difficult period in our marriage, which wasn't totally her fault because I was working long hours and maybe wasn't the most attentive spouse. However, we were both trying to make things work for our families. Rachel's difficulty began when she started spending time with a group of friends from her yoga class. Women who were either divorced or had never been married appeared to have strong feelings about traditional family structures and the limits that marriage and motherhood imposed on a woman's personal development. These friends, particularly a woman named Maya, who had left her own family years before and was living what she called her authentic life, traveling the country in a converted van, began to fill Rachel's mind with ideas about how she was wasting her youth by being bogged down by domestic responsibilities. At first, I assumed it was a phase and encouraged her to go on weekend trips with these pals, even volunteering to take on more childcare responsibilities so she could explore her interests freely. However, rather than improving our relationship, this exacerbated it, because the more time she spent away from home, the more distant she grew from me and the kids, and the more persuaded she became that she had made a terrible mistake by marrying and having children so young. The breaking point occurred during what I believed would be a family holiday to the beach. Rather than enjoying our time together, Rachel spent most of the trip on the phone with Maya and her friends, discussing how stuck she felt and how she needed to make huge changes before it was too late. Rachel told me on our last night at the beach after the kids had gone to bed, that she had decided to leave us and start over somewhere fresh, where she could discover who she truly was without the constraints of family life. She stated that Maya had offered her a residence in California and that she believed it would be best for everyone if she simply withdrew from our life rather than continue to be a source of unhappiness. I was absolutely saddened and did everything to persuade her to continue with marriage counseling, individual treatment, temporary separation, and even an open marriage. But her mind was made up and she saw any attempt to change her opinion as an attempt to control her and keep her from living her genuine life. The worst aspect was seeing how bewildered and heartbroken Liam and Sophie were when Rachel told them she was moving away for a bit and would be staying with me. Though she vowed that this did not mean she loved them any less and that she would return to visit as soon as she was settled, Liam continued wondering if he had done anything wrong to cause Mommy to want to leave, while Sophie wailed and begged Rachel not to leave. After Rachel departed, I found myself as a single father of 2 small children, dealing with abandonment issues and continually wondering when their mother would return home, all while processing my own feelings of betrayal and sadness. The first few months were difficult as I figured out how to balance employment, childcare, household chores, and my emotional well-being, all while assisting Liam and Sophie in navigating their emotions and trying to provide stability in their lives. Rachel called on occasion over the first year, generally late at night when she had been drinking and felt bad. However, these chats were confusing and harmful for the children since she would make promises about visiting that she never kept. I eventually changed our phone number and requested her to stop calling because the intermittent communication was making things worse for Liam and Sophie, who would get their hopes up only to be disappointed when she left again. Around 3 years after Rachel departed, I met my present wife Dana at a school fundraiser, where she was helping as Sophie's teacher. And what began as a friendship evolved into something deeper. Dana was extremely understanding of my baggage and the difficulties of dating someone whose children are still traumatized by their mother's leaving. What impressed me the most about Dana was how organically she connected with Liam and Sophie, never attempting to replace their mother or force a bond, but simply being present and constant in such a way that they gradually came to trust her. She would help Sophie with her homework, attend Liam's soccer games, and gradually integrate into our daily routines without feeling forced. After nearly 2 years of dating, Dana and I began discussing adoption. Dana was determined to be a parent, regardless of what occurred between her and me. The adoption process was simple because Rachel had practically vanished and made no attempt to maintain touch or provide financial assistance, which was legally considered abandonment. When the adoption was completed last year, it was one of the best days of our lives. Liam and Sophie, now 15 and 13, have developed into great teenagers who have formed a strong attachment with Dana, whom they refer to as Mom, without urging from us. They recall their birth mother, but those memories have faded and been replaced by the reality of their current family. And they see Rachel as a character from the distant past, rather than someone who is currently relevant to their lives. Rachel appeared at our front door 3 weeks ago, looking older but otherwise unchanged, claiming she had been thinking about us constantly and had finally realized that leaving was the biggest mistake of her life, and that she wanted to return and be a part of our family again. She explained that she had spent 9 years traveling the country, working various jobs, exploring different lifestyles and relationships in an attempt to find herself, but nothing had provided the satisfaction she expected, and she had gradually realized that the happiness she was looking for had always been right here with us. I was surprised to see her because I thought she had moved on entirely. I invited her in for coffee and asked Dana to come home early so that we could discuss how to deal with this together. Dana was wonderfully cordial, despite her discomfort with Rachel's unexpected reappearance. Rachel appeared really sorry and admitted she had made a terrible mistake, but she also had unrealistic expectations about being able to just return to our lives as if the previous 9 years had never happened. She expressed a desire to spend time with Liam and Sophie, take them on outings, help them with homework, attend school activities, and gradually re-establish the mother-child relationship she had abandoned. The real test came when Liam and Sophie returned home from school and discovered their biological mother sitting in the living room. The children's emotions were fast and obvious. Liam became obviously agitated and questioned Rachel why she had returned and whether she wanted them to simply forget everything and welcome her back, while Sophie hid behind Dana and refused to look at Rachel. Both children made it plain that they had no desire to have a relationship with Rachel and considered Dana to be their natural mother. Rachel was upset by their rejection and attempted to explain that she understood their outrage and was prepared to take things carefully. But Liam intervened, saying there was nothing she could do to compensate for the 9-year absence and that they already had a mother who cared for them. After Rachel left, Dana and I had a lengthy chat with the kids about what they wanted us to do, emphasizing that we would support whatever decision they made and that they should not feel compelled to have a connection with Rachel if they did not wish to. Both Liam and Sophie were insistent that they wanted nothing to do with Rachel, didn't want her coming to our house or contacting them at school, and asked us to make sure she realized they were content with their existing family and didn't need her. So this is where I might be the boy. I phoned Rachel and informed her that, while I understood her desire to reconnect, the kids had expressed their feelings clearly, and I would respect their wishes rather than force them into a relationship against their choice. I explained that they were old enough to make their own decisions about who they wanted in their life, and that after 9 years of having a solid family with Dana, they didn't want to break it for someone who had voluntarily left. Rachel grew enraged and accused me of poisoning the children against her, stopping her from exercising her parental rights, and threatening legal action to compel visits or seek partial custody. Though I'm not sure she has any legal standing after abandoning them and allowing Dana to adopt them, I honestly don't know if I'm doing the correct thing. And I keep second-guessing myself because, while I believe Rachel's sudden desire to be a mother again stems from guilt rather than genuine care for Liam and Sophie's well-being, I wonder if I'm depriving them of the opportunity to connect with their original mother. So, Reddit, AITA for supporting my children's decision to shun contact with their original mother, or should I be urging them to give her another chance? Update 1, quick update for those following along, because things have changed in unexpected ways, and I could use some more perspective on how we're dealing with Rachel's ongoing attempts to inject herself into our family's lives. After reading your sensible comments, I decided to schedule consultations with a family attorney and an adoption therapist to ensure I was approaching this with Liam and Sophie's best interests in mind, rather than simply responding emotionally. The legal session was extremely informative and a big relief because the attorney confirmed what many of you had suggested. Rachel's legal rights as a parent were essentially terminated when she abandoned the children, and Dana was free to adopt them without Rachel's permission. In our jurisdiction, parental rights can be revoked for abandonment if a parent has not communicated for more than a year and has failed to provide financial assistance, both of which plainly apply to Rachel. Practically speaking, Rachel has no legal standing to demand visitation or custody, and any attempt to challenge the adoption would require her to demonstrate that she was prevented from maintaining contact against her will, which is obviously not the case because she chose to leave and made no effort to stay in touch. I phoned Rachel to have a straight chat about the truth of the issue, believing that if I communicated the legal realities and the children's choices, she would recognize that continuing with this would be pointless and potentially damaging. The talk did not proceed as planned, but it did provide insight into Rachel's thoughts. When I explained that adoption had legally terminated her parental rights, Rachel became enraged and accused me of using legal jargon to keep her separated from her children, as if the adoption was a bureaucratic ruse rather than a natural result of her neglect. What became evident was that Rachel had created a narrative about her leaving that minimized her culpability while emphasizing external causes such as her friends' recommendations and mental health issues. She continued referring to leaving as something that happened to her rather than a decision she made, and she appeared shocked that there would be long-term effects. She also had excessive hopes for repairing ties with Liam and Sophie, mentioning her desire to take them on excursions and assist with college plans, as if the previous 9 years had been a minor interruption rather than the majority of their conscious memories. When I explained that both children had made it clear that they did not want contact and that I would respect their wishes, Rachel burst into tears, saying she understood their anger, but was a different person now and deserved a chance to prove she could be the mother they needed. Instead of threatening legal action, Rachel inquired whether there was any way to contact Liam and Sophie indirectly, such as through letters or phone conversations, so that she could apologize without forcing them to meet in person. I assured her I would talk to Dana and the kids about it, emphasizing that any communication would be fully voluntary and could end at any point if it became unpleasant. When I brought this up with Liam and Sophie, their reactions were varied but just as strong. Sophie determined after several family discussions and a therapy session that she would accept Rachel's phone number and possibly chat on occasion. But only if Rachel knew that this did not imply Sophie desired a relationship or was open to in-person encounters. Liam remained adamantly opposed to any contact, and I made it clear to Rachel that she had to follow his decision entirely. So I gave Rachel Sophie's phone number yesterday, and Liam agreed to offer his number as well, but he made it clear that he was not pledging to answer calls and might change his mind at any time. I also put clear limits on when and how frequently Rachel might call, asking her to limit contact to once or twice a week and to avoid calling during school hours or late at night. Rachel was extremely happy for this compromise and vowed to respect the kids' boundaries and not press them for more interaction than they were comfortable with. Though I'm uncertain that she'll actually adhere to these restrictions, given how eager she seemed to want to reconnect, I'm not sure whether I made the correct decision. Part of me is concerned that any interaction may give Rachel false optimism that she would be able to work her way back into a more major role, leading to further disappointment and conflict. At the same time, I don't want to make this decision for Liam and Sophie, especially when Sophie showed genuine interest in limited contact. I guess we'll see how this goes. But I wanted to inform everyone who has been following our situation and let you know that your advice about prioritizing the children's mental well-being has been quite helpful. Update 2. As I noted in my previous report, we had agreed to allow Rachel limited phone contact, with the understanding that communication would be purely voluntary and that she would adhere to our established frequency and scheduling guidelines. For the first few days, it appeared to operate fairly effectively. Rachel contacted Sophie twice this week, and she answered both times, engaging in brief but polite chats about school and her interests. Sophie later told me that the chat seemed awkward and forced and she didn't know what to say to someone who was essentially a stranger, but kept referring to herself as Sophie's mother. Liam kept his word and refused to answer Rachel's calls, finally blocking her phone after she called numerous times in one day, which I thought was a sensible method to preserve his boundaries. The problem began this week, when Sophie, dealing with midterm exams and a big presentation she was nervous about, stopped answering Rachel's calls because she was busy studying and didn't have the emotional energy for what she described as awkward conversations with someone who doesn't really know me. Instead of understanding that a 13-year-old may have other priorities, Rachel became increasingly anxious about not reaching Sophie and began calling more frequently. Sophie showed me some of these voicemails, which were troubling since Rachel seemed very passionate and almost frantic, stressing about how much she missed Sophie and how essential these discussions were to her mental health and hopes of mending their relationship. One letter particularly disturbed me because Rachel stated that she had been looking forward to their conversations all week, and that not hearing from Sophie was bringing back all of her feelings of loss and sorrow. When I asked Sophie about the voicemails, she revealed that they were making her feel guilty and worried, and that she was beginning to regret agreeing to any contact since she thought Rachel expected more than she could or would give. She admitted that talking to Rachel seemed like homework rather than something she wanted to do. I informed Sophie that she owed Rachel nothing and that she could stop receiving calls at any time without feeling guilty. And we agreed she would take a break from phone communication to focus on her academics and give herself time to consider whether she wanted to continue with this arrangement. But instead of respecting Sophie's need for space or asking me why calls weren't being answered, Rachel made a decision that absolutely shattered any trust I had in her ability to prioritize the children's needs over her own. Yesterday afternoon, I received a call from Sophie's school counselor informing me that an unknown woman had arrived at the school claiming to be Sophie's mother and demanding to see her, and that the school had to call security when the woman became agitated and refused to leave when told she was not authorized to visit Sophie. Apparently, Rachel went to the school office around lunch and informed the secretary that she was Sophie's biological mother and needed to meet with her daughter due to a family emergency. When school personnel examined their records and discovered that Dana was listed as Sophie's mother in emergency contact, they informed Rachel that she could not see Sophie without formal consent. According to the counselor, Rachel grew enraged and began arguing with staff, claiming that there had been an error in their records, that she was Sophie's biological mother and had every right to see her kid, and that the school was interfering with her parental rights. Rachel appears to have attempted to hunt for Sophie on her own, strolling down corridors and looking into classes, prompting the school to call security and, eventually, police to accompany her off campus. Sophie was clearly unhappy and embarrassed when I picked her up from school, and she kept questioning why Rachel had gone to her school, and whether Rachel would continue to show up in places where Sophie was supposed to feel safe. She also stated that she felt it was somehow her fault for not returning Rachel's calls, which broke my heart because a 13-year-old should never feel accountable for an adult's inappropriate actions. I immediately contacted Rachel and told her unequivocally that attending Sophie's school was utterly unacceptable, that she had breached every limit we had set and undermined our faith in her. I stated that Sophie had been terrified by her actions, which had resulted in the very drama we were attempting to prevent. Rachel's reaction was defensive and emotional, stating she was worried about Sophie because she hadn't heard from her in several days and just wanted to make sure Sophie was okay, and that she hadn't meant to put her under pressure with the voicemails. She stated she had no intention of causing trouble and had informed the school there was a family emergency since she didn't know how else to gain Sophie's attention. When I pointed out that there was no family emergency and that she had essentially lied to school officials and attempted to circumvent safety protocols, Rachel said that not being able to communicate with her daughter felt like an emergency to her, and she didn't understand why everyone was making this so difficult when all she wanted was a relationship with her children. This response demonstrated how profoundly Rachel misunderstood the situation and how self-centered her approach has been. She sees any impediment to immediate access to Liam and Sophie as an unfair violation of her rights as a mother, rather than acknowledging that her children are persons with their own feelings and rights to privacy and safety. I informed Rachel that her behavior at school had precluded any potential of ongoing phone communication, and that she needed to stay completely away from our family, including not showing up anywhere where the kids could be. I also told her that if she crossed these boundaries again, I would file a restraining order. Rachel became enraged and began crying, accusing me of being cruel and exploiting her mistake to punish her and keep her separated from her children indefinitely. But I made it obvious that this was not about punishment. It was about protecting Liam and Sophie from someone who had demonstrated an inability to respect their autonomy or put their well-being ahead of her own. Following the incident, both children have made it clear that they do not want to contact Rachel again. Sophie appears relieved that she no longer has to worry about meeting Rachel's standards. I'm honestly punishing myself for agreeing to any contact at all, because I should have realized that someone who abandoned her children for 9 years and then showed up wanting an immediate relationship most likely had the emotional stability to accept sensible boundaries. I'll keep you posted on whether Rachel maintains the no-contact boundary or if we need to seek legal protection. But for the time being, we're focused on making Liam and Sophie feel safe and secure, as well as reminding them that Rachel's behavior is not their responsibility. Update 3. Following the school incident described in my previous update, we implemented strict no contact with Rachel and made it clear to both kids that they no longer needed to worry about managing her expectations and could focus on their normal lives without the stress of navigating a relationship with someone who had demonstrated an inability to respect their boundaries. For about a week, this seemed to work well, and both Liam and Sophie appeared happy to have the matter settled in a way that allowed them to move forward without constant worry about whether Rachel would call or show up suddenly. However, Sophie approached me and Dana on Friday evening with a request that astonished both of us, and that I'm still not convinced we handled properly. Sophie told us that she had been thinking about Rachel's voicemail from before the school incident, and that while she didn't want to have an ongoing relationship with Rachel, she felt she needed to call her once to clearly explain her decision and tell Rachel directly that she didn't want any further contact, rather than having me communicate this message on her behalf. Sophie expressed guilt about how things had ended, with Rachel being escorted off school grounds, and then informed through me that all contact had been terminated, and that she believed Rachel deserved to hear directly from Sophie why she did not want a relationship, even if the conversation was difficult and final. Dana and I went over this extensively with Sophie, making sure she understood that she didn't owe Rachel an explanation, and that protecting her own well-being was more important than controlling Rachel's emotions. We also discussed the risk that calling Rachel would offer her false hope, or that Rachel would take advantage of the situation to pressure Sophie for greater contact. Sophie was, however, quite clear about her goals, and appeared to have properly considered the potential hazards. She claimed she wanted to tell Rachel that while she didn't hate her and understood Rachel's remorse for leaving, the harm had been done, and too much time had passed for them to form the mother-daughter bond Rachel seemed to desire. We agreed that the call would be made on speakerphone so Dana and I could monitor it and help if necessary, and Sophie would have a written list of points to make so she wouldn't get sidetracked if Rachel became emotional. The call took place on Saturday afternoon, and it went both better and worse than we expected. Sophie was extremely mature in explaining her feelings to Rachel, telling her that she appreciated Rachel's apologies and desire to make amends, but that she had built a life and family without Rachel, and she didn't want to change that or jeopardize the security and happiness she had found with Dana as her mother. Rachel, to her credit, listened without interrupting or arguing, and appeared to accept Sophie's final decision. She informed Sophie that she was pleased of the person Sophie had become, and that she was delighted Sophie had found happiness and security, even if it wasn't through her. However, near the end of the interview, Rachel grew extremely upset and informed Sophie that she understood why Sophie didn't want her in her life, and that she was aware that she had made irreversible choices that had lost her the opportunity to be a mother to her children. She stated that she had hoped that returning and apologizing would compensate for the years she had missed, but that she now realizes that some damage and choices cannot be undone. Rachel's tone at this section was especially disturbing since it sounded definitive and hopeless, as if she was saying goodbye not only to the chance of a relationship with Sophie, but to everything else as well. She continued saying how she had ruined everything and that she did not deserve to be happy after what she had done. Sophie handled this maturely, focusing on her own decisions rather than attempting to soothe Rachel, although I could tell she was saddened by Rachel's depressed tone. Rachel closed the call by thanking Sophie for being brave enough to speak to her personally, wishing Sophie a good life, and apologizing for all the suffering her homecoming had caused. Sophie told Rachel that she'd forgiven her for leaving and hoped Rachel found happiness in her own life, but they would not speak again. Sophie looked relieved to have had the conversation and satisfied that she had been able to express her views clearly and respectfully, even though she was emotionally exhausted and spent the rest of the weekend processing her feelings with Dana and myself. We believed that this talk gave Sophie and Rachel the closure they needed to go on with their separate lives, and that, while emotionally painful, it was ultimately a healthy way to close this chapter. But then, this past Tuesday morning, I received a phone call that changed everything and made me wonder if we should have approached this problem differently from the start. The call came from a hospital social worker in the city where Rachel has been living, informing me that Rachel had been admitted to their psychiatric unit following what appeared to be a suicide attempt and that I was listed as her emergency contact from when we were married, despite the fact that we had been divorced for 9 years. According to the social worker, Rachel overdosed on prescription medication on Monday night and was discovered by her landlord after failing to pay her rent. She had written a note apologizing for the anguish she had caused her family and admitting that she had lost her children forever and could not live with the guilt and remorse of her decisions. I was utterly surprised and frightened by this news, and my initial thought was that Sophie's phone conversation had somehow caused Rachel's suicide attempt, and that I was guilty for putting Rachel in a dangerous mental condition by supporting Sophie's choice to discontinue communication forever. I've just told Dana thus far. I then called the hospital social worker to describe our family situation, which included Rachel abandoning the children 9 years ago and any contact with her being painful and destabilizing for them. I instructed the social worker to tell Rachel that while we hoped she would receive the necessary mental health therapy, we would not be visiting or participating in her care in any manner. I also gave the social worker the contact information for Rachel's sister, who lives across the country but may be able to provide family support during Rachel's recovery, because I felt Rachel shouldn't be completely alone during this crisis, even if we couldn't provide it ourselves. The social worker was very understanding of our situation and assured me that the hospital staff would not pressure us to have contact with Rachel against our will, but would instead focus on connecting her with appropriate mental health resources and support systems that did not involve her children. It's been a few days since that phone call, and I'm still wondering if we could have handled this situation differently, if there were warning signs we overlooked, and if protecting my children from Rachel's instability was worth the risk that she would harm herself as a result of feeling completely rejected. I wanted to update everyone who has been following our story because this development clearly alters the nature of the situation, and I'm hoping that sharing our experience will be beneficial to other families dealing with similar challenges involving estranged parents who want to reconnect with children who have moved on with their lives. Stepmom demanded I pay $800 rent, so I evicted her, her 2 freeloader kids, and took back the $1,200,000 house my grandparents secretly left me. Edit. Holy crap, this just blew huge overnight. Thank you for all of the recognition and support. I will try to answer queries in the comments. Also, to those who claim this is bogus, I wish it were. LOL. And yes, I have proof. But I will not disclose it due to legal concerns. Edit 2. In case you're wondering, I'm 22, female. My father is 46, male. My stepmother Tracy is 43, female. My stepbro Brandon is 25, male. And my stepsister Sierra is 21. Yes, they are not their true names for obvious reasons. Okay, buckle up because this is going to be a lengthy one. Seriously, get some popcorn or something, because there's a lot to unpack here. I've been holding this for weeks, and just need to get it off my chest. Some background information is required first, and trust me, it will be useful later. I lost my mother to breast cancer when I was 8. It sucked, obviously, but we made it through. However, my father was absolutely wrecked, and he was scarcely able to function for the first year. By the way, my mother's parents are amazing saints and stepped up big time. They practically moved in with us to assist care for me while my father dealt with his loss and attempted to keep his business functioning. Quick remark regarding the house situation, because it will be very significant later. My grandparents were rather well off. Not very rich, but comfortable enough to purchase this massive 4-bedroom home in one of Boston's nicer districts. The plan was that we'd all live together so they could properly raise me. To be honest, that worked really well for a while. But then my father met Tracy, not her real name but it fits her perfectly, LOL, at a business conference in Chicago approximately 2 years after my mother died. He was there to grow his consultancy business or whatever, and she was working as an event coordinator. According to him, they simply clicked. Tracy must have seen an opportunity with a sad widower who ran his own business because she practically traveled across the nation to be with him after only knowing him for about 3 months. And to their astonishment, they married after 6 months of meeting. Talk about red flags. Here's where the fun begins. Tracy brought her 2 children with her. Brandon, now 25, was 11 years old and already a spoiled brat. Sierra, 21F now, was 7 years old and wasn't too horrible at first. But Tracy gradually transformed her into a mini clone of herself. My grandparents tried to be kind about it, but I overheard them late at night discussing how they didn't trust Tracy. They assumed she was only pursuing Dad's money. Plot twist. They were correct. But they kept quiet for Dad's sake, since he appeared joyful for the first time since Mom's death. The first few years were tough. Tracy began small with her BS comments about how the house was adorned. Old-fashioned, it wasn't. How the kitchen needed upgrading, it didn't. And how my grandparents were set in their ways. But then she became braver. She began moving furniture without permission, threw out some of Mom's old decorations, claiming they were accumulating dust, and gradually took over the home. My grandparents were too nice to say anything, and my father was too love-blind to notice. Then the tasks began. At first it was natural that everyone should help around the house, right? Except everyone became just me. Brandon was overly preoccupied with athletics. He struggled at basketball, but Tracy had Dad pay for individual coaching regardless. Sierra was too young, despite being only 1 year younger than me. By the time I was 12, I was doing the majority of the cooking and cleaning. Tracy would literally inspect the baseboards with her finger to see whether I had dusted correctly. Meanwhile, Brandon's room smelled like a mix of Axe body spray and old pizza, and Sierra's floor was continuously covered in clothes she was intending to put away. Here's the truly essential part, which I didn't know until recently. Grandma died in 2019 from heart difficulties, and Grandpa died just 3 months later because he couldn't live without her. They registered the residence in my name. Like, legally. It is all mine. They must have sensed this drama coming from a mile away and wished to protect me. But I had no idea about it. Nobody told me. Dad was aware, but I suppose he didn't believe it was necessary to mention. Spoiler, it was quite crucial. Tracy evidently didn't know either, or she would have sought to get her name on the deed somehow. So, for the past few years, I've effectively been living like a servant in my own home, cooking, cleaning, and washing everyone's laundry. Yes, including Brandon's stinky gym clothes. While Tracy sat on her ass watching Real Housewives and whining about how I loaded the dishwasher incorrectly. Brandon graduated from college 2 years ago. Barely. To be honest, I am very sure Dad paid someone off and hasn't worked since. He claims he's trying to be a content creator. However, his TikTok has only 200 followers and is mostly just him executing terrible dance moves. Badly. Sierra is in her 3rd year of college, ostensibly studying business but actually just partying and uploading pretty Instagram photos of her Starbucks cups. Dad pays for everything: her apartment near university, which she seldom uses because she is often at home, her car, which she has crashed twice, and her credit cards, which she maxes up every month. And there I was, working part-time at Starbucks, taking online classes, doing all the housekeeping and trying to save money because Tracy kept implying that I needed to start contributing to the household. The day everything went down began like any other bad day in my house. I just completed an 8-hour shift at Starbucks. Some Tracy, lowercase k, hey, yelled at me over almond milk. But that's another tale, and I was tired. But of course I had to return home and cook supper, lest Brandon get up from his gaming chair or Sierra put down her phone. I'm in the kitchen making this spaghetti recipe I discovered on TikTok NGL, and Tracy walks in, dressed in one of her apparently beautiful dresses. I'm pretty sure it came from Ross, but whatever. She has this look on her face that you recognize, like when a teacher notices you passing notes in class. Yes, the one. She takes a seat at the kitchen island and keeps a close eye on me while I prepare. I'm already on edge since she constantly finds something to complain about in my food. Last week there was an excess of garlic, which is practically impossible. The previous week it was excessively hot. Then she lays the bombshell on me. We need to have a serious discussion about your living situation. I'm like, what living situation? I have been here longer than you, lady. But she continues. Your father and I have been chatting, and we believe it is time you started paying rent. After all, you're working now, so it's not fair for you to live here for free while we cover all of your bills. Y'all. This woman's boldness. I'm genuinely standing there, wooden spoon in hand, sauce probably burning, trying to digest this BS. Meanwhile, I can hear Brandon upstairs yelling about his KD ratio and KOD while Sierra's TikTok sounds are coming from the living room. So I ask her, trying not to raise my voice because I'm petty but not foolish, what about Brandon and Sierra? Are they also paying rent? She does this thing where she dabs her mouth with a handkerchief even though she hasn't eaten anything, which she learned from Real Housewives ISTG. Then she strikes me with, well, that is different. They are my children, and they are still establishing themselves in life. Brandon is pursuing his content creation job, and Sierra is concentrating on her education. I almost laughed aloud. Brandon's content creation profession consists of lip-syncing to popular songs and playing Fortnite on Twitch for a total of 3 viewers, one of which is most likely his mother and the other an alt account. And Sierra's studies? The girl hasn't opened a textbook since freshman year orientation. But here's when it gets good. Tracy begins to set out her realistic rent requirements, $800 per month in this economy plus utilities, with the expectation that I continue to assist out around the house. I'm standing there stirring the pasta sauce when something inside me snaps. You know that scene in movies where everything goes silent and clear? It was like that. All the years of being treated like Cinderella, all the snarky remarks, all the extra duties, all the times I had to wash Brandon's crusty gym socks or pick up Sierra's artificial lashes from the bathroom floor, it all hit me at once. So I turn off the burner, safety first, set down the spoon and stare Tracy dead in her over-Botoxed expression. Let me get this straight, I say, my voice unusually calm. Brandon, who hasn't earned a single dollar since graduation and spends his days yelling at 12-year-olds on Xbox, doesn't have to pay rent. Sierra, who maxes out her credit cards buying Shein hauls and has never touched a vacuum in her life, doesn't have to pay rent, but I do. Tracy's face twitches strangely, which is most likely due to Botox interfering with her facial muscles. She starts talking about how I'm more established, how family helps family, and other nonsense she undoubtedly saw in a Facebook mom group. That was when I decided to detonate my own bomb. But first, I summoned everyone to the dining room. I told Tracy I wanted to talk about this because her family used deceptive tactics against her. Ha ha ha. Brandon complained about leaving his game while Sierra behaved as if getting off the couch was physical torment. But gradually everyone was seated at the table. I didn't mind that the pasta was chilly by this point. I'd already lost my appetite. Tracy begins explaining her plan to everyone, treating all officials as if she were the CEO. Brandon is smirking, most likely thinking about how he can spend his allowance on more V-Bucks now that I will be paying the bills. Sierra is capturing everything for her personal tale. The girl enjoys drama, as long as it doesn't include her. And that is when I did it. That's when I spoke the words that altered everything. I'm not paying rent because this house belongs to me. The hush that followed OMG. I wish I had recorded it, folks. I wish I had a photo of their faces. It was as if I had just spoken in an alien language. Brandon really stopped in the middle of his meal, his fork hanging there and spaghetti falling back into his plate. Gross. Sierra's jaw really dropped, and it was the first genuine look I had seen on her face since she found filters. But Tracy. Oh man. Tracy's reaction was priceless. You know the loading wheel that appears when your computer freezes. That was her face. Her brain seemed to be unable to grasp what I had just spoken. Then they all began laughing, like full-fledged hysterical laughter. Good one. Brandon snorts, pasta sauce dripping down his chin. Did you acquire that through TikTok or something? Sierra has already pulled out her phone, undoubtedly thinking this would be wonderful content for her Relatable Family Moments series, which has about 50 followers tops. Tracy is also attempting to laugh, but I can tell that panic is setting in. She has that face she gets when her credit card is refused at Nordstrom Rack, which happens more frequently than you may imagine. What are you talking about? She attempts to be dismissive, but her voice shakes. This house is mine and your father's. This is where things start to get good. I simply recline back in my chair, attempting to exude that calm villain spirit, you know. Also say, why don't you call and ask Dad? Tracy's fake nails began pounding on her iPhone screen so quickly that I thought she might fracture it. I kind of hoped she would, since guess who'd have to go get it fixed? GH. She puts it on speaker, like she always does. She enjoys an audience when she believes she is about to win an argument. The phone rings several times before Dad answers. He sounds fatigued, possibly because he was working while his stepson was developing his brand or something. Tracy's voice is pleasant and phony when she says Mark, as if she's trying to gain an upgrade at a hotel. Lucy is telling some interesting stories about the house. She says it belongs to her. That's not true, right? What about the stillness that followed? Deafening. You could literally hear my father clearing his throat when he was uncomfortable. He does it frequently around Tracy. Then finally, well, actually, my in-laws put the house in Lucy's name before they passed away. Boom. Tracy's face changed colors more than my previous mood ring, first with Claire's red, then white, and finally this strange greenish tint I'd never seen on a human before. What do you mean they put it in her name? She practically screams now. When were you going to tell me this? I didn't think it was that important, my father adds softly. To be honest, this is a typical dad move. Not important. Tracy is standing up now, her chair scraping against the floor. You didn't think it was important to tell me that your teenage daughter owns our house? She hangs up on him mid-sentence. The phone hit the table so hard that I believed the screen would fracture. Again, I hoped it would. Brandon is not laughing anymore. He becomes pale when he realizes that the game area he told me to leave was actually mine. Sierra is still recording, but her expression has changed to that of a deer in the headlights. I can almost feel the TikTok drafts getting destroyed in her mind. Tracy is breathing as if she had just run a marathon in her false Louboutins. She's trying to remain calm, but I can see her hands shaking. Well, she continues, trying to sound cool but failing miserably. This has clearly been a misunderstanding. Of course you don't have to pay rent, Lucy. Let's just forget this conversation happened. But here's something I didn't want to forget. I was done forgetting all the nonsense they had put me through over the years. Done being the family doormat. I'm tired of them living rent-free in my house and treating me like a personal maid, so I simply smiled and said, "Oh, we're definitely not forgetting this conversation. In fact, I paused for dramatic effect. What can I say? I've learned from the best. I think it's time we had a serious discussion about your living situation. Tracy's terrified expression, better than any Christmas present I have ever received. But wait, it gets even better. Because while they're all sitting there, processing their new reality, I can hear Tracy's phone vibrating with texts from my father. She is ignoring it, but I know exactly what is going on. He's undoubtedly panicking and texting her about all the legal paperwork my grandparents left, which proves everything I've just said. Okay, so after the nuclear dinner scene, I went to bed feeling really good about myself. Have you ever felt empowered to confront a high school bully? That's how I felt after multiplying it by 1,000. What about Tracy? Oh no, she was not done. Definitely not. So the next morning, as I'm about to go downstairs for breakfast, I hear Tracy's voice coming from the kitchen. She's on the phone with my father. On speaker. Because, of course. And guess what she is doing? Y'all. This woman is literally attempting to persuade my father to let me move out of my own house. Here's the conversation I overheard, which I captured on my phone. Because at this point, I trust these folks as far as I can throw them. Tracy. Mark, you have to do something about this problem. Your daughter is causing problems. Dad, sounding exhausted. What do you want me to do? Tracy. How about the out-of-state institutions she applied to? You could persuade her to attend one of them. Tell her that it will benefit her independence. I swear to God what chutzpah this woman has. She's actually out here trying to ship me off to another state so she can continue to live in my house rent-free. But wait, it gets better. Dad said, I don't know, Tracy. Tracy, in that sugary, honey voice she adopts when manipulating others. Think about it, Mark. She's young. She needs to experience life away from home. And honestly, pause. I'm worried about her mental health. All this anger she's carrying around, it's not healthy. Excuse me? The only thing harming my mental health is living with the bad stepmother from every Disney film combined. But here's the part that really grabbed me. He said, maybe you're right. I'll talk to her about moving out for college. It might be better for everyone. I literally had to bite my fist to stop shouting. My own father, whom I've lived with my entire life, who I cared for after Mom died, and who I cooked and cleaned for, has just agreed to try to push me out of my own home. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I proceeded into the kitchen as if I had not heard anything. Tracy almost dropped her phone when she saw me. She was still in her silk robe, probably phony like everything else about her, holding her world's best mom coffee mug, which Brandon and Sierra bought for her at the dollar store for Mother's Day, and she behaves like it's fine china. Good morning, sweetie, she says as if she isn't trying to get rid of me. I made coffee. First and foremost, she did not prepare coffee. Instead, she loaded a K-cup into the Keurig I purchased with my Starbucks money. Second, honey, since when? Brandon stumbles in, looking like a zombie, presumably up all night streaming to his 3 viewers, and Sierra follows shortly after, already fully camera ready. It takes her 2 hours every morning, I kid you not. We're all sitting there, having breakfast, which I made. Tracy doesn't know how to cook anything that doesn't come from a microwave, and the tension is so strong you could cut it with a knife. Brandon shovels cereal into his mouth while scrolling through TikTok. Sierra takes pictures of her untouched avocado toast for Instagram, and Tracy pretends to read emails on her phone. But I can tell she's actually looking up how to evict someone who owns your house. Tracy, you're not very subtle with the phone angle. That's when I started to have fun. Hey Tracy, I replied casually. I was thinking about what you said yesterday. About rent. She perks up like a meerkat, undoubtedly expecting me to back down. I suppose you're correct. People should pay rent to live here. The relief on her expression lasted only about 2 seconds before I dropped the bomb. So I have been conducting some calculations. Based on the market pricing in our area, I believe $1,200 per person is reasonable. That is $3,600 for you, Brandon and Sierra. Of course, that excludes utilities. Oh, there will be a security deposit. Chaos, total chaos. Brandon genuinely choked on his frosted flakes, while Sierra's avocado toast went face down on her new white crop top. Karma is real, people. And Tracy? Tracy appeared to be about to pass out. You can't be serious, she sputters. We are family. Oh, I am dead serious. And since you raised a family, I take out my phone, which has a tape of her morning conversation with Dad queued up. Let's speak about your little plot to ship me off to college. Brandon and Sierra are looking between us like they're watching a tennis match, and the color in her cheeks drained so quickly that I thought she'd pass out. So after I aired the recording of Tracy's phone call, things got crazy. Like Jerry Springer crazy. Tracy rushes up from her chair so quickly that she knocks over her treasured World's Best Mom cup, which fortunately did not break. She's doing this weird thing with her face, trying to seem angry. But her Botox is fighting back, and it's actually kind of funny. You've recorded me, she screeches. That's illegal. I simply smile and add, actually, we live in a one-party consent state. I checked. Also, my house and my regulations. Brandon is just sitting there with his mouth open, milk trickling down his chin. I suppose this guy never learned how to eat correctly. Sierra is hurriedly texting someone, most likely her TikTok group chat, where she pretends to be wealthy and unconcerned. Tracy begins pacing around the kitchen, her knockoff Gucci slides making that annoying flip-flop sound on the tile floor that I cleaned yesterday, and she's muttering something about calling her lawyer cousin, you know, the one who specializes in real estate law but only handles DUI cases in some strip mall office. Then she takes a different approach. Her voice becomes quiet and concerned, as if she's attempting to secure a refund without a receipt. Lucy, I understand you're upset, but what about this behavior? Yeah, it's unhealthy. Your father and I are only trying to help you. Perhaps some time away would be beneficial for you. There's this beautiful college in Michigan. I cut her off right then. Tracy, let me make something very clear. I'm not going anywhere. This is my house. The deed is in my name. And if anyone's going to be leaving, it won't be me. That was when she lost it. Completely. You ungrateful little... I won't mention what she called me, but it wasn't very world's best mom for her. She begins to rant about how she raised me as if I were her own by making me their maid, how she gave up everything to be a good stepmother by shopping at TJ Maxx rather than Nordstrom, and how I'm ripping this family apart. What family? Meanwhile, Brandon and Sierra are experiencing their own meltdowns. Brandon, please. This is bulls. I'm not paying rent. I'm about to blow up on Twitch. Narrator. He wasn't going to blow up on Twitch. Sierra is screaming. Daddy won't let you do this. He loves us more than this stupid house. Spoiler alert, he does not. I just sit there sipping my coffee, which I made because Tracy still doesn't know how to use the French press, and watching them plummet. It's as if every ounce of entitlement and privilege they've been hoarding is simply bursting forth. Tracy then takes out her trump card. She grabs her phone and calls my father again, undoubtedly expecting him to rush home and solve everything like he always does. But, plot twist. I've been messaging Dad all morning. Send him the recording. I explained everything. For the first time in his life, Dad is truly supporting me, kind of, in his own ineffective way. When he responds, he returns to speaker mode. Tracy is screaming, Mark, you need to come home right now. Your daughter is out of control. Dad, surprisingly firm. Tracy, we need to respect that it's her house. Maybe we should start looking for a new place. What about the stillness that followed? OMG. Brandon's brain cells could be heard struggling to digest this betrayal. All three of them. Tracy's face undergoes a fantastic journey of shock, rage, disbelief, and finally, fear. Real terror. Because it has now dawned on her that she is about to lose everything. The comfortable life. The free ride. She has been on a power trip for many years. This is when she makes her worst mistake. She turns towards me, gets right in my face and says, Listen here, you little bae, I don't care whose name is on the deed. This is my house. I've lived here for 12 years, and no spoiled brat is going to kick me out. I will make your life hell. Perfect. Just perfect. Because guess what? I've also been taping this entire chat. Not only that, but I had already spoken with a lawyer. Thanks to r/legal advice for the recommendations. It turns out that threatening the legal owner of your residence is not a good idea. Who knew? Okay, remember how I discussed speaking with a lawyer? Best decision ever. Turns out my grandparents did more than simply transfer the house in my name. They also set up the entire legal process. Trust? Estate? I'm not sure what legal terminology is, but it basically prevents anyone from contesting it. My lawyer actually laughed when she saw Tracy's legal threats in the texts I showed her. But let me back up a little. The day following Tracy's minor breakdown, I went nuclear. I served them all with legitimate eviction notices, including official court paperwork. Tracy's facial expression when she was served? Priceless. She attempted to refuse to take the documents, but apparently that is not how it works. Thank you, Reddit. Brandon's reaction was precisely as expected. He flung his gaming chair down the stairs, breaking it. Elmo karma. Sierra had a complete Instagram live tantrum. Congratulations on gaining almost 200 followers. What about Tracy? Oh man. Tracy became completely insane. First, she attempted to contact every single lawyer in town. But here's the thing with small-town lawyers. Everyone knows each other, and after the first couple told her she had no case, word spread. Even her DUI cousin refused to touch it. Then she took the social media way, posted a lengthy dramatic Facebook status on how her ungrateful stepdaughter was attempting to make her family homeless. But that backfired when one of my mother's old friends mentioned Tracy's treatment of me throughout the years, accompanied by receipts. Side note. A shout out to my mother's friend Elise, who has been saving screenshots of Tracy's BS for years. The hero we did not realize we needed. What is the best part? Tracy's expensive country club friends began to distance themselves. It turns out that they dislike associating with those who are about to become homeless. Funny how that works. Meanwhile, Brandon and Sierra are experiencing their own crisis. Brandon finally recognized that being a content producer isn't a career when you have 247 followers, and your main content is about Fortnite. He tried looking for actual jobs, but professional gamer, unofficial, does not sound good on a resume. Sierra's sorority friends found out about everything since she shared it on her private story, which has roughly 200 followers. They're now everyone chatting about how her luxury bags were most likely fakes and that her father isn't genuinely wealthy. She's having a complete identity crisis. But the real drama began when Tracy attempted her final desperate move. She waited until I was at work before attempting to rearrange some things in the house. By reorganizing, I mean she attempted to take some of my mother's old jewels, which my grandparents had left for me. Unfortunately for her, I had previously installed surveillance cameras following the eviction notice. Thanks again, Reddit, for the advice. I caught her on film trying to put my mother's antique necklaces into her trashy Michael Kors purse. I called the cops. I filed a report. I showed them the footage. Tracy tried to explain to the police officer that she was only moving jewelry that didn't belong to her. Her phony tears didn't work this time, most likely because her mascara wasn't even running. Waterproof makeup completely undermines the dramatic impact. The officer, an elderly woman, took one look at the scene and was not having it, especially when Tracy tried to play the "but we're family" card. Attempting to steal from the legal owner of this house isn't a family matter. I haven't filed charges yet because having something on file for the eviction case is better. My lawyer was delighted. Speaking of the eviction, remember how Tracy used to talk about her investment accounts and how she was independently wealthy before dating my father? It turns out that was all BS. She has nowhere to go and is in complete panic. She tried calling my father's sister for assistance, but my aunt, who never liked Tracy, simply forwarded her a link to apartment ads in the shady section of town. I felt awful for a moment until I remembered Tracy inadvertently donating my mother's Christmas ornaments to Goodwill. The worst part? My father finally grew a spine. Kind of. He told Tracy that if she does not go gently, he will not accompany her. It turns out that even he was tired of her toxic BS after 12 years. I will notify you when they leave. Final update. So, after the entire jewelry theft attempt, Tracy realized she was in trouble. Tracy, on the other hand, felt compelled to make the most spectacular exit imaginable. The day before the final eviction deadline, she attempts one last power play. Calls this a family meeting. LMAO, what family? And walks in wearing her phony Chanel suit with the evident wrong pattern, which she claims is vintage. She has a full speech planned about how she's choosing to leave because she can't take the negativity or whatever. Tracy begins this monologue by explaining how she is taking the high road. When did getting legally evicted become an honorable act? Then she drops what she believes is her trump card. Your father and I have decided to move to Florida. We just bought a beautiful house in Tampa. Much nicer than this old place. First and foremost, they did not make any purchases. I honestly saw her GoFundMe for Family in Crisis Needs Housing, which received exactly $43 in donations. The majority came from her multi-level marketing group. Second, my father wasn't even present for this news. He was in a hotel. It turns out that witnessing your wife try to steal your deceased wife's valuables is quite depressing. Who knew? But here's when it gets good. While Tracy is doing her faux elegant exit speech, the movers I hired arrive. Specifically in the midst of her "this house was beneath me anyway" diatribe. There are these gigantic dudes coming in with crates and dollies. Tracy's face does that odd frozen thing again. Botox with wrath equals comedic gold. She began shouting about how she wasn't prepared and needed more time to organize her items. The head mover guy shouts out to Mike, "You're a real one," looks at her and says, "Ma'am, we have strict instructions. Everything gets packed and moved to your storage unit today. If you want your stuff, you'll need to take it up with the court." Y'all. She lost it. Full nuclear meltdown. Started snatching random items claiming they were family heirlooms, including my mother's ceramic bowl, which she had wanted to throw away last year. Sierra is upset because her TikTok backdrop has been wrecked. Brandon is having a panic attack because he cannot disconnect his gaming equipment quickly enough. But this is the finest part. Tracy used to brag about her designer items, vintage bags and expensive clothing. The movers begin packing it, and half the labels practically come off. While all of this is going on, I'm sitting on my couch, having coffee at home, and watching them scramble. I posted a couple updates to my private tail, and suddenly all these individuals from high school are sliding into my direct messages like, "OMG, I always knew she was fake." Final inventory of items they attempted to steal on their way out. 3 of my mother's necklaces, captured on camera. My grandmother's china set, also on camera. The nice coffee maker, I purchased it with my Starbucks money. Every single towel in the house, a strange flex, but okay. The garage door opener, really. But you know what? They can keep the towels. I've already purchased new, extremely excellent ones that Tracy would have complained were too expensive while spending $500 on her false designer items. What about the actual eviction? Chef's kiss. They had to complete the walkthrough with the sheriff's deputy, which was a typical process but more fulfilling. Tracy tried to claim that I damaged her belongings during the relocation. The deputy simply pointed at my security cameras and asked if she wanted to file a fake report. She shut up quickly. So where are they now? Tracy and my father are staying in her sister's 2-bedroom apartment in the next town over. Apparently it's not working well, as her sister wrote on Facebook about ungrateful house guests who don't do dishes. Brandon had to sell his gaming equipment to put down a deposit on a room in a shady house share. He's currently working at GameStop, which could be beneficial to him. Sierra moved in with her sorority sisters, but it only lasted a week until they became tired of her sobbing. Now she commutes 2 hours to college from her mother's sister's house. Her most recent TikTok is about being humbled, but she's still being rationed in the comments. As for me, the house is so quiet now. Like, strangely peaceful. There will be no more odors of imitation luxury perfume everywhere. No more passive-aggressive notes about properly loading the dishwasher. No more 3 a.m. screaming from Brandon's gaming sessions. I converted his previous room into my home office, which is already furnished with genuine designer items because I can afford it now that I am not paying for their groceries. Sierra's room is becoming my ideal closet. Tracy's meditation room, where she spent the day watching Real Housewives, is now my yoga studio. Dad calls occasionally. He's living with Tracy for now, but really? He seems exhausted. I believe he has finally realized what everyone else knew 12 years ago. He married a gold digger who isn't even skilled at gold digging. Was I overly harsh? Maybe. Do I regret it? Nope, they screwed around. They discovered it. It turns out that karma doesn't care about your faux Gucci slides. Final update. My mom's best friend Elise is currently renting one of the spare rooms, so I'm not alone in this large house. She's teaching me all of Mom's old recipes and helping me replace things Tracy threw away over the years. Sometimes excellent things emerge from horrible situations. Thank you for following this adventure, Reddit. You guys truly helped me stay strong during this, especially the legal counsel. You guys rock. Edit. Holy crap, this is the end. Thank you for all of your help throughout this wild adventure. You guys are fantastic. Edit 2. Please stop requesting me to post security camera footage. I'm not trying to be blacklisted, lol. Final edit. Yes, this is true. No, I will not prove it due to privacy concerns. And sure, I am in treatment. My mom forced me into fertility treatments. My sister held me down while she injected me. Now I'm suing them both to silence them forever. My mother is the most baby-obsessed lunatic I've ever encountered. Starting when I was 8 years old, she forced my sister Clara and me to wear these pregnancy simulation suits for hours every day, with 20 pounds of sand strapped to our stomachs while we practiced breathing exercises and watched childbirth videos. If we complained about our backache, she would add extra weight and warn us that real moms do not whine. She also made us practice breastfeeding with weird little dolls that cried if we didn't hold them properly. While I spent every session planning my escape, Clara welcomed it as if it were her own purpose. She'd go around the house with great posture, massaging her false belly and speaking to it aloud. By the age of 16, she was urging her mother to allow her to serve as a practicing surrogate for her infertile coworkers. When she reached 18, Mom gave her a huge party to celebrate signing her first surrogacy contract, rather than graduating from high school. Everyone was calling her a blessing and an angel, and I sat in the corner feeling like I was at a livestock auction. Clara has carried 3 infants for 3 separate couples in just 3 years. Mom would parade her around town once she returned from the hospital, as if she had won the Nobel Prize. Look at my generous daughter, giving the gift of life. Meanwhile, I was pursuing a biomedical degree, helping at women's shelters, and learning about body autonomy. But none of this mattered. Such a waste of a perfectly good uterus, Mom would tell anybody who would listen. Her sister has blessed 3 families, while this one hoards her fertility for herself. The most distressing part was witnessing Clara weaken. After her 4th pregnancy at the age of 22, she could scarcely walk without discomfort. Her hips had been ruined. She had recurring illnesses and her hair was falling out in pieces. But when I went to talk to her about it, she gripped my hands, tears in her eyes. Rosalind, this is what I was made for. My body is a vessel for miracles. Why can't you understand that? That's when I realized she was gone. So I played along just enough to get Mom off my back. I informed her that I was considering pregnancy. I dressed more casually during family gatherings, even searched for fertility clinics in front of her, all while secretly taking the LSAT and applying to law schools throughout the country. LOL. I specialized in reproductive rights and medical ethics, spending years assisting women from coerced pregnancy situations. By the age of 28, I had finally started to make a difference. So, when Mom asked me to attend Clara's celebration dinner, I assumed it was just another pregnancy announcement. Boy, was I mistaken. It turned out to be an effing intervention. "Sweetie, you're not getting any younger," Mom said, as Clara sat alongside her, belly distended from pregnancy number 4. "So I've taken the liberty of starting your fertility treatments." Before I could answer, she took out a syringe containing hormones. Just a little boost to get those eggs flowing. I leapt back, but Clara caught my arms from behind. "Please, Rosalind, just try it. I've already found the perfect couple for your first baby." I shouted and kicked, but Mom was already approaching me with the needle. That's when I noticed the remaining syringes on the table. They had been planned for this. As Mom inserted the needle into my leg, I felt the cold liquid burn through my muscles. Within minutes, my vision dimmed and my ovaries felt on fire. Through the fuzz, I could hear Mom on the phone. "Yes, we've started the protocol. She'll be ready for harvest in 2 weeks." That's when I knew it wasn't just about family pressures anymore. This was trafficking. I awoke in the intensive care unit with ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome, which was so bad that they almost had to remove everything. "We only brought you here because we wanted to save your womb," my mother remarked, standing above me. I pressed the red button for the nurse. She took one glance at my mother and led her away to conduct private examinations. I felt much worse after we were alone because she wrapped her arms around me and asked if I was all right. I burst into tears because the entire situation made me understand how bad my mother was. I eventually opened up to her, and she appeared stunned by what I said and wanted me to repeat everything. I spent the next hour completely unpacking everything. The surrogacy. There is bias. The abuse. As soon as I stopped crying, she summoned hospital security to remove my mother from my room. And I had no idea at the time, but with the assistance of just one nurse, I was about to make my family pay. The nurse returned 20 minutes later with a uniformed cop who identified himself as Detective Rodriguez from the Domestic Violence Unit. He pulled up a chair next to my bed while the nurse adjusted my IV. "Rosalind, I specialize in cases involving reproductive coercion and forced medical procedures," he said, taking out a little recorder. "What your mother did constitutes assault, and based on what the nurse told me, this might be part of a larger pattern." My room's glass window revealed movement in the hallway. My mother was attempting to shove through the emergency exit door, her face twisted in wrath. She saw me gazing and pressed against the window, mouthing phrases I couldn't understand at first. She then accentuated her lip movements, saying, "Ungrateful bitch." My phone began vibrating on the bedside table. Detective Rodriguez glanced at it as message after message appeared on the screen. He asked, "May I?" And I nodded. All of the texts came from Clara. "How could you involve the police? Mom was helping you. You're destroying our family. All she wanted was for you to experience motherhood." Detective Rodriguez placed the phone carefully. "This isn't the first complaint we've received about forced fertility treatments. There's been a pattern, particularly involving medical practitioners at certain clinics." He studied my response. "Your mother works in the medical field?" My stomach sank. "She's a receptionist at Blessed Beginnings Fertility Clinic." His expression clouded. A hospital social worker knocked and ushered in a middle-aged woman with gentle eyes, who froze when she saw my paperwork. "Rosalind Gonzalez? Your mother is Evelyn Gonzalez? You know her?" The social worker paused, clutching her clipboard more tightly. We've had some interactions. Let me get you some resources." She shuffled through her papers, obviously uneasy. Detective Rodriguez took notes as I recalled the intervention dinner. The social worker kept looking toward the door, and I observed her hands trembling slightly as she handed me leaflets on domestic violence resources. "I need to check something," I explained, grabbing my phone. I signed on to my medical portal and scrolled through recent paperwork. It was dated 3 months ago, just after I casually mentioned to Mom that James and I were planning our future. My medical power of attorney had been transferred to my mother. "This isn't my signature," I explained, showing them the document. The handwriting seemed similar to mine, but angled strangely, as if someone was tracing. Before anyone could answer, a man in an expensive suit entered the room. "I'm representing Evelyn Gonzalez. I understand there's been a misunderstanding regarding my client's daughter's medical care." "That was fast," Detective Rodriguez said. The lawyer straightened his tie. "Rosalind is clearly suffering from hormone-induced psychosis. Her mother was simply trying to help when Rosalind became violent. We're requesting an immediate psychiatric evaluation." "I'm not psychotic," I insisted. "The hormones in your system suggest otherwise. Ovarian hyperstimulation can cause severe mood disturbances, paranoia, even hallucinations." The corridor was suddenly filled with noise. Clara came with 5 young children clutching her maternity garment. "Aunt Rosalind needs help," she shouted to anyone who would listen. "She's been struggling with jealousy issues for years." Hospital security arrived, attempting to keep order as the youngsters began to cry. Clara rocked the youngest on her hip and rubbed her pregnant abdomen with her free hand. I grabbed my phone and dialed my law company for backup. The receptionist responded on the second ring. "Oh, Rosalind, your mother called earlier. She explained about your situation. Don't worry, we're handling your caseload while you recover." "What? No, I'm fine. I need to speak to my partners." "I think it's best if you focus on getting better. Your mother said the breakdown was quite severe." I hung up with my hands trembling. Through the glass, I saw my mother take something from her pocketbook and show it to her lawyer keys. My apartment keys. My car keys. She began reciting something, and while I couldn't hear her, I knew the pattern. She was listing my work schedule. Monday she has court at 9 o'clock. Tuesday's client meetings until 6 o'clock. Wednesday she volunteers at the women's shelter. The lawyer nodded while taking notes. James came through the door, still wearing his work clothes. "Rosalind, I got your text. What's—" But Clara stopped him in the hallway and placed a manicured hand on his arm. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but I saw her make a gesture towards me and then touch her temple in the global sign for insane. She brought out her phone and showed him something on the screen. The nurse who had helped me earlier returned with a plastic bag. "These are the belongings you came in with," she replied, her face disturbed. She took out a few glossy brochures from Blessed Beginnings Fertility Clinic. "Those aren't mine," I replied quickly. She unfolded one of the brochures. Inside was a consent sheet for egg retrieval from last week. The signature matched that on my power of attorney document. The hospital administrator, a slim woman with a polished grin, entered the room. "Given the circumstances and the family's concerns, we think it might be best to transfer Rosalind to our psychiatric ward for a full evaluation, just as a precaution." My mother smiled through the glass. Detective Rodriguez stood up. "She's not going anywhere without a court order." "Of course," the administrator replied calmly. "We're simply considering all options for Rosalind's well-being." My phone vibrated again. This time it was my law school mentor, Professor Chen. "Just got off the phone with your mother. She's very concerned about your pregnancy delusions," she told me. "You've been fixating on having a baby, but your body won't cooperate." "Is everything okay?" I wanted to shout. Every aspect of my life was systematically poisoned. I looked at Detective Rodriguez, then at the social worker, who still refused to meet my gaze, and last at James, who was in the corridor with Clara whispering in his ear. "The evaluation," I stated abruptly. "I'll do it. I'll prove I'm competent." The attorney smiled. "Excellent. Dr. Margaret Ramsey will perform the evaluation. She's the best in the state." The name sounded familiar. Then it struck me. Mom's Book Club. Dr. Ramsey had been coming to our house for monthly meetings for more than 10 years, but it was too late to return it. The administrator was already making plans, and my mother's smile through the glass had turned triumphal. The nurse squeezed my hand as she checked my IV once again. She leaned forward, pretending to fix my pillow. "Whatever happens, don't sign anything else," she said softly. "And check your phone's location settings. Someone's been tracking you." As everyone filed out to prepare for my exam, I noticed something else. Clara was showing James her phone again, and this time I got a look at the screen. It was a text discussion, but not a recent one. These were from 2 years ago, when James and I first started dating, and I indicated that we might want kids eventually. She was making the point that I had always desired children, and that this was simply my unsatisfied desire showing as paranoia. And the look on James's face indicated that it was working. The psychiatric evaluation was set for tomorrow morning. As I lay in that hospital bed, watching my mother plot my demise through a pane of glass, I comprehended the full horror of my condition. She'd been plotting this for years, waiting for the perfect opportunity to release her trap, and I'd fallen right into it. The mental evaluation was scheduled for 8 a.m. I spent the night practicing replies in my thoughts, hoping to anticipate Dr. Ramsey's questions. The nurse from the previous shift had given me a sedative, saying that I'd need to slumber to appear stable. But sleep would not come. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see my mother's triumphant smile through the glass. Around 3 a.m., my phone lit up with an Instagram notice. Clara shared a photo from last month's family meal. There I was, slumped on my chair, eyes hazy. The text was as follows: "Praying for my sister's fertility journey. Some women struggle more than others to accept their maternal calling." It was posted 3 weeks ago, but I only just saw it. The responses expressed sorrow for her and concern for me. I looked over her feed with increasing horror. She had been tracking my journey for months. Photos of me during family gatherings, always exhausted or distracted. Captions regarding my baby fever and fertility issues. In one video, I was playing with her youngest daughter, and Clara put the following text overlay. "She'll be such a good mom when she stops fighting nature." My work email was pinged. Then it pinged again. And again. I opened it to discover my inbox full of messages. The subject lines made my blood run cold. "I'm thinking about you during this terrible time. Take as much time as you need. Your health comes first." My mother had sent an email to the entire firm using my account. I read it with shaky hands. "Dear colleagues, I'm writing to inform you that I'll be taking an indefinite leave of absence to address some personal health issues. As many of you know, I've been struggling with fertility issues, and the emotional toll has become overwhelming. My family is assisting me in getting the treatment I need, so please direct any urgent matters to the managing partners. Thank you for your understanding during this difficult time. Rosalind." The timestamp indicated that it was sent at 2:47 a.m., while I was lying here awake. I attempted to go into my work account to send a retraction, but my password was changed. My hands fumbled with the password reset, but the recovery email address had been changed to one I didn't know. My mother had shut me out of my own professional life. 3 of my clients had already sent encouraging letters to women I had assisted in leaving violent circumstances, assuming I was suffering from a mental health crisis. Someone wrote, "I always sensed you carried deep pain about motherhood. Please don't let it consume you like it almost consumed me." The irony made me want to throw up. The psychiatric ward's morning shift arrived around 6 a.m. I watched via my door's window as staff personnel whispered to one another and looked in my direction. News spread quickly in hospitals. They all knew I was the lady who attacked her mother for attempting to assist with reproductive treatments. The breakfast tray arrived, but I was unable to eat. My hands shook too much to keep the plastic spoon steady. When I tried to sip the juice, I noticed a harsh aftertaste and put it down right away. After hearing about the drugging at family dinners, I couldn't believe anything. Detective Rodriguez arrived at 7:30, looking fatigued. "I've been investigating all night," he replied gently, drawing his chair closer. "Your mother's name appears in several concerning patterns at that fertility clinic. But Rosalind," hissed, "the evidence is complicated. She's been very careful to make everything look like loving family support." "What kind of patterns?" I inquired. "Young women mostly from troubled backgrounds who suddenly decide to become egg donors or surrogates after meeting with clinic staff. Your mother often handles their intake paperwork." He handed me a booklet. "But here's the problem. They all signed consent forms. They all passed psychological evaluations. On paper, everything looks legitimate. Because the system is designed to protect the clinic, not the women," I informed them. He nodded grudgingly. "I need more evidence to build a case, but right now, I'm more concerned about getting you through this evaluation safely." Dr. Ramsey came exactly at 8 a.m., carrying a leather briefcase and wearing a sympathetic grin that did not reach her eyes. She was just as I recalled from Mom's book club meetings. Silver-haired, professionally dressed, and wearing reading glasses on a pearl chain. "Rosalind, dear," she replied kindly. "Your mother has told me so much about your struggles." Detective Rodriguez started to disagree when she raised a manicured palm. "I'm afraid this evaluation must be conducted privately. Standard protocol." "I'm staying," he stated firmly. "Then I'll have to note in my report that the patient required police supervision, which suggests violent tendencies." Her grin didn't falter. "Your choice, detective." He gazed at me, his jaw clenched. I nodded slightly. We both knew she had already made up her mind regarding the report. Having him removed would only give her more fodder. After he left, Dr. Ramsey sat in the visitor's chair and opened her briefcase. Inside, I saw what appeared to be finished forms with the evaluation results already typed. "Now then," she said, pulling out a tablet, "let's talk about your relationship with motherhood." For the following hour, each question was a trap. When I explained that I had chosen a career over children, she typed notes about defensive rejection of femininity. When I mentioned assisting women in escaping reproductive coercion, she murmured about projection of internal conflicts. When I tried to tell her about the forced injection, she asked if I ever felt persecuted by maternal figures. Your mother mentioned you've been playing with dolls recently, she replied, looking at me over her glasses. What? No, I haven't. She found them in your apartment. Baby dolls. Hidden in your closet. She showed me a photo on her tablet of 3 dolls I'd never seen before, hidden behind my winter coats. It's quite common for women experiencing fertility grief to regress to childhood coping mechanisms. I stared at the photograph, my mind racing. The dolls were perfectly positioned, as if they had been staged. One was clutching a small bottle. Another carried a tiny diaper bag. The third was covered in what appeared to be a homemade blanket. Those aren't mine, I said. Denial is also common, Dr. Ramsey said, typing quickly. Rosalind, there's no shame in wanting children. But when that desire becomes so overwhelming that you lash out at family members trying to help. She injected me with fertility hormones against my will. She attempted to give you a vitamin supplement according to witnesses. You became violent and had to be restrained. She cocked her head sympathetically. The mind can play tricks when we're under stress. Sometimes we misinterpret loving gestures as attacks. My phone vibrated with a notification from my bank, a sizable withdrawal from my savings account. When I tried to check it, Dr. Ramsey reached over and gently grabbed the phone. Let's focus on our conversation, she said, putting it in her briefcase. Tell me about your jealousy toward Clara. I'm not jealous of my sister. 7 successful pregnancies, a loving family, the admiration of your community, she said as she rose. Meanwhile, you've dedicated your life to preventing other women from experiencing motherhood. Don't you see the connection? Every protest I made was seen as evidence of my instability. By the end, she had created a portrait of a lady so plagued by fertility sadness that she had invented a complex persecution fantasy, rather than admitting her own wants. I'm recommending a 72-hour hold for observation, she said, closing her tablet. With continued therapy, I believe we can help you work through these delusions. You can't do this, I replied. I know my rights. Of course you do, dear. You've spent years studying law to compensate for what you perceive as your feminine failures. She stood and smoothed her skirt. The hold begins immediately. Psychiatric transport will be here within the hour. After she went, I took out the room phone to call someone, anyone. But who? My employer suspected I was having a breakdown. My sister poisoned my boyfriend against me. My bank accounts were being plundered. My mother's campaign went out to my mentor as well. The transport team arrived while I was still holding the dead phone, 2 orderlies with friendly faces and firm grips. They spoke to me as if I were vulnerable, dangerous, unpredictable. The nurse who assisted me previously was nowhere to be found. As they prepared to take me, I noticed my mother in the corridor. She was talking to Dr. Ramsey, occasionally drying her eyes with a tissue, as the concerned mother dealt with her daughter's mental health dilemma. Other employees stroked her shoulder sympathetically. The psychiatric ward was located in a separate structure connected by an underground tube. The fluorescent lights stung my eyes as they rolled me through. The orderly pulling my wheelchair murmured tunelessly. The roar bounced off the concrete walls, blending in with the squeak of wheels and the distant clang of doors. My new room was small and sanitary. White walls. A narrow bed with obvious restraint straps. A small window with reinforced glass. They handed me paper scrubs to wear and removed my items for safety reasons. The nurse conducting intake was young, efficient, and visibly uneasy. Any history of mental illness? She inquired. Number of suicide attempts? Number of violent episodes? Wait, they're saying I attacked my mother, but... She typed hastily. I'll put down 1 recent episode. Dr. Ramsey's orders say you're to have no visitors except family for the first 24 hours. No phone calls, it's for your own stability. That's illegal. I have the right to contact my lawyer. She bit her lip. I'll have to check with the attending physician about that. However, the attending physician, along with the patient advocates and ward administration, were conveniently absent. Everyone who could help was somehow unavailable. I was locked in a bureaucratic maze created to resemble treatment. My mother arrived that afternoon carrying a suitcase. I brought you some comfortable clothes. she announced, placing it on the bed, and some photos of Clara's babies. I thought they might help you remember what we're working toward. She unpacked her pregnancy clothing systematically, all in my size. Prenatal supplements, a journal titled My Fertility Journey, with the first few pages already filled out in handwriting that looked similar to mine, photos of newborns I'd never met, labeled with names such as your nephew and godson. The retrieval is scheduled for next week, she stated casually, hanging up a piece of clothing clearly intended for a pregnant woman. Dr. Patel at the clinic is very optimistic about your egg quality. 28 is still young enough for excellent results. I'm not consenting to egg retrieval. Of course not, dear, not in your current state. She adjusted the garment on the rack. That's why I've petitioned for temporary medical conservatorship, just until you're thinking clearly again. She took out a folder stuffed with documents, legal forms, medical papers, and psychiatric evaluations, half of which were forged but convincingly signed. A paper trail that goes back months, detailing my purported spiral into fertility mania. Your co-workers have been extremely supportive, she added. Several have written letters for the conservatorship hearing. They've noticed your preoccupation with pregnancy for some time, apparently. All those pro bono cases for pregnant women, they thought you were working through something personal. I saw her transform my mental room into a nursery, and waited. She presented a small ultrasound photo in a frame called Baby Gonzalez, with the next month's date. A mobile featuring little elephants. A book about pregnant nutrition. Each object was carefully selected to support her story. Clara sends her love, Mom said, bringing out her phone. She's been so worried about you. She showed me a video of Clara in a hospital bed, surrounded by flowers and clutching her new baby. Hi, Rosalind, my sister murmured to the camera, her voice soft but kind. I just wanted you to know that I love you. And when you're ready, there's a wonderful couple waiting to give your babies all the love in the world just like mine are getting. Don't fight this, okay? Let Mom help you. She only wants what's best. The infant in her arms began sobbing. Clara winced as she altered her position, and I noticed a flicker of agony on her face. The camera shook slightly, and whoever was filming noticed. The video was then cut off. She's so brave, Mom murmured, putting the phone away. 9 pregnancies now, and she never complains, unlike some people. A disturbance in the corridor halted her shouted voices, followed by the sound of security being called. Through the small window in my door, I noticed the nurse who had assisted me in the ICU being led out by security. She was lugging a box of personal belongings, her face flushed with rage. My mother caught my look and smiled. Oh yes, she was let go this morning. HIPAA violations, I heard. Sharing patient information without authorization. Such a shame. She seemed like a nice girl. The message was clear. Anyone who supported me would face the consequences. After Mom went, I tried but couldn't sleep. The bed was too hard, the room was too bright, and the sounds from the hospital were too disturbing. Someone in the hallway was crying. Another patient repeatedly asked for their mother. The night nurse checked the room every hour, shining a flashlight through the window. Around midnight, another nurse slipped into my room. She was ancient, with gray hair and tired eyes. I don't have long, she said quietly. But I knew your nurse friend. She asked me to give you this. She pressed a tiny piece of paper into my palm. It's just a phone number. Call it when you can, she urged. Not from here. They monitor the ward phones, but when you get out. She nervously looked at the door. There are more of us than you think. Women who've seen what happens at that clinic. We've been too scared to speak up. She left as swiftly as she had arrived. I memorized the number and tore the paper into little pieces before flushing them down the toilet. Evidence of conspiracy, my mother would say. Proof of paranoid delusions, Dr. Ramsey would say. The next morning, 6 women in a circle met for group therapy to share their struggles. The therapist, a young man with a sincere expression, pushed us to investigate our relationships with femininity. When my turn came, I remained silent. Anything I said would be recorded, twisted, and used against me. Rosalind is dealing with some fertility grief, the therapist explained to the group. Sometimes that manifests as rejection of traditional female roles. One of the other women, barely out of her teens, looked at me sympathetically. I get it, she replied. I used to think I didn't want kids either. But therapy helped me realize I was just scared of not being good enough. I wanted to shout that not wanting children was a genuine option, that femininity was not defined by reproduction, and that I was here because I had helped far too many women escape exactly this type of pressure, but I just nodded, allowing them to draw their own assumptions. Lunch was served in a communal area with barred windows. I picked at the food, still concerned about substances. My tablemate, an elderly woman with hollow eyes, leaned in conspiratorially. First time? She inquired. I nodded. Word of advice: agree with everything they say. The quickest way out is to comply. She stirred her pudding absently. I've been here 6 times. Keep fighting my daughter about custody of my grandkids. But this time, I'm going to play along, tell them I understand boundaries, accept my role. Her laughter was vengeance. Whatever gets me out, right? That afternoon I had individual therapy with Dr. Ramsey. She had established a permanent office on the ward to better serve my patients. The walls were adorned with encouraging posters about maternity and recovery. Your mother tells me you were asking about the retrieval procedure, she says. I wasn't. It's natural to be curious. Many women find that understanding the medical process helps alleviate their fears. She took out a Blessed Beginnings pamphlet. The clinic has an excellent success rate. And the couple your mother has selected is just lovely. He's a doctor, she's a teacher. They've been trying for 5 years. I'm not donating my eggs. Of course not, you're donating the possibility of life. There's a difference. She scribbled something on her notebook. Rosalind, I want you to try something. Close your eyes and imagine holding your biological child. Even if another woman carries them, they'll still be yours in the way that matters. I kept my eyes open, glancing at her degrees on the wall, all from reputable colleges. All are legitimate. This was not a back alley operation. It was a fully licensed psychiatrist working at an approved hospital, exactly as the system allowed. Resistance is normal, she added. But I think deep down, you know your mother is right. You've spent so many years fighting your nature that you've convinced yourself the fight is the purpose. But what if you just let go? James came during visiting hours, but I was told it was just for relatives. Clara arrived instead, stepping slowly with one hand supporting her stomach. She had brought her 5 children, who shifted uncomfortably in the sterile visiting room. Aunt Rosalind is sick, she informed them, but she's getting better. The oldest, a girl around 6, looked at me intently. Grandma says you're going to have babies soon too. That's right, sweetheart, Clara remarked before I could reply. Aunt Rosalind just needs some help remembering how much she wants them. She'd brought images from our youth of the 2 of us wearing those hideous pregnant outfits, but she'd altered them somehow. In these renditions I was smiling, playing along, and pleased. Remember how you used to name your pretend babies? Questioned the woman. You had a whole list of Lily, Sophia, little James Jr. if it was a boy. That was you, I said gently. Those were your names. No, Rosalind. She took out a tattered notebook, familiar with my childhood diary. She opened it to pages I didn't recall writing, lists of baby names in what appeared to be my handwriting but wasn't. See, you've always wanted this. The stress just made you forget. The youngsters watched our exchange with wide eyes, learning and absorbing as Aunt Rosalind was guided to remember her actual purpose. The oldest continued looking at her mother's large belly, then at my flat stomach, with uncertainty on her face. After they departed, I found myself in the bathroom, staring at my own mirror. The fluorescent lights made me appear pale and empty, like the other ladies on the ward. I was curious if many of them were here for similar reasons. How many people fought too hard against expectations and were classified as crazy? That evening, an incident occurred. A new patient, young and terrified, was brought in, shouting about being forced to have a child. Security had to detain her while nurses gave her sedatives. Through my open door, I heard snippets of her story: religious parents, pregnancy deal, and escape attempt. By dawn, she was quiet, compliant. Sitting in group therapy, she discussed how she had misread her family's affection. Sometimes we perceive care as control, the therapist added, nodding in agreement. But with medication and therapy, we can learn to accept support. I observed her closely, noting the little tremble in her hands, the delayed reactions, and the way she agreed with everything, including conflicting comments. They had drugged her into obedience, and everyone pretended that it was healing. My own medication arrived with breakfast, just to help with the anxiety, the nurse said. I recognized the pills as light sedatives, nothing dangerous, but I knew those were only the beginning. Refusing for too long would lead to greater interventions. I palmed the pills and pretended to swallow. Later, I would flush them like a phone number. But I couldn't keep doing this forever. They'd eventually conduct oral checks, provide drugs, and devise methods to enforce compliance. The conservatorship hearing was scheduled in 3 days. Dr. Ramsey informed me that it was only a formality, and that I wasn't required to go. Your mother will handle everything, you just focus on getting better. But I knew exactly what that hearing meant. Once she obtained conservatorship, she could consent to anything on my behalf, including egg retrieval, hormone therapy, and coerced pregnancy, if she could justify it as helpful. That night I stayed awake planning, not escape, which would simply show my instability, but acquiescence. Strategic, measured compliance could get me released before the hearing. I'd have to be the woman they wanted to see, one who had accepted her genuine wants, understood her mother's love, and was ready to embrace motherhood. The performance would need to be perfect. One slip, one moment of resistance, and I'd be stuck here permanently. But if I could persuade them that I had made a breakthrough and expressed adequate gratitude for their assistance, I might be able to get out in time to fight the conservatorship. I reflected about all the women I'd assisted throughout the years. How many others had been stuck in similar situations by familial expectations, medical systems, and legal frameworks that valued reproduction over autonomy? I had fought for them in court and shelters. Now I had to fight for myself with the only weapons I had left: manipulation and falsehoods. The irony was not lost on me. To show my sanity, I had to act insanely. To keep my autonomy, I had to relinquish it. To break free from my mother's influence, I had to accept all she wanted me to be. Tomorrow, I will begin my act. Cry in therapy about my empty womb. Thank you, Dr. Ramsey, for helping me realize the reality. Ask Clara for advice about egg donation. Allow my mother to outfit me in those pregnancy clothes and tell her how appropriate they felt. Every syllable would burn. Every action would undermine what I believed. But that was the only way out that did not require a needle in my arm or stirrups in an operating room. The night nurse checked my face with her flashlight. I maintained an even breathing pattern while pretending to sleep. Down the hall, someone was crying again, or perhaps still. In situations like this, crying never ceased. 3 days. I had 3 days to persuade them that I was free of the awful affliction of not desiring children. 3 days to complete the most significant deed of my life. The true tragedy was that I was confident I could achieve it. Years of watching Clara had taught me what to say, how to act, and what they expected to see. I might become the ideal patient, appreciative for their assistance, and ready to realize my biological destiny, and perhaps it was the worst part. Not that they were trying to break me, but that I understood just how to make them believe they had succeeded. The next morning, I awoke with renewed determination. In group therapy, I raised my hand for the first time. I think I understand now, I admitted, my voice cracking. All these years, I've been running from what I really wanted. The therapist leaned forward excitedly. Tell us more, Rosalind. I detailed a made-up dream about cradling a baby, and the other woman nodded knowingly. When Dr. Ramsey arrived for our session, I was prepared. I want to apologize, I said, wringing my hands in my lap. You were right. I've been using my career to avoid facing my fertility grief. She virtually gleamed. This is wonderful progress, Rosalind. For the next hour, I told her precisely what she wanted to hear: how jealous I was of Clara's pregnancies, and how my work with reproductive rights was all about controlling what I couldn't have. By the end, she was typing furiously, capturing my breakthrough. "I think we should tell your mother," she added. "She'll be so relieved." When Mom came that afternoon, I was wearing one of the pregnancy clothes she had brought. The garment hung slack on my frame, but I continued to stroke my flat stomach as Clara had done numerous times. "Oh, sweetie," Mom murmured with tears in her eyes. "You look so natural." I allowed her to hug me, resisting the temptation to shove her away. "I'm sorry I fought you," I said quietly. "You were just trying to help." She drew back and studied my face. For a moment, I believed she saw through the act. Then she grinned and took out her cell phone. "Clara needs to hear this," she stated, already phoning. I spent the remainder of the day asking Mom about the egg retrieval process, looking at images of the couple who wanted my eggs, and even performing breathing exercises from those traumatic childhood sessions. Dr. Ramsey was so thrilled that she suggested accelerating my release. "If you continue showing this level of insight, we might not need the full 72 hours. That night, I was unable to sleep. Tomorrow was vital. I needed to retain performance while also gaining access to a phone or computer. The conservatorship hearing was in 2 days, and I needed to find a method to challenge it. The next morning delivered a surprise. James showed up during visiting hours, and this time they let him in. He looked fatigued and conflicted. "Your mom said you're doing better," he replied gently. I wanted to scream the truth, but I knew they were definitely watching us. Instead, I reached for his hand. "I've been so confused," I said. "But I'm starting to understand what I really want." He watched my face, and I attempted to convey discreetly. His eyes opened slightly. Did he understand? "Maybe when you get out, we can talk about our future," he added gently. "I'd like that," I said, squeezing his hand 3 times, our traditional signal for playing along. After he went, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe he didn't totally believe Clara's falsehoods. That afternoon, I convinced the ward personnel to allow me to use the computer in the day room to look into fertility possibilities. Instead, I simply logged into my email using a web browser. My password still worked on my personal account. I sent a message to a colleague who specialized in conservatorship law, leaving it vague yet urgent. I then checked my financial accounts. More money was withdrawn. At this pace, I'll be broke in a week. Finding good information? A nurse approached. I swiftly switched tabs to a fertility clinic's website. "Just learning about the process," I exclaimed happily. She grinned and continued on. I had maybe 5 more minutes before someone became suspicious. I went to the court's website and found the conservatorship file. My mother stated that I was severely impaired owing to fertility-related insanity. The hearing is planned for tomorrow at 2 p.m. I memorized the case number and courthouse, then erased my browser history. If I could just be released in the morning, I might make it to court. That evening, Dr. Ramsey convened an emergency session. My stomach sank. Had they uncovered my computer usage? "Your mother told me you've been asking about specific fertility clinics," she replied. "I'm so pleased with your progress that I'm recommending immediate release." I blinked. "Really? You'll need to continue outpatient therapy, of course, but I think you're ready to take the next steps in your journey." She cracked a joke. "Your mother has already made an appointment at Blessed Beginnings for tomorrow afternoon." Tomorrow afternoon. The same time as the conservatorship hearing. "That's wonderful," I managed to remark. I was freed the following morning at 9 a.m. Mom was waiting with a bouquet of flowers and a gift bag. "I bought you some prenatal vitamins," she explained, handing me the bag. "Just to prepare your body." I smiled and took them, already preparing my next step. "Mom, I need to stop by my apartment first, change clothes, and feel normal again." Her smile wavered. "Oh, but we have appointments." "Please," I murmured, mimicking Clara's manipulative style. "I want to look my best when we go to the clinic. This is such an important day." "That works." She drove me to my flat, but she insisted on entering. While she waited in the living room, I locked myself in the bathroom and called a colleague I had emailed. "Rosalind, I got your message. The hearing is at 2 p.m., right? I'll be there." I can't make it, I said quietly. My mother will have me at the fertility clinic. Can you file an emergency motion? Without your present, it's harder, but I have evidence. I interrupted. Check my work email. The password is ... I gave her my credentials. There's a folder labeled personal, everything's there. I hung up when Mom knocked on the door. Everything okay, sweetie? Just nervous, I said back. I returned to find her reorganizing my bookshelf, removing my law volumes and replacing them with pregnancy manuals she had brought. Much better, she said. Now let's get you changed. She had brought an attire, a flowing dress that evoked fecundity and femininity. I put it on and played the part. We arrived at Blessed Beginnings about 1:30. The waiting room was filled with hopeful couples and young women who appeared distant. I recognized the look from my years of lobbying. Evelyn, a nurse, welcomed my mother cheerfully. And this must be Rosalind. We've heard so much about you. They whisked me back for preliminary testing while Mom completed papers. While drawing my blood, the nurse discussed success rates and happy families. Your mother says you're eager to help a special couple, she told me. Very eager, I lied. At 2:15 I asked to use the restroom. Instead I sneaked out a side door and summoned a riding chair. The courthouse was about 10 minutes away. I burst into the courtroom at 2:25. The judge was already speaking. My mother sat at the petitioner's table alongside her lawyer. My colleague stood at the respondent's table, pleased to see me. Your Honor, she replied swiftly, my client has arrived. Mom's face turned white, then red. She's supposed to be at the clinic. Interesting, the judge replied dryly. Miss Gonzalez, are you here of your own free will? Yes, Your Honor, and I'd like to contest this conservatorship petition. The following hour was awful. Mom's lawyer presented Dr. Ramsey's evaluation, the psychiatric hold, and my admissions to desiring children. But my colleague replied with the information I'd obtained, including the falsified signatures, Mom's planning timetable, and the clinic's habit of coercion. Your Honor, I said when I was given the opportunity, I don't have fertility grief. I have a mother who's built her entire identity around her daughter's reproductive capacity. She drugged me, forged documents, and orchestrated an elaborate campaign to destroy my credibility when I refused to participate in her breeding agenda. Mom began crying. I just wanted grandchildren. Is that so wrong? You have 5 grandchildren, I said, through Clara, who can barely walk anymore because of what you've done to her body. She chose that life. Did she? Or did you condition her from age 8 to believe she had no other value? The judge demanded an order. After considering the information, including the hair follicle test results that my colleague had subpoenaed, he made his conclusion. The petition for conservatorship is denied, he stated firmly. Furthermore, I'm issuing a restraining order. Miss Evelyn Gonzalez, you are to have no contact with your daughter Rosalind. Mom wailed. Her lawyer whispered urgently into her ear, but the decision was decided. As we exited the courthouse, I noticed Clara in the parking lot, struggling to get out of her minivan with her enormous tummy. She had brought all 5 children. How could you? She cried out. Mom loves us. She loves what our bodies can do for her. I said, there's a difference. The oldest child, a 6-year-old girl, yanked on Clara's clothes. Mommy, why is Grandma crying? Daniela didn't respond. She couldn't because how do you explain to a child that they are being prepared for the same fate? I walked away with my colleague beside me. What now? She inquired. Now I will file a complaint with the medical board about Blessed Beginnings, I told them. And I start documenting everything for the civil suit. What about your sister? I returned my gaze to Clara, who was still standing by her van with youngsters forming a shield around her. I can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved, but maybe I can protect her daughters. That evening, James visited my apartment. We sat on my couch, which was probably where Mom had planted the dolls, and spoke for hours. I almost believed them, he said. The texts, the photos, the stories, it all seemed so real. That's how good manipulators work, I explained. They take a grain of truth and build a mountain of lies. He remained the night, not romantically. Neither of us were prepared for that, But having someone there who believed me and saw through the gaslighting helped me feel more human. The following few weeks were a flurry of legal filings. Therapy is genuine therapy, not Dr. Ramsey's deception, and I'm slowly reclaiming my life. My firm welcomed me back once I explained the issue. Several of my clients contacted me and apologized for their doubts. The inquiry into Blessed Beginnings proved what I suspected: a history of targeting vulnerable women, as attested to by concerned family members such as my mother. The clinic was closed pending review. Mom attempted to reach me via flying monkeys, mutual acquaintances, distant relatives, and even my childhood priest. Every time I logged it in the restraining order file. Clara gave birth to her sixth child 6 weeks later. I heard through the grapevine that there were serious issues. She lived, but only barely. The physicians advised her not to have any further pregnancies. I wanted to be validated, but I simply felt sorry. She was my sister, despite everything. And suddenly she was confronted with the reality of a body shattered in pursuit of someone else's goal. 3 months after the conservatorship hearing, I received a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. "Aunt Rosalind," a tiny voice said. "It's Lily, Clara's oldest daughter." "Hi, sweetheart," I said carefully. "Is everything okay?" "Mommy is sick again, and Grandma keeps talking about when I'll be old enough to have babies." Her voice sank to a whisper. "I don't want to be like Mommy." My heart broke and soared at the same time. "You don't have to be, Lily. You can be whatever you want." "Can I? Can I come see you sometime? Mommy says you're dangerous, but you don't seem dangerous." "I'd love that," I said. "But we need to make sure it's okay with your mom first." It wasn't fine, of course. However, Lily continued to call discreetly, either from a friend's phone or the school office. I became her safe haven, the aunt who assured her that she had worth beyond her uterus. 6 months later, during a family funeral not on Mom's side, I gratefully saw Clara. She was in a wheelchair, and her body was finally refusing to cooperate with her sacrifice. She glanced at me across the church, and for the first time in years, I recognized my sister as the girl who used to sneak into my room during thunderstorms, rather than the breeding machine Mom had built. She didn't say anything to me, but she also didn't look away. A year after everything happened, I was in a coffee shop when a young woman approached me. She appeared familiar, but I could not place her. "You're Rosalind Gonzalez," she explained. "You helped my friend escape her family. They were trying to force her to be a surrogate for her sister." "I'm glad she got out," I said. "She did it because of you. Because you fought back and made it public." She took a breath. "I'm supposed to start fertility treatments next week. My mom's been planning it for years. But after seeing what happened to you, what you survived, I think I'm going to run instead." I handed her my card. "Call me if you need help." She departed, and I sat there, reflecting on how they perpetuated patterns until someone broke them. How the breaking harms everyone involved. Sometimes the only way to win is to keep the next generation from going through the same thing. My phone vibrated. Lily, now 7, sent a text while sneaking her mother's phone. "Grandma says I'm going to be a wonderful mother someday. I told her I want to be a lawyer like you instead." She got really mad. I smiled as I typed back, "Good for you, kiddo. Stand your ground." The conflict was not over. When family is involved, the situation never truly ends. But the battles had been won, boundaries had been set, and somewhere out there, girls were realizing they had options beyond what their bodies might provide for others. That has to be sufficient. My family planned their Florida retirement with my money. Then I found out the truth and turned their life into nightmare with this shocking move. I'm Ethan, a 32-year-old male who owns and operates his own workout equipment distribution business. It is not dropshipping or MLM fraud, but the real thing. We're talking heavy-duty, commercial-grade equipment for serious gyms, CrossFit boxes, and professional training centers. I built this entire thing from scratch 7 years ago. Consider this: 25-year-old me living in a cramped one-bedroom apartment and working out of a garage that barely housed a car. God, I miss driving around in a beat-up Ford Ranger, stopping at every gym within a 100-mile radius to make contacts. At start, I was just transporting the basics: dumbbells, weight plates, resistance bands, whatever I could fit in that vehicle. The first 2 years were terrible. I was living off protein shakes and canned tuna, working from 4 a.m. until midnight most days. The number of times I heard no, or we already have a supplier, would have broken most individuals. But every no only encouraged me to push harder. I'd go home, look into better items, make more calls, and send more emails. Sleep? This was for the weak. My big break came when I secured an exclusive contract with a European firm known for producing high-quality products. Nobody else in the area was carrying it, so all of the gyms that said no started contacting me back. From there, it exploded. Now I have 3 warehouses, 28 people, and we are the preferred supplier for half of the serious gyms in the tri-state area. But this is where the tale becomes tricky. My family sat on the sidelines, watching like vultures, as I built everything from nothing. My father, Ron, used to be an avid boxing trainer. He used to own his own gym, which was rather successful, and he taught me all I knew about the fitness industry. But conveniently, he injured his back just as I turned 18 and was about to start college. It's ironic that his disability didn't prevent him from enjoying golf or fishing, but it did make him unable to work. My mother, Diane, was a classic enabler. She has never worked a day in her life, always have an excuse ready. "Oh, I'm too old to start working now," she'd say. She was 52. People start entire careers in their 50s, but that seemed too much for her. Then there's my sister, Katie. Holy cow, where do I even begin with her? She is 2 years younger than me, yet that translates into zero responsibility in my parents' perspective. This girl has failed at more things than most people do, but not because she tries, because she doesn't have to face the consequences. Allow me to paint you a picture. While I was working 16-hour days, sleeping on a futon in my office, and reinvesting every dime back into the business, Katie was finding herself. She attempted beauty school but dropped out after 3 months because it wasn't hard enough. Translation: she had to be on time and perform the work. Then she decided she wanted to become a personal trainer. That lasted 2 weeks until she realized it was too demanding. She's smashed 3 automobiles, maxed out countless credit cards, and still lands on her feet because mom and dad are there to catch her. Meanwhile, I needed to be prepared from the start. Do you know how my parents supported me when I first started my business? That's nice, honey. Speaking of money, can you help with the electric bill this month? That this month became every month. By the age of 23, I was responsible for their mortgage payments. By 25, I was handling all of their bills, including electricity, car insurance, and property taxes. "Family helps family," Mom would remark, playing the guilt card like an expert poker player. "You're doing so well and we're so proud. It's not like you can't afford it." And, like an idiot, I fell for it. Year after year. I convinced myself I was doing the right thing, that I was a nice son, and that maybe they'd come to enjoy it. Looking back, I realize how messed up it all was. I was creating something tangible as they perpetuated my sister's never-ending cycle of failures and treated me like their personal ATM. What particularly bothers me is that whenever I achieve a key business milestone, such as launching a new warehouse or getting a large contract, they barely acknowledge it, but let Katie keep down a job for more than 2 weeks, and it was as if she had cured cancer. Family dinner celebrations, the whole 9 yards. Meanwhile, I'm growing a garage operation into a multi-million-dollar corporation, and everyone says, "Oh, that's nice. By the way, the property taxes are due next week." So let me explain how the money situation escalated from occasional help to supporting 4 individuals who refused to work. It began when I was 23. I just scored my first major deal, delivering equipment to a chain of boutique gyms. Finally, some actual money came in. Not buy a yacht money, but certainly pay all my bills and have some leftover money. That's when the calls began. Then came the dad. "Hey son, bit of a situation with the mortgage. Just need a little help this month." Next, she said, "The electric company is threatening to shut us off and you know your father's back." They always used his back problem as a trump card to justify everything. Meanwhile, my sister Katie was living her best life. Let me give you some examples of the nonsense she did while I was supporting our parents. She decided she wanted to become a yoga instructor. Cool, right? Except, she requested that mom and dad pay for her certification. $3,000. They obviously didn't have the money, so guess who received the call? But wait, things get better. She dropped out after 2 classes because the energy wasn't right. That's $3,000 down the drain. Then there was the time she became interested in crystals and essential oils and decided to create her own health business rather than simply using them. I maxed out 3 credit cards while buying stuff. When it failed, guess who had to assist pay the credit card bills? Congratulations if you guessed me, you are catching on. My personal favorite was the ecological fashion retail stage. She persuaded dad to co-sign a lease for a retail space. Keep in mind that this is the same individual who is unable to work due to his injuries, yet is allegedly able to sign legal paperwork. 3 months later, the firm failed because she spent more time preparing picture shoots for non-existent clientele than she did running it. However, the rent still had to be paid. And since dad's name was on the lease, you guessed it, another call to good old Ethan. Son, we really need your help. You know we wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. Throughout this, I'm still grinding. Expanded into a second warehouse, hired more employees, and made significant industry movements. But whenever I reached a milestone, it was eclipsed by some familial turmoil. Have you landed a large contract with a national gym chain? Sorry, we can't celebrate because Katie's car was repossessed and she needs assistance in buying a new one. Did you open a new warehouse? Cool. But have you heard Katie's thoughts about returning to school? Spoiler. She did not. They stopped asking about money since it had become so conventional. Bills such as rent, utilities, car payments, and insurance would just appear in my email. Everything fell under my purview by default. What if I ever hesitated? Oh boy. Mom would take out the big guns. We're not asking for much, Ethan. You're doing so well, and the family has to stick together. Dad would take the guilt way. You know I'd still be running the gym if I could. I taught you everything you know about this business. He taught me about boxing. I taught myself everything about running a profitable business. What is Katie's contribution to these conversations? Must be nice to have so much money you can lord it over everyone. Some of us are trying to find our passion. This is coming from someone who had never worked for more than 3 months in her life. The actual kicker? They began planning their retirement on my dime. I learned they were hunting for condos in Florida. Florida. They had the audacity to give me listings, claiming it would be a terrific investment for the family. Yeah, because I was the one who was going to pay for it. Do you want to know how much money we are talking about? Over 5 years. I paid their mortgage, $2,400 every month. Utilities, average, cost $400 per month. Car payments, for 2 vehicles, $800 per month. Insurance, home and auto, $350. Monthly property taxes, $6,000 annually. Random emergencies, around $25,000 total. Katie's multiple failed ventures, around $40,000. That's more than $175,000. Let that sink in. And that doesn't include all of the lesser expenses like groceries, phone bills, and medical copay. And what did I receive in return? A pat on the back, and another bill in my inbox. Some of you may be thinking, Ethan, you're an idiot for letting this go so long. Trust me, I know. Looking back, I can't believe I fell for it too. But when you grow up being told that family is everything and that you must look after your own, it affects your mental health. You begin to believe that saying no means you're the evil guy. This is when Lauren, my wife, entered my life and gradually opened my eyes to how twisted up my family situation was. I met Lauren at a powerlifting tournament sponsored by my company. I wasn't even intended to be present that day. My sales manager had the illness, so I had to cover the booth. The best dang luck of my life. Lauren didn't compete. She's a sports physical therapist who deals with professional athletes. She was there with one of her customers, an incredible beast of a man who ended up breaking 3 state records that day. I noticed her because, unlike most people at these events, she was more interested in the equipment specifications than the glitzy branding. She came to my stand and inquired about the knurling pattern on our competition bars. Not the standard, how much does it cost? Or, does it come in different colors? She was curious about grip diameter differences and how they affect different lifting patterns. I'm not going to lie, having a woman who knew her business was quite appealing. We started talking, and the next thing I knew, we were having coffee after the event. That went into supper, which led to more dates. And man, it was different from the beginning. This woman had her act together in a way that made me realize how much turmoil I had accepted in my life. Lauren grew up in a regular family, like truly normal. Her parents worked regular jobs, put her through college, and expected her to manage her own life after that. They are proud of her accomplishments but have never asked her for money. Isn't that an incredible idea? Initially, I tried to keep my family problems separate from our relationship. But when you're spending thousands of dollars every month on other people's bills, this stuff comes up. She learned about my family duties around 3 months into our relationship. Katie had another emergency, so I had to cancel our plans. She had bounced a check at her child's daycare, and they refused to take him back until it was paid. Mom was sobbing about how they couldn't watch him due to Dad's back. It's funny how that back injury only flares up when there's work to be done. So there I was, preparing to transfer another grand to clean up my sister's mess. Lauren simply sat there, listening to me explain this as if it were normal. She said something that hit me like a truck. "Ethan, you know that's not your responsibility, right?" These were simple words, yet they really stuck with me. Because in my household, I was responsible for everything. Is business doing well? It's time to pay additional bills. Got a bonus? Help Katie with her latest scam. Have you finally saved enough for the new equipment line? Sorry. Mom and Dad need a new roof. Lauren began to notice trends that I had been oblivious to for years, such as how my parents only called when they wanted something, how every family dinner became a presentation of bills and urgent requirements, or how Katie could drop $500 on some MLM scheme but couldn't pay her own electricity bill. Then we married. The small ceremony was primarily for her family and my close friends. My family? They arrived late because Katie had a meltdown that morning about her ex failing to pick up the kids on time. Dad complained about the venue's chairs hurting his back during the reception, but after a few drinks he was able to hit the dance floor without incident. The true eye-opener came when our son Alex was born. Everything changed the moment a man held him for the first time. I looked at this tiny human and considered the example I was setting. Did I want him to grow up believing it was usual to be used by family? Did success mean being everyone else's piggy bank? Lauren's parents treated Alex with great care from the start. Regular visits, always trying to help, never expecting anything in return. Meanwhile, my parents were only interested in doing things when it was convenient. Mom would cancel arrangements at the last minute because Katie needed emotional support following another failed relationship. Dad would vow to come by but then not show up because his back was acting up. They only complained the one time they watched Alex. He's quite energetic, Ethan. Not like Katie's kids, who are so well behaved. Yeah, because her children spend all day on iPads, whilst my son plays and explores as a child should. I started observing that they handled Alex differently than Katie's kids. Katie's children received costly birthday presents and regular attention. Alex received whatever was on clearance at Walmart, assuming they remembered at all. Last Christmas, they spent $300 on gifts for Katie's children. Alex received a $20 gift card to Target. Lauren witnessed all of this, but never pushed me. She just posed questions that made me think, why do you believe they treat Alex differently? Or, how would you feel if Alex grew up and was treated the same way you are now? This is the point at which everything went wrong. It's Wednesday morning, and I'm in my office getting ready for the biggest meeting of my career. Dick's Sporting Goods was interested in a national distribution agreement and an 8-figure contract. This is game-changing material. I'd been working on this transaction for months, getting data and samples ready down to the slightest detail. My suit was pressed, my presentation was flawless, and I felt confident. Then my phone rang. It's Lauren. My wife no longer calls during working hours unless it is an emergency. She works with a pro baseball player who is recovering from Tommy John surgery and is at a critical point in his rehabilitation. His agent required her in Chicago as soon as possible, and a private flight had already been booked. This was a professional chance she couldn't pass up. Not a big thing, right? We are successful grown-ups who can handle scheduling disruptions. Except, our nanny had called in ill that morning. There is a stomach illness running around the daycare. Alex was in Lauren's workplace playing in the kids section she had put up for clients who brought their children. Like I said, my wife considers everything. We only needed someone to monitor Alex for one night. One night. Who was the first person I called? My mom. This seemed like an obvious choice to me. Both of my parents are unemployed by choice, live 15 minutes away, and are constantly talking about how much they miss their grandchild. Plus, you are aware that I have only been paying their bills for the past 5 years. The conversation went as follows. Me. Hello, Mom. I need a favor. Lauren has an emergency with a client, and I have this important meeting. Can you and Dad watch Alex tonight? Mom laughs as if she were genuinely laughing. Oh, Ethan, sweetie, we are not babysitters. We've already raised our kids. It is not our responsibility to take care of yours. I'm sitting at my office, still dressed in my $2,000 suit. The first one I ever bought made me feel like I needed to look the part for this meeting. Just staring at my phone. 5 years of paying their mortgage, electricity, auto payments, and unexpected expenses. 5 years as their personal bank, and this is what I get. But something seemed odd. You know that sensation you get when something doesn't add up? Maybe it was all those years of checking inventory statistics, but something didn't feel right. I instructed my assistant to reschedule Dick's meeting. She felt I was insane. This was enormous. But here's something I've learned from business. Believe your intuition. When something feels wrong, it probably is. I got into my truck and proceeded to their house. I didn't call ahead. I did not text, just drove straight there. Their driveway comes into view, and guess what I see? Katie's beat-up Honda Civic parked there. On a Wednesday afternoon, she's meant to be at work. Now let me tell you about their residence. It's a great 4-bedroom in a desirable area. Why do they need 4 bedrooms if it's only them? I am paying for it, that is why. They insisted on using the facility for family visits. It's funny since the only family who ever stays there is Katie when she's between residences. I step up to the door. Don't even knock, why should I? I pay the mortgage. So, what do I find in the living room? My parents are on the floor playing with Katie's children. Katie was reclined on their $2,000 couch, which I paid for, looking through her phone. Mom and Dad are down there with construction blocks looking like the ideal grandparents. Ethan! Mom springs up as if she has seen a ghost. What are you doing here? I'm standing there in my suit looking at the scene when something inside me snaps. But not in a screaming manner. It's almost terrifying in its strange, peaceful manner. Funny, I say, my voice low. I thought you weren't babysitters. Katie rolls her eyes, hardly even looking up from her cell phone. Ethan, some of us do require support at times. Not everyone can be as perfect as you. That's when Mom starts making excuses. This is different, honey. Katie experienced a migraine. She simply needs to rest. A migraine? I repeat, my voice remaining oddly quiet. She has a migraine, so you drop everything and watch her kids. But when I've been paying your expenses for years and need aid for one night due to an emergency, suddenly you're not babysitters. Dad, who has remained quiet the entire time, begins stroking his temples. Son, you're making too big a deal out of this. Your sister needs help. And I don't? My voice cracks slightly. I have the biggest meeting of my career. Lauren has an emergency with a client. We need one night of help with your grandson. But I guess that's too much to ask from the people whose entire life I've been financing for the past 5 years. Katie Findlay looks up from her phone with that smug little grin she always has. Must be nice to have so much money that you can hold it over everyone's heads. Some of us actually struggle, you know. That's when I lost it, not with a scream, but with a sense of finally seeing everything clearly. I took out my phone, accessed my banking app, and looked up the numbers. Let's talk about struggle, Katie. Let's talk about the $175,000 I've given Mom and Dad over the past 5 years. Let's talk about your loans that never got repaid. Let's talk about how you haven't held a job for more than 3 months since high school, but somehow always have money for new clothes and hair appointments. The room became very quiet. The $175,000 figure I had just mentioned lingered in the air like a nasty odor. Katie, for the first time in her life, did not respond intelligently. But my mother, yes, she shifted tactics quickly. It's like watching a master manipulator in action. The first step is to feel guilty. Ethan, honey, you're making us sound like terrible parents. After everything we've done for you. I cut her off right then. What exactly have you done for me, Mom? Because from where I'm standing, I've been carrying this entire family since I was 23. So please, enlighten me. What have you done besides take my money and treat me like an ATM? Dad tried to intervene with his peacemaker routine. Now, son, you know that's not fair. I taught you everything you know about this business. That's when I started laughing. Like, truly laughed. You taught me about boxing, Dad. I taught myself everything about running a business. While you were nursing your convenient back injury, I was working 16-hour days, sleeping in my warehouse and building something real. The only thing you taught me was how to spot nonsense, and right now I'm seeing it clearly. Katie finally got up from the couch and tried to make herself cry. You're such a jerk, Ethan. Just because you got lucky with your business doesn't mean you're better than everyone else. Some of us have real problems. Real problems? I approached the window and pointed to her automobile. That Honda Civic? I paid for it when you wrecked your last car. Those designer shoes you're wearing? Probably bought with the loan you got from Mom and Dad last month, which really means my money. Your kids' private school tuition? Yeah, that's coming from the money I give them too. So please, tell me more about your real problems. Mom began crying at this moment, not the false tears she always uses, but genuine angry crying. How dare you throw this in our faces? We're family. Family helps each other, I reiterated. Funny how that only goes one way. Where was the family help when I was starting my business? Where was the family's help when I needed a co-signer for my first warehouse lease? Where's the family help right now, when I need one night of childcare for your grandson? That's when Katie dropped the bomb, making everything crystal plain. Well, maybe if you hadn't moved Alex's daycare to that expensive place across town, he could go to the same one as my kids. Then we could help each other out. I gently turned to her. The expensive place across town? You mean the one that actually has qualified teachers and doesn't park kids in front of iPads all day? The one that costs exactly what I used to spend on your monthly emergencies? That's the one you're talking about? I then turned to my parents. And you two. Let's talk about that back injury, Dad. Funny how it only acts up when there's work to be done, but you can play golf every Wednesday with your buddies. Or Mom, how you're too old to work, but somehow manage to go on shopping trips with Katie 3 times a week. My father actually had the guts to appear offended. My injury is real, Ethan. You know that. Is it? Because I've got a friend who's a sports physical therapist, my wife, and she says, it's pretty miraculous how your injury only seems to affect you when it's convenient. The room became very silent after that. The kind of stillness in which you can hear everyone pondering about their next move. Katie's children were in the other room, oblivious to everything. Probably viewing videos on the tablets, which I believe I also paid for. That's when my mother tried one final time. Ethan, sweetheart, I think you're overreacting. We can talk about this like adults. Maybe if you're feeling overwhelmed with the bills, we can work something out. And there was no apology or acknowledgement of how they had used me. Just another attempt at negotiating terms that would allow them to continue taking advantage of me. You know what? Keep the money. Keep the house. Keep pretending you're the perfect parents to Katie while treating my son like a second-class grandchild. I'm done. Katie scoffed. Yeah, right. You always say that, but you'll cave. You always do. I looked her dead in the eyes. Not this time, sis. You want to know why? Because I finally see you all clearly. Mom and Dad aren't unable to work, they're unwilling. You're not struggling, you're lazy. And I'm not helping the family, I'm enabling parasites. I wish I could bottle the look on their faces. It was as if they recognized the gravy train had arrived at the station. I left that house feeling lighter than I had in years. But this was not the end. Oh no, this was only the beginning of their biggest nightmare. confronting real consequences for their conduct. I didn't get much sleep that night. Lauren arrived home late from Chicago and found me in my home office sorting through years of financial data. She looked at my face and knew something was wrong. When I informed her what had happened, she simply nodded and asked, "So what's the plan?" "That is my wife. There's no drama." "No, I told you that. Just go straight to the solutions." By 3 a.m., we had everything planned out, with spreadsheets and paperwork. The following morning, I went nuclear. First stop, my accountant's office. When I showed him how much I had given my family over the years, he almost died. "Ethan," he replied, staring at the figures, "this is more than some people's retirement savings." Yes, no kidding. He helped me document everything. Every transfer, every bill payment, and every loan. Next up, my lawyer. Remember the Dick's Sporting Goods meeting that I rescheduled? My lawyer's office was in the same building, indicating that the universe has a sense of humor. I completed the business agreement in the morning, which was a huge success, and then spent the afternoon legally protecting myself from what I expected. Then came the fun part. I started canceling everything one by one. Is their mortgage on autopay? Gone. Utility bills? Canceled. Car insurance? Bye-bye. Credit card payments? Not my concern anymore. Property tax account? Closed. What about a cell phone family plan? I hope they like prepaid. Here's the issue about cutting somebody off. You have to do it all simultaneously. It's like pulling off a Band-Aid. You can't do it half-heartedly. They'll find methods to guilt you back in. So I went all in. I sent them a single text. "You're on your own now. Figure it out." Then they blocked their numbers. All of them. Mom, Dad, and Katie even had a landline. Because yes, I was also paying for that. The meltdown was biblical. Within hours, they had blown up every available channel. My work phone, 47 missed calls. Email inbox. This looks like a spam folder. Lauren's phone? They also attempted that. The office's landline? My underpaid receptionist deserves a raise. Mom's initial email was precisely what you'd expect. How could you do this to your own family? We're going to lose everything. Your father's blood pressure is through the roof. Katie's kids need stability. Notice how there was no mention of Alex. Nothing about how they treated me, no admission of their behavior, just fear of losing their meal ticket. Dad attempted a business angel. "Son, let's handle this like businessmen. We can work something out. Maybe set up a payment plan." A payment plan. They treated me as if I were a credit card corporation with which they might negotiate. But Katie went completely nuclear. Started calling my staff to try to reach me. Showed up at one of my warehouses, raising such a ruckus that my loading dock manager, a veteran Marine, had to accompany her out. She was yelling about how I was destroying the family, how her children would suffer, and how I was simply envious of her free spirit. What is the best part? My lawyer had previously prepared a cease and desist letter. One frightening letter alleging harassment later, Katie remembered how to behave like a grown-up. Then came the financial reality check. It turns out that after 5 years of living on someone else's pay, you forget how bills work. Within 2 weeks, their ideal little world began to crumble. Dad's back problem unexpectedly improved, allowing him to begin looking for a job. Mom learned that it exists. Katie had to cancel her wellness vacation or spa weekend. Their country club membership had lapsed. The lawn service has ceased arriving. Their favorite eatery has ceased seeing them. My security team. Yes, I have one now. Having a successful business requires taking precautions and reporting that Mom and Dad were seen entering. Wait for it. A career fair. The horror. But here's the real kicker. Remember the Florida condominium they were looking at? Which one did they expect me to buy for their retirement? They had already paid a refundable deposit with my money. When they had to back out, the realtor contacted me to refund the deposit. They apparently utilized my corporate email for the correspondence. That money went directly into Alex's education fund. What about the cherry on top? Katie's ex-husband reached out to me. She had been telling him I was assisting with child support so he wouldn't have to pay as much. Yeah. That information was sent directly to his lawyer. Was it harsh? Maybe. But do you know what is harsh? Using your own child as an ATM, while treating his son as a second-class citizen, taking advantage of someone's accomplishment without providing anything, playing favorites with grandchildren based on which parent is easier to control. And this was only the beginning. 3 months after I cut them off, the reality of their condition set in. Their lovely little world was absolutely broken. Let me go down how each of them dealt with the consequences of their conduct. First up, my father. Remember the strange back injury that rendered work impossible? It's interesting how rapidly it mended after the money stopped flowing. A friend of mine who owns a local gym informed me that Dad came in searching for a job. Mom's makeover went even better. After 15 years of being too old to work, she realized she was perfectly capable of holding a job. She's now a hostess at Applebee's. Yes, the same Applebee's where she used to complain about the poor service and leave a 5% tip. Karma has a sense of humor, I'll give it that. But Katie, man. Katie's story is my favorite. Remember how she was constantly reinventing herself and launching new businesses, which I ended up paying for myself? Reality struck her like a freight train. Her ex-husband's lawyer utilized the knowledge that she lied about child support to reopen their custody agreement. It turns out that courts dislike parents who mislead about their financial arrangements. She had to move back in with Mom and Dad since she could no longer afford her apartment. 3 adults, 2 kids, all packed into the house I used to pay for. The same house is now in pre-foreclosure because, surprise, they cannot afford it on their own. But here's where things become really good. Last week they attempted one final guilt trip. Mom shared an epic sob tale on Facebook about how her successful son abandoned his poor family. Let me share some memorable quotes. It breaks my heart to see how money can change a person. My own son, who I raised and nurtured, has turned his back on us in our time of need. We're struggling to put food on the table while he lives in luxury. What kind of person abandons their own parents, their own sister? The comments were exactly what you'd expect all these folks who don't know the true story to say, that's terrible. How could he do that to his own mother? And my personal favorite, family is everything. So, do you know what I did? I dropped the receipts. All of them. I made a single post that was completely professional and simply stated the facts. In the interest of transparency, here are the financial records of my support over the past 5 years. Then I listed everything. All mortgage payments, each utility bill, every loan to Katie, the entire sum that went into her failing businesses, the price of their autos, everything. I then added the screenshots, Mom's text, giggling about not babysitting Alex, emails concerning the Florida condo that they intended me to buy Katie's communications, seek money for her many scams. Dad's golf club membership renewal was strangely prioritized over his grandson. The fallout was stunning. Family members I hadn't heard from in years began contacting me, not to guilt me, but to apologize for believing their version of the story. Mom and Dad had painted a picture of me as a caring, supporting son who was eager to help the family. Nobody realized they were basically extorting me. Katie's ex-husband's attorney hit the jackpot with all of this proof. She's now working 2 genuine jobs, not wellness coaching or whatever her previous plan was to pay her child support. She spends her days at Target and her nights serving tables. She apparently had a meltdown when they forced her to wear the red polo shirt rather than allowing her to express her individual style. Last weekend, I drove by their house on my way to Alex's minor league game. The grass has become overgrown because they can no longer afford landscaping services. Dad's cherished Mercedes was repossessed, and now he drives a beat-up Corolla. Mom's luxury bag collection has inexplicably vanished from her Facebook photographs. But you know what? I do not feel awful, not even a tiny amount. Because while they suffer with the consequences of their acts, I'm creating something real. What happened to the money I used to waste on them? It is going to Alex's college fund. I'm working to expand my business into things that really matter. Lauren says I should be proud of finally standing up for myself. But really? I just feel free. It feels like I can finally breathe. Alex will never grow up believing it is usual to be used by relatives. He'll never assume his worth is determined by how much money he gives out. And what about my parents and sister? They're finally learning what the rest of us have always known. The actual world does not care about your excuses, it cares about what you do. They made their decisions, now they can live with them. My family forgot my birthday while celebrating my sister in Paris, so I disappeared, cut the rent, and watched their perfect life collapse. I'm Michael, 27 years old, and until a few months ago, I would have told you that my biggest flaw was how hard I fought to keep the peace. I was the easygoing, quiet one who let things slip. And for the majority of my life, I told myself that being the trustworthy son, the unproblematic sibling, the one who never caused a scene would somehow win me the same affection I freely provided. But nothing prepares you for that moment when you discover you've been standing outside a glass home, watching your family toast inside, and your invitation has never been printed. It began simply, as most things do. A forgotten thank you here, a missed phone call there. I choked up owing to my hectic schedule, worry, and life. My parents, Riley and Mark, were always devoted to my younger sister, Riley. She was a miracle baby, born after years of fertility treatment. I was 8 years old when she arrived, and I remember seeing her in the hospital, swaddled like a burrito, with my mother grinning as if the sun had finally risen for the first time. Riley didn't just step into the spotlight, she became it. And I became the person with the flashlight. I did not mind it at first. She was my little sister. I loved her, protected her, and defended her even when she made mistakes. When she crashed my first automobile while I was sneaking away at 16, I said it was borrowed and hit a tree. When she dropped out of college in the middle of the semester, I was the one who helped her fill out job applications and drove her to each interview. And 2 years ago, when she called crying after a terrible split, I drove 4 hours to pick her up despite having work the next morning. I was always there. So when my 27th birthday came around this year, I didn't expect a huge gesture, but I did expect something. It was Thursday. I'd taken the day off from work, more out of habit than anticipation. My phone was silent all morning, no calls or texts. Around noon, I checked Instagram, a nasty habit I have, and saw my sister's tale from Paris. The Eiffel Tower shines at sunset. A lavish dinner spread captioned, "Best birthday week ever, thank you, Mom and Dad." My stomach sunk, but I didn't let it spoil my day just yet. I convinced myself that I was being sensitive. Perhaps they were planning something later. Perhaps I'd receive a dinner invitation and a surprise cake. I told myself everything you tell yourself when you want to avoid admitting the reality you already know. I waited. At 7:43 p.m., my phone vibrated with a text from Riley. "OMG, we totally forgot. Happy late birthday." Attached was a snapshot of half a chocolate cake crammed into a Tupperware container with a bent plastic fork sticking. Inside, no candles, no note. Just crumbs and a nonchalant dismissive that spoke more than words could. I stared at the screen for an entire minute. Not angry, not even sad, simply empty. And then I stood up, proceeded to the kitchen, and removed the spare home key off the hook. I did not leave a note. I did not bring a suitcase. I just walked out the door, shutting it behind me as if I were sealing a grave. That night, they shared a group photo from Paris featuring my mother in a cocktail dress, my father in a tux, and Riley clutching a wine glass with a new watch glittering on her wrist. The headline stated as follows: "Celebrating our beautiful girl in style. You deserve the world, sweetheart." Not one mention of me. I did not cry, I did not yell, I didn't even text back. I just turned off my phone, opened my laptop, and booked a one-way flight. No return date, no notice, and no forwarding address. Just the quiet joy of doing something for myself, for once. The weeks building up to that night had been slowly eroding me, but I hadn't seen the cracks until they fell. I recalled Christmas, when I got Riley a MacBook for her college coursework and my folks gave me socks. Or when Mom forgot my birthday 3 years in a row and they replied, "She's just forgetful, don't blame her." Or when I was promoted last fall and they skipped my celebratory dinner because Riley had a bad day at work and needed a pick-me-up. But this was different. This wasn't simply favoritism. This was erased. That night, I slept in a cheap airport motel, eating takeaway in silence and watched the rain fall outside the window. And, for the first time in my adult life, I had no obligation to justify myself to them or anybody else. I wasn't trying to make them notice me anymore. I was finally leaving the spotlight that I had never been invited to stand in. By morning, my inbox had a solitary email from my mother. There's no subject. Just, "Did you see Riley's watch? We knew she'd love it. Hope you had a good day too." I shut the laptop. It was not rage that motivated me. It was clarity, a profound, peaceful realization that no amount of effort, compassion, or sacrifice could ever earn me what I assumed I already had: unconditional love. My flight was at 11:15 a.m. I did not inform anyone where I was going. I did not need to. But what happened after I departed is where things get fascinating. 12 hours later, the jet landed in Lisbon. Not because I had some grand plan or lifelong dream to live in Portugal, but because it was the cheapest one-way ticket available when I hit book. I had enough saved up from years of quiet frugality, living below my means, skipping vacations, and covering family emergencies that always seemed to coincide with payday. I figured I could give myself a few months to just breathe, exist without responsibility or expectation. The Airbnb was basic, with a narrow street view, creaky floors, and no elevator. But it was mine. For the first time in my life, I awoke in an environment where no one required anything from me. No unexpected calls concerning broken leases, no guilt-inducing voicemails. There are no startling reminders that I owe the family for anything they have sacrificed. Just solitude and the sound of a city that didn't know my name and didn't have to. It took 3 days for my phone to start buzzing again, and I didn't turn it on immediately away. I sat with it in my palm, staring at the black screen, till curiosity won out. 27 missed calls, 12 voicemails, 56 unread messages. The group chat, which I was always neatly excluded from when fun activities were planned, became suddenly quite interested in my whereabouts. "Michael, are you okay? We haven't heard from you. Can someone check his apartment? Is he mad? Did someone say something?" Then my personal favorite from my mother: "We didn't mean to forget. It's just that Riley's birthday was such a big deal. You know how she gets when she's not the center of attention. We figured you'd understand." Ah, the everlasting expectation that I would always comprehend. Things only got worse from there. Apparently, my absence from the digital world had generated a rippling effect. My landlord emailed me that my lease renewal was due, but my phone line was disconnected. My office back home had called twice, the last time sounding really concerned. Riley uploaded a photo of her new watch with the caption, "Can't believe my big bro hasn't even texted to say he loves it." I looked at that one for a long time. Love it. Not you. Not even a vague thank you. Just an expectation that, once again, I'd cheer from the sidelines as she roasted under the lights. I wired myself. I did not respond to any of them. Instead, I opened a new bank account in Lisbon, relocated my funds, set up a virtual mailbox, and purchased a prepaid SIM. Slowly, carefully, I began to free myself from everything that bound me to them. I didn't dislike them, not really. I recently discovered how much of my identity was based on being useful to people who only recognized me when I stopped being handy. During the first 2 weeks, things were practically tranquil. The shame did not reach me until day 23. I was enjoying coffee on a little balcony, watching the residents scurry to work below, when an elderly man passing by looked up and nodded. It was a simple gesture, but it was the first time in years that someone acknowledged me without expecting anything in return. I blinked away quick tears, not sadness or grief. Grief for the life I led attempting to gain crumbs of validation, and for the part of me that still wished to be noticed by people who never looked. The following message arrived, finally breaking the silence. "Riley, you made your point. Everyone's freaking out. Mom's been crying. Dad's barely sleeping. Just come home and we can talk." I nearly laughed. They wanted to discuss. 2 hours later, I got a Venmo notification. My mother had mailed me $12 with this caption: "For coffee. Please don't be dramatic." It took everything I had not to toss my phone across the room. Instead, I screenshotted it and stored it in a folder called Reasons, next to a photo of the half-eaten cake with the words, "We totally forgot." They still didn't understand it. They saw this as a tantrum. I would finally crawl back from my sulking moment. They had no idea that something inside me had changed something permanently. I wasn't angry anymore. I was finished. The signals did not stop, but instead began to alter. Guilt turned to annoyance. Anger gave way to pressure. "Michael, we need you to co-sign the loan for the cabin. It's only for a short term." "Riley's car broke down. Can you send her a little something to help? Don't let one bad birthday ruin everything." Then came the breaking point, a group selfie from a family meal featuring a smiling Riley and my parents. The caption, "Family is everything." No mention of me. There are no seats at the table. There was no sign that I had already been replaced. That night, I poured a glass of port wine and started a new project on my laptop. I began writing something I never imagined I'd have the fortitude to send. Not a rant. Not a scream into the void. This is just a resignation. It was not long. It did not need to be. But what is the impact? That's when things really started to disintegrate. The email was not poetic. It was not unkind. It lacked the sting I had hoped for, as there were no stinging one-liners or lengthy explanations of how they had failed me. I didn't need revenge to be outspoken. I simply needed it to be definitive. Subject, goodbye. I sat for a while before typing the first sentence. My fingers hovered over the keys, my reflection shimmering dimly on the laptop screen as the Lisbon sun set lower outside. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, Riley." Simple, measured, detached. I wanted to thank you for giving me something I never had growing up: clarity. I took a sip of wine. It was powerful, dry, and slightly bitter. Fitting. For years, I told myself that love required sacrifice, that family meant forgiving repeatedly, being the good son meant taking all the hits without flinching as long as everyone else was satisfied. But your acts this birthday and 100 moments before have made something very clear. You never saw me as your equal. You viewed me as your safety net, your fixer, your backup plan. I paused, heartbeat steady and surprisingly quiet. And maybe it's also my fault. I let it happen. I taught you to expect my quiet, money, and time without asking for anything in exchange. I made myself tiny so Riley could shine. I made myself useful so that I wouldn't be overlooked. And I still am. I didn't cry right then, but my throat clenched. I'm not angry anymore. I'm just finished. I have relocated. I won't say where. I don't want to punish you. I just need to recover. And I can't do it from within a family that disregards me until they require a bank transfer. Another pause. My finger was hovering over the send button for a long time. Then I typed one final paragraph. You always said family is everything. But family isn't just blood. It's presence. It's an effort. It's a memory. And on the one day a year you could have chosen to remember me, you forgot. So now I'm choosing to forget too. I did not sign it, love, Michael. Just a goodbye. Then I pressed send. I closed the laptop and sighed. It took exactly 14 minutes before my phone lit up with a call from Mom. I let it ring. Then another, Dad. Decline. Riley's voicemail. By the time the sun set, my inbox contained 21 unread emails, all from them. The subject lines read as a steady decline into chaos. Michael, please don't do this. We didn't mean it that way. You're overreacting. Your sister is devastated. We're your parents. How can you be so cold after all we did for you? That one made me snort. After everything I did for them. I turned off the phone again and headed outside. Lisbon at night was peaceful in a manner I hadn't realized I needed. No family group conversations bustling with plans to which I would never be invited. There are no guilt trips disguised as concern. Just the hum of a metropolis that owed me nothing and hence took nothing away. The actual consequences started 3 days later. I received an email from my previous supervisor in the US. My parents had evidently contacted my job in a panic, wanting to check in because I was not responding. I said I might have an episode. They claimed they were concerned I was being manipulated or spiraling. He was nice and concerned, but I could sense he thought it was a little too much. "Everything okay, Michael?" the email said. "Just wanted to make sure this wasn't something bigger." I replied briefly and directly. "Thank you for reaching out. I'm safe, healthy, and doing something for me for once. Please do not take any further calls from my family. They are not entitled to updates." He never responded. But I never received another inquiry. The following week, Riley had released a fresh story. A selfie in her car with smudged mascara and captioned, "Love hurts, especially when it's your own blood." The comments were precisely what you would expect. "OMG, what happened? Hope you're okay, babe. Ignore the haters. Family comes first. Family comes first." I read that line 5 times. Funny how family is only summoned as a shield when they are feeling abandoned. They never asked why I left, just how I could. A few days later, my father sent me an email with a scanned photo. One of myself and Riley when we were little. I was holding her on my lap. She must have been 2. I looked like I was 40 years old, fatigued and vigilant, my arms wrapped around her like a parent, not a brother. The caption reads, "Remember this? She always needed you." It was supposed to soften me and recall me. But all I saw was a child learning his part too soon. A child pleaded not to be seen so that his sister could have every light pointed her way. I closed the photograph, and I did not respond. But what truly blew things over and sent them spiraling was what I did next. Not to be petty. Not to seek vengeance. But now it's time to sever the final thread. Because there was one thing they had not anticipated. One thing they didn't realize I could do. And when I did it, everything shattered. I waited till the first of the month. It was strategic, not dramatic. I knew they'd feel it that way, not only emotionally, but logistically. Because despite their self-righteous love bombs and teary emails, there was one aspect of our family relationship that they never discussed publicly. How heavily they relied on me financially. Not only the automobile I purchased for Riley following her trauma gap year, or the covert Venmo payments to cover my mother's medical bills after Dad's insurance expired. Not even the several short-term loans they promised they'd repay. They never did. I'm referring to the deeper stuff, the invisible lifelines. The utilities are in my name. The family telephone plan. The emergency credit card. Riley's studio apartment rent is co-signed and automatically taken from my account each month. So when I said I was finished, I meant it. And on the first of the month, I severed every last thread that they weren't aware was holding their life together. Step 1. I closed our joint bank account. It was originally opened when I was 22, when Dad said he could no longer get authorized for a respectable line of credit. I was young, had decent credit, and wished to help. So I let him put my name on it for a few months. 7 years later, he still used it as his own piggy bank. So I drained it and moved every euro I was entitled to a private overseas account. To end the account, I wrote a notarized letter to the bank. Official. Permanent. Step 2. I phoned the landlord. My parents moved into a smaller rental last year after selling our childhood house. It was in Riley's name, sort of. However, I made the deposit, established the emergency fund, and set up the automatic installments. I let them think it was their apartment while quietly paying the tab. So I called the landlord and said that I was no longer a renter, no longer a co-signer, and would not be responsible for any further payments. I gave them 30 days notice, effective immediately. The landlord did not sound startled. Step 3. I turned off the utilities, including electricity, gas, water, and Wi-Fi. All under my name. All payments are made automatically from my account. I canceled them carefully, leaving only enough time for a polite grace period. One they could have readily anticipated if they hadn't spent the last decade in denial. The last step. The group message. It was the first time I'd spoken to them since my departure. Just one simple comment, posted in the family thread that used to flood with filtered vacation pics and birthday selfies. I have discontinued my financial support as of today. You'll need to arrange for accommodation, utilities, and phone plans. You're grown-ups. Sort it out. I will not react to any future communications. Please think about this goodbye again. For good this time. Then I exited the chat. Within minutes, I heard the first ping. Riley sent an email. No subject line. What did you do? My power's off. 5 minutes later, another. You're ruining everything. Do you even care what this does to Mom? Then Dad. This isn't what family does. You're being spiteful. Grow up. Finally, Mom was always the last to respond, the one who yelled foul but never acknowledged the scoreboard. I'm sorry we forgot your birthday, but this is going too far. You're hurting all of us. However, none of them said, we're sorry for years of taking you for granted. We're sorry we made you feel invisible. We're sorry we treated your generosity like an obligation. Just blame, guilt, accusation. And that simply verified what I already knew. I had made the correct decision. Later that week, I received a call from a banned number. I didn't respond. Then a voicemail. It was my aunt, the only extended family member I still respected. She sounded cautious. Michael, I don't want to get in the middle of anything, but I just saw Riley's post. She says you've abandoned the family and left everyone broke. I figured there was more to the story. Just wanted you to know I see you, and I'm proud of you. I cried for the first time in Lisbon that night, not because I was upset, but because someone had finally seen me. I didn't respond. I did not need to. Her words were sufficient. Months have passed. I found a job tutoring English online, which wasn't glamorous but paid the bills and allowed me to explore the city on my own schedule. I hired a modest studio with a balcony that overlooked the tram line. I purchased a second-hand bike. For the first time, I established acquaintances deliberately and cautiously, not thinking about whether they'd ever need anything from me. And back home, the implosion was silent, but complete. Riley's automobile was repossessed. She posted a TikTok weeping about how some individuals do not comprehend loyalty. And her fans, primarily strangers who had no idea about her personal life, filled the comments with sympathy. My parents launched a GoFundMe campaign to recover from an unexpected financial crisis. They claimed it was due to fraudulent conduct. I did not correct them. Let them lie. However, the donations were poor, just enough to cover 1 month's rent. It turns out that when you spend your life burning bridges, people aren't keen to help you build new ones. I never reached out, never looked back. Until one day, over a year after I left, I received a real letter, handwritten and without a return address. It was from Riley. The writing seemed sloppy, as if she had started it 100 times and then just forced herself to finish. She admitted she didn't know how to apologize, but she was trying. She finally realized what it was like to be forgotten, now that everyone she relied on had stopped catching her fall. She explained that she was working 2 jobs and renting a room in someone's basement. Mom and Dad had sold their car and moved in with Grandma, who was unhappy about it. Then she penned one line that stayed with me. You were never the problem. We were just comfortable making you the solution. No excuses, no begging. Just that. I sat with the letter for quite a while. I did not rush to forgive her. I didn't intend to travel back or pick up the phone. But I didn't throw it away since even though the door was locked, it felt like she'd finally knocked rather than barged through expecting a welcome. This year, I celebrated my birthday alone on a hillside overlooking the Atlantic, eating pastéis de nata and listening to street music echoing from below. No cake. There's no text. No faked family photos. It's just me. And, honestly, it was the best one I'd ever eaten. My sister lied. I abused her at 16. Parents disowned me. I lost friends and 10 years of life. Now she wants forgiveness. But I gave her proof. When I was 18, I had just graduated from high school and was about to begin my studies at a top engineering institution. My name is Jonah, by the way. At the time, I was truly pleased to begin this new chapter of my life. Growing up, my home life wasn't horrible, but it wasn't particularly warm and cuddly. My parents were not neglectful, but I always seemed to fall behind my younger sister, Madison, who was the family's golden child. From a young age, it was clear that I had a talent for academics, but instead of receiving recognition for my accomplishments, all I ever received was higher expectations. For me, messing up was not an option. and when I did, the penalties were severe. When I was 16, I failed to lock the front door. I'll never forget it. My punishment? They took away my automobile for a month. In contrast, accomplishments were viewed casually. Sure, my parents would occasionally express their pride, but my accomplishments were never truly recognized or celebrated. Now Madison was a very different story. At 14, she was pampered as if she were royalty. In their perspective, she could do almost nothing wrong. If she messed up, there was always an excuse to explain her behavior, and her punishments were minimal, consisting of a slap on the wrist or a simple rebuke. Academically, she was average, not stupid, just nothing remarkable, but physically, she stood out. By middle school, she was already participating at level 8 gymnastics. While she was not destined for the Olympics, she was undeniably skilled. I remember how she would take over my birthdays to demonstrate her gymnastics abilities. She'd get extra gifts and even got to choose where we ate. When daughter finally quit gymnastics in 7th grade, I felt a big surge of relief, both because I was sick of hearing about it and because I no longer had to sit through her interminable competitions. Fast forward to the summer following my first year of college. I had just completed a great year. I had reached the dean's list both semesters and joined the school's shooting club. Turns out I was a natural, made a great group of friends, and even began seeing a girl named Elena. We had been together for around 8 months by then. Memorial Day weekend arrived, and we held our annual big family cookout with extended family, family friends, and even some of Dad's co-workers. It was a huge deal. I was riding high, pleased of everything I'd accomplished that year, but my folks didn't seem to notice. Madison was the center of attention that day. She'd made all state in the pole vault as a freshman in high school, and that's all anyone could say. Only 2 people in the entire crowd asked me how college was doing. Honestly, I wasn't surprised. Why should my ability to rebuild an engine from scratch compete with Madison's ability to vault over a bar with a stick? It was frustrating, but I'd learned to ignore it by then. Things took a turn a few months later, around Thanksgiving. By then, I'd added another significant success to my resume. I'd been accepted for an overseas internship in the United Kingdom for the forthcoming summer. The majority of the expenditures were covered by a scholarship, but I'd have to pay a little portion out of pocket. To my surprise, my father not only thanked me but also volunteered to cover the remainder of the charges. I was surprised and sincerely thankful. Madison had finally done something that neither my parents nor I could excuse. She was caught doing something really wrong with a classmate in the school parking lot during lunchtime. To make matters worse, a search of her backpack revealed that she had marijuana on her. She was suspended from school for 10 days, and my parents grounded her by confiscating her automobile for a month. I couldn't help but notice the irony that at 16, forgetting to lock a door resulted in the same punishment as Madison's public immorality and drug possession. I kept my ideas to myself. I was just relieved to be the golden child for a change, even if only temporarily. Thanksgiving dinner that year felt weird. For the first time, I became the center of attention in my family. My grandparents and aunts couldn't stop complimenting me on my successes, while Madison sat quietly, evidently humiliated by her previous mistake. I had waited years for this moment, but the thrill of success did not last long. I returned to school on Sunday night feeling great and went straight to Elena's flat. That night, everything seemed regular. I had no idea it would be the final night of normalcy in my life for quite some time. The next day, I returned from class to find an email from my father in my inbox. It reads, "Jonah, your sister has informed us about your awful deeds against her. I don't know where your mother and I went wrong, or how you could be so cruel to your own sister. While this explains her current problems, it does not alleviate the sorrow of knowing you were the cause. You have devastated this family. I have already told our families. Do not contact them. The only reason we aren't taking legal action is to save Madison the anguish of confronting you. From now on, you are no longer my son. I will legally disown you. Do not try to contact us again." I froze. My thoughts raced. What horrible acts. What on earth was he talking about? Panicked, I called home and then my father's cell phone. No one responded. I tried calling other relatives, but there was no response. Desperate, I called Madison's number. To my surprise, someone picked up. It was my father, and I could hear Madison sobbing in the background. I urged him to explain what was going on, but he cut me off, accusing me of playing ignorant. The only reason he answered was that he couldn't believe I'd go so low as to contact Madison personally. He referred to me as a monster and demanded to know how I could have done such horrific things to her. I argued with him and said I had no idea what he was talking about, but he refused to listen. He closed the phone by threatening that if I ever contacted them again, I'd end myself on the sex offender list. That was my final chance to leave them alone. I was shattered. My entire existence had fallen apart in just a few hours. I went to Elena for assistance, telling her all that had transpired. She tried to console me, but I could see something was wrong. She requested me to return to my dorm for the night, and I grudgingly accepted. When I arrived at my dorm, I found my roommate Jake there. He had been my greatest buddy since freshman year, but when I told him what had happened, I noticed a difference in his behavior. He attempted to be encouraging, but there was a distance in his voice that I couldn't ignore. Over the next week, everything fell apart. Elena broke up with me in a crowded cafe, her brother and cousin acting as bodyguards. At least she didn't ignore me. Jake requested an emergency transfer to another dormitory. Both of them assumed I was guilty. They assumed my family would not cut me off until I had done something very bad. In 1 week, I lost everyone who was important to me. At 20 years old, I was entirely alone and had no idea how to pick up the pieces. I've tried for a decade to move on, but the sorrow of being abandoned by everyone I cared about has never gone away. It changed me in ways that I can't even articulate. Then, just 1 day ago, a letter arrived in the mail. It came from my parents. The letter was an apology. Madison finally admitted after 10 years that she had made everything up. I've been praying for this time for years, and now that it's here, I'm at a loss for what to do. Can you ever truly reconcile after such treachery, or is it best to leave the past behind and go on? I do not know. As described in my previous piece, I received a letter from my parents. It said my sister admitted that the abuse charges were unfounded. They were looking for forgiveness and reconciliation, and they even left their phone number and email address so I could reach them. I stewed on that letter for a few days, trying to work out how I felt about it. Then another letter arrived, this time from my sister. The envelope contained 2 distinct letters. One discussed her life since I was expelled, the other was her confession. The confession reveals that it was not even her idea to come clean. Her husband convinced her. I guess she couldn't muster the courage to do it herself. She wrote that she regretted everything and acknowledged that things had spun out of control. Apparently, she was upset by the family's judgment and derision. She wanted an excuse, anything substantial enough to explain her actions. She remembered hearing that promiscuity and drug usage were prevalent among abuse victims, so she made up this tale about me assaulting her, claiming that was why she was acting out. Of course, my parents, who were always looking for an excuse to clear her of any wrongdoing, bought it without doubt. Hook, line, and sinker. What's the truth? She wasn't acting any worse than an average teenager. My parents just held her in such high regard that they couldn't envision her doing anything wrong without some earth-shattering reason. She said she hadn't expected my father's reaction to be so strong. She enjoyed being the focus of attention again, but she was too afraid to confess. My dad threw me out, raising the stakes. She claimed she persuaded my parents not to contact the authorities by pleading with them not to have to face me in court. After I left and it became evident that I would not return, she promised herself that she would carry the secret to her grave and face the guilt, or so she thought. I swear she does mental gymnastics. She stated that she only began reconsidering 3 years ago after getting married. Her husband had learned about the abuse from a relative, but when he attempted to discuss it, she dismissed it. He became concerned over time since she showed no indicators of being an assault survivor. He persisted, and she eventually confessed it was a lie. He has been pressing her to come clean ever since. Honestly, he appears far too good for my family. Now that she has a daughter, our parents' first grandchild, she believes she will never face the same penalties I faced. So she decided it was time to unburden herself and beg forgiveness. Tessa remains the center of attention. She concluded her confession by imploring me not to reveal the entire truth to our parents. Apparently, she simply gave them the naive girl too scared to fix her mistakes story. She also stated that she has been lobbying for me to be invited to Christmas in a few weeks. Her exact words were, "So we can all start being a family again." Yes, sure. As difficult as that confession was to read, the life update she provided was far worse. She discussed how wonderful her high school years were, how she received a track scholarship to the University of Iowa, how she met her husband, and how they now have a large home and a newborn kid. She's been living her dream for the past decade. Meanwhile, my life fell apart. I have lost my family, girlfriend, and best friend. My grades suffered because I spent the first semester drowning my sorrows with drink. What about the internship I had lined up? Gone. Is there a study abroad option in the UK? My slot was given to someone else. I reached rock bottom. One night, I spent 4 hours sitting on the edge of a bridge, trying to muster the confidence to take the final step. When I realized I couldn't do it, I resolved that if I couldn't end my life, I'd find a method to kill myself. I went out of school a few weeks later and joined the Marine Corps. This occurred at the height of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. I excelled in training and received the desired assignment, EOD, Explosive Ordnance Disposal. I thought handling IEDs would be the easiest way to meet my demise, but life had other plans. 8 years later, I was released, still in one piece. During those years, I didn't have many relationships. When everyone abandons you, you learn to keep them at arm's length. I'd go on 2, 3, and 4 dates, and if a woman didn't answer to a text straight away, I'd worry and end things before she left me. Friends? Non-existent. I trusted my fellow Marines with my life, but not my soul. Except for one guy named Val. He managed to break through. He's my only pal to this day. After we both got out, I relocated to West Virginia to be closer to him and his wife. They just had a baby 7 months ago, and I am now officially Uncle Chris. But my life isn't anything like I envisioned when I graduated from high school. I still haven't completed college. I work at a tiny factory, live in a one-bedroom apartment, and drive a vehicle that has 300,000 miles on it. I have a small amount saved from my years in the Army, but I don't spend it. My existence is bare bones by choice. And now my sister is having a good time while I try to put my life back together. It's aggravating that they think they can simply invite me to Iowa for Christmas and call it the same Christmas I've been excluded from for 10 years. I keep going back and forth. Do I go receive the closure I've been looking for? Or do I ignore them and focus on mending my broken life? There are 17 days before Christmas Eve. That's how long I have till I meet with my family for the first time in nearly a decade. But before I can even understand that, catastrophe strikes with such force that words fail me. Val, my closest brother in life, passed away unexpectedly 2 nights ago. Luna, his baby girl and honorary niece, died as a result of SIDS. This anguish is greater and deeper than anything I've experienced in the past 10 years. It's an anguish that seems to penetrate my very bones, leaving me raw and hollow. Allow me to tell you about Val and his wife, Kim. They are not what most people would call conventional. They've opted to live off the grid in an unconventional fashion, but it suits them. They use solar and propane to power their home. They draw their water from their own well. They've constructed their life to be self-sufficient, free from the constraints of contemporary amenities. Despite their independence, they were meticulous and thoughtful for their daughter. Luna was delivered at home, but she was examined by doctors, immunized, and cared for in every manner possible. They may have lived differently, but they never jeopardized their young daughter's safety. I'm providing this to help you understand what today was like for us. I met Val early this morning, and we worked together to build the little box in which Luna will lie. Our hands toiled silently, molding the wood with the weight of our collective anguish. Later, we dug her cemetery on Val's family property. Tomorrow, we'll gather with his father for a simple funeral with just the 4 of us. I know it's not legal, but this is what Val and Kim want for their daughter, and I will respect that. Update. The funeral is over. It was as solemn and painful as you might anticipate. But in the midst of that pain, something clicked for me, and I had a moment of clarity. I decided to go forward with the meeting with my family. Not just me, but also Val and Kim. Their tenacity and resilience impressed me. If they can go through this, I can handle my own storm. So I've decided to accept my family's invitation. Update number 2. It's 2 days until I depart for Iowa. Plans are in place. I booked a quality hotel, opted against cutting corners on this one, and leased a dependable automobile. My ancient beater couldn't handle such a trip. I'll arrive on December 23rd, settle down, and then meet my family at their home on Christmas Eve. They apparently moved from Illinois several years ago, about the time Tessa began her sophomore year in college. It makes me wonder if they were trying to make it difficult for me to find them. In preparation, I asked to follow them on social media. They agreed, and now I'm going through a decade's worth of posts, photos, and memories I didn't participate in. It's odd to see how they've aged and how they've lived without me. I've been examining every detail: the house I'll be entering, the events I've missed, and the faces that used to mean everything to me. Every day since Luna's death, I've spent time with Val and Kim. Their agony is excruciating, yet they've been doing everything they can to help me prepare for this trip. Isn't that what real families do? They support you even when they are overwhelmed by their own sadness. They make sacrifices for you and hold you up when you are unable to stand alone. Without them, I doubt I would have the courage to face what lies ahead. I realize this is going to be a difficult path. It will be emotional, messy, and even hurtful. But I am ready to take the first step. I will let you know how things proceed as soon as possible. For the time being, I'll keep moving forward, relying on the love and support of the only true family I've ever known, V and Kim, as I face the unknown. It's been a long time coming, but for those of you who have been patient, here's my final update. I realize some of you may already be familiar with portions of this narrative, but as I've always said, if you want the whole truth, you'll have to read it here along with everyone else. I arrived at my parents' place 30 minutes later than they had told me. It was purposeful. I wanted to be the last one there so I could finish all of the awkward introductions and embraces in one go. Christmas Eve was a small gathering of my two grandmothers, one grandfather, an aunt and uncle, their son and wife, my parents, my sister Tessa, her husband Derek, poor guy, and their baby Isla. Ironically, Isla and Derek were the only ones who had not abandoned me over the years. Everyone persisted on hugging me, and while I did allow it, it was not because I wanted to. Final update. Closure after a decade. I didn't want to add to the discomfort. I brought in a few gifts trying to appear thoughtful, even if they were heavier than I let on emotionally. Everyone told me I didn't have to bring anything, but it was all part of the plan. If I was going to accomplish this, I needed to do it correctly. I placed two of the bigger gifts just under the tree, where they couldn't be missed. I also had a few smaller presents that I quietly placed throughout the house throughout the tour. For the next 45 minutes, I made small chat and smiled through gritted teeth. Then came the announcement that it was time for gifts. That was my cue. I turned to Tessa and asked if we could speak alone. She paused but then accepted, cradling Isla in her arms. "Is it okay to bring the baby?" she inquired, attempting to keep the mood light. "Of course," I replied, my tone calm and steady. We strolled outside into the cool night air, which was both biting and yet energizing. She didn't waste any time before going into an apology. A deluge of words praising me for not telling our parents the real truth. I interrupted her in mid-sentence and raised my hand. "Hold that thought," I replied, feigning a smile. "I have something for you in the car." She smiled, possibly believing it was a peace offering. "Okay," she replied softly. I walked to my car and returned carrying a little neatly wrapped gift bag. I handed it to her and she gently opened it. Inside, there found a hand-assembled scrapbook. The pages were littered with newspaper clippings, photographs, and journal notes. My life, from the day they locked me out till now. She flipped over the pages quietly at first, then clearly shaken. I lost an internship, photos from deployment, and a folded letter from the Marines. Val and Kim presented me with an honorary certificate for becoming Uncle Chris. Pages of anguish, strength, loss, and perseverance. "This is what your lie cost me," I remarked quietly. "Not just my dreams, my entire life." Tears welled in her eyes. She attempted to say something, but I persisted. "I'm not looking for vengeance. I'm here because I needed to look you in the eye and say, I forgive you. But forgiveness does not imply forgetting. It doesn't imply we return to the way things were." She nodded, unable to respond. "I'm going to leave now," I said. I have stated everything I needed to say. I wish Isla a beautiful life based on honesty, not fear. I softly kissed Isla on the forehead before turning to depart. I checked into my motel, packed early the next morning, and drove back to West Virginia. I did not stay over Christmas. I did not need to. That meeting was not about reunion, but about liberation. Every day after Luna's death, Val and Kim have reminded me of what true family looks like. They have carried me through more than they realize. When I told them how it went, they hugged me like a brother and said, "We're so proud of you." Epilogue, 10 years later. A decade has gone. I now work with veterans to help them reintegrate into society. I eventually completed my degree. I still live simply but consciously. No longer haunted, only healed. One day, a letter arrived. There is no return address, only a single phrase inside. All is well. Val and Kim. Still out there. Still safe. Still free. That was all I ever needed to know. As I write this, prepared to tell my tale on camera for the first time, I am reminded that justice does not always take place in courtrooms. Sometimes it takes the form of survival, truth, or chosen family. Here's my tale, and now it's also yours. Grandfather forced us to fight every Saturday since I was 10. Now my parents want me to come home and pretend it was just boys being boys. A year later, my cousin informed me that the younger boys were also starting to resist. In my family, all the males had to follow the same rule: make your cousin bleed or go hungry for a week. Every Saturday, my male cousins aged 10 to 18 would gather in my grandfather's garage. 2 boys joined the chalk circle. Only the person who caused his opponent to bleed got to eat dinner for the next week. They termed it building brotherhood through suffering. My granddad began this practice after returning from Vietnam. "I watched soft American boys die crying for their mothers," he'd say, his glassy eyes scanning our features. "No grandson of mine will be weak." My uncles proudly enforced the restrictions. Uncle Marco had a photo album of his fight victories and pages of his cousins' bloodied faces from the 1980s. So, when I turned 10, I spent my birthday standing in the fight garage for the first time, surrounded by cousins who were nursing previous injuries. I tried to convince myself that it wouldn't be so horrible, that I could just zone out and pretend it didn't happen. Boy, was I mistaken. It turns out that you didn't only draw blood, you fought until blood reached the concrete floor. No medical assistance until the winner had eaten their dinner. Winners dined like kings, while losers sat at the same table watching. Brothers fought each other. Fathers made bets. "First fights are always special," Uncle Tony said, pushing me into the circle. My opponent, my cousin Calvin, who is also 10, is afraid. The men built a wall around us, yelling, "Blood brings brotherhood," repeatedly. Calvin and I circled each other, neither wanting to throw the initial punch. "Hit him," my father exclaimed. So I did. I beat him till his nose cracked and blood covered the floor. That night, I ate chicken and rice while Calvin sat across from me, an empty plate and a towel pushed against his face. The months that followed broke something in each of us. My 12-year-old brother Anthony nearly lost his left eye while battling our cousin David. Darius, formerly the loveliest child, learned to combat nasty fish by snagging eyes and biting pieces from ears. "Gotta eat," he'd reply later, spitting blood. By my 15th bout, I had only won 7 times. Not enough to prevent the hollow sensation of hunger, but enough to experience the horrible joy of seeing others go hungry. I despised who I was becoming. Our neighborhood was so small that more than half of the teachers at my school had some connection to us, so they made sure no questions were asked. I knew if I didn't find a solution quickly, my life would be finished, but I wanted the problem to go away on its own, and it eventually did. We were preparing for the spring performance when the drama teacher showed us theatrical blood packets, which are tiny pouches that rupture on impact, producing realistic blood effects. That was my light bulb moment. I saved a few every day to test out my theory. So by Saturday, I had palmed a packet before entering the chalk circle. When my cousin Marco seized me in a headlock, I slapped the package against my nose, causing fake blood to flow down my face. "Blood on the floor," Uncle Tony exclaimed. "Marco won." I went hungry, and for the first time, I was not upset about it. Instead, I concentrated on stealing additional packets. I demonstrated the technique to my younger relatives during potty breaks. We created a system of synchronized actions that appeared harsh but caused little damage. A fake stumble here and a package there. For 3 glorious months we outwitted our fathers. We swapped winners based on who needed food the most. My younger brother was smiling again. We were actors, not gladiators. Everything was going well until my grandfather turned to see my cousin's unmarked face after a terrible battle. "Where are the bruises?" he inquired. "How did they heal so fast?" The room fell still and I feigned to find the peas on my plate. Extremely fascinating. We assumed he would forget about it, but he didn't. The following Saturday, everything changed. Strip searches, metal detectors, and uncles serving as referees inside the circle. When they discovered the blood sachets taped inside Domingo's waistline, my grandfather set an example for him. 3 18-year-olds against 1 14-year-old. Real blood and real screams. Domingo struggled to walk properly for several weeks. "You're next," my father assured me that night. "Fight like a man, or I'll show you what real brotherhood means." I didn't say anything before pulling out my phone. I've been recording these fights for 8 months. Every beating, every forced starvation, it's all uploaded to a cloud drive that CPS and the police already have access to. Every word I said was false, but it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that they put an end to the bloodshed permanently. "We're done bleeding for you," Calvin said. Jasper was already on a call. "Police, we need help at 1847 Oakwood Drive. Child abuse in progress." The garage exploded into chaos. Grandfather's hands trembled as he reached for Jasper's phone, but my cousin pulled it away and backed toward the door. The distant sound of sirens made everyone freeze. "You're bluffing, boy," Grandfather remarked. His glass eye locked on me and his good eye darting between the windows. His hands shook as he signaled for everyone to remain calm, but I could see anxiety creeping into his weathered features. Father came at me, but Calvin and Jasper jumped between us. Calvin still had dried blood under his fingernails from our pretend fight earlier. "This ends tonight, Uncle," he continued, his voice unwavering despite everything. I forced myself to keep the lie even as my voice trembled. "Check your phones at midnight. Everything goes live." 8 months of evidence. My heart pounded against my ribs, but I held my chin up and met Grandfather's gaze. A faint gasp emanated from the corner. Anthony had seen our 8-year-old cousin, Miguel, hiding behind the tool cabinet, holding his father's phone and recording everything. The red light flashed like an accusation. Uncle Marco took the phone from Miguel's little hands, his thick fingers fumbling with the screen while deleting the video. But Miguel said something that caused Marco's cheeks turn pale. "I already sent it to Mom." The sirens became louder, then abruptly veered away into another street. Jasper's hurried call had provided the incorrect address. The room exhaled together, but their relief was too obvious, too guilty. "Family meeting now. Inside the house," Grandfather said, his authority reasserting itself. He pointed to Darius. "Check the streets. Make sure they're really gone. Nobody leaves until we settle this." We entered the main house like prisoners. The moms emerged from the kitchen. Their confusion turned to fear as they saw the blood on their sons' clothes. They'd heard about the battles and pretended not to notice, but the starving aspect was new to some of them. My mother's expression contorted as she saw my wounded cheek fully for the first time under the bright kitchen lights. "I thought it was just roughhousing," she replied, but her voice trembled as she revealed the lie she had been telling herself for years. Grandfather stood at the head of the supper table, where winners ate and losers starved. "Anyone who walks out that door tonight is dead to this family. No money, no help, nothing." 3 women had already gathered their children. Coats are half on, and car keys jingle. My Aunt Catherine clutched her twin boys close, both with new bruises from tonight's interrupted battle. Uncle Tony moved to block the front entrance, filling the frame. "Nobody's going anywhere until we know what evidence actually exists. This could ruin all of us." During the stalemate, Calvin got my attention and showed me his phone screen. He had been recording sounds for the past hour. The battery indicator displayed 2%. My stomach sank. Our only genuine evidence was that he died in his hands. Then the lights went out. Darius had reached the breaker box. In the sudden darkness, furniture shattered and adults yelled. Someone's elbow hit me in the ribs as bodies crashed amid the chaos. "The bathroom window," Jasper growled into my ear. 5 of us scrambled through the little window while our fathers cursed and staggered in the darkness. We struck the ground running, splitting up without a conversation. The younger boys went to my friend Jake's house 3 blocks away. Jasper, Calvin, and I dashed toward the 24-hour McDonald's on Main Street. Lou's house was closer, so we tried it first. His mother answered the door in her robe, her face pinched with concern. Behind her, I could see Lou's father's silhouette in the corridor. "Your grandfather has already called," she added, not meeting our gaze. "Get away from here. Now." The door slammed shut in our faces. My phone constantly buzzed. Threats from uncles inundated the texts, as did pleas from mothers wondering if we were safe and demands from fathers for our location. Each message made my hands shake more. When the manager approached our McDonald's booth, we hadn't even finished ordering. "Your grandfather called, said you boys are runaways. I need to call the police." The security camera's red light blinks above us, just like Miguel's phone did. We abandoned our untouched lunch and raced away. Desperate, I contacted Miss Rodriguez, my drama teacher. She answered on the 5th ring, her voice heavy with sleep. When I explained, she agreed to meet us at school. Something about her tone felt odd, but I was too desperate to examine it. She was waiting in the parking lot when we arrived, but she wasn't the only one. Principal Morrison stood beside her with arms crossed. "Your family is worried sick," Miss Rodriguez continued without looking at me. She had called them first. Of course she did. Half of the school staff was linked to us in some way. We rushed through the gymnasium, but Anthony hurt his ankle when jumping the chain-link fence. His agonizing howl boomed across the empty basketball court. We had to move very slowly now, with him between us. Dawn arrived with nowhere safe to go. My bank card was refused at 3 separate ATMs. Grandfather had already made the call to close ranks overnight. Calvin's phone eventually died, taking our lone recording with it. A TV in a shop window showed the local morning news. "Police are searching for several runaway teens from a concerned immigrant family," according to the reporter. I recognize her. She was the daughter of the hairdresser who looked after my grandmother. "Maybe if we apologize," Jasper said, swaying on his feet from tiredness. Domingo's younger brother, Sean, had joined us during the night. He pulled up his shirt, revealing fresh bruises on his ribcage. "This is what happened after you left. Dad gave me a lesson about family loyalty. I've made a decision. I'll go to the police alone. You guys find somewhere to hide." The police station smelled like burnt coffee and sadness. I had hardly begun to speak when I noticed Uncle Marco through the glass barrier, making a missing person report at the next desk. The officer behind the glass looked between Uncle Marco and me, her emotions ranging from boredom to confusion. She motioned for me to wait with a finger before buzzing me into a small interview room that smelled of old cigarettes and cleaning solution. Detective Lynn arrived 20 minutes later, carrying 2 cups of coffee and a notepad. He placed 1 cup in front of me and slipped into the metal chair across the table. His wedding ring clinked against the table when he opened his notebook. "Your uncle says you've been having some issues at home," he said, his voice bland. "Want to tell me your side?" I curled my hands around the warm cup, gaining courage. The words fell out of the garage, along with the fighting, blood, and hunger. Detective Lynn's pen moved across the page, but his demeanor became more dubious as I spoke. When I finished, he put his pen down and leaned back. "So, you're telling me your grandfather makes you boys box? Like a boxing club?" "Not boxing," I clarified, frustrated. "Fighting until someone bleeds. Kids go hungry if they lose." He stroked his temple and summoned his companion, Officer Petroyan, whose nameplate caught the fluorescent light. When Petroyan heard my narrative, his expression hardened into something I know all too well. "Listen, kid," Petroyan instructed, crossing his arms. "These old country families have different ways. My own grandfather used to make us wrestle. It's not an abuse, it's tradition. You can't just call it abuse because you don't like it." My protests went unheeded. Within an hour, they released me to Uncle Marco's care. Granddad chaired the local VFW and had loaned half the town money, so favors were simple. Uncle Marco's knuckles turned white on the steering wheel as he promised grandfather's leniency if I simply recanted. We passed Louisa's house. His family's car was gone, and the driveway was empty. Back home, grandfather had changed into a concerned patriarch. He sat on his leather chair, surrounded by my aunts and uncles, and played the anxious elder to perfection. "Boys fight," he said to the room, shaking his head sadly. "It's natural. This one has imagination problems. Too much time with those theater people." The next morning, a tired-looking social worker named Ms. Patel appeared and interrogated me in front of my entire family. Grandfather sat alongside me, his hand hard on my shoulder, and my parents flanked me on the other side. Every question she asked was filtered by the weight of their presence. "Has anyone ever hurt you?" she said, pen poised over her clipboard. Grandfather's fingers tightened gradually around my shoulder. My mother's foot tapped against mine beneath the table. Once, twice, a warning. "No," I heard myself saying. "Just normal family stuff." Miss Patel left promising to follow up, but we all knew she wouldn't. Budget was cut. The CPS closed 200 files that month. Ours was another statistic. The system was swamped, and we appeared to be a close-knit family dealing with a rebellious adolescent. That night, I laid up and planned. Uncle Marco's trophy collection photo book could still be found someplace. While the rest of the family slept, I crept into grandfather's study and removed his car keys from the hook near the door. My hands shook like his in the garage, shivering under the weight of what I was about to accomplish. His study smelled of pipe smoke and worn leather. I searched slowly, going through drawers, shelves, and the closet. I finally located it, beneath a row of accounting ledgers. The album's leather cover had worn smooth from handling. I quickly opened it, intending to picture the proof with an old digital camera I had discovered. However, the pages contained simply typical family images, birthday celebrations, graduations, and holiday feasts. Every terrible image was meticulously changed as if decades of atrocity had never occurred. "Looking for something?" My mother stood in the doorway, her robe tightly wrapped around her small figure. In the moonlight, I could see how much weight she'd dropped recently, her cheekbones sharp beneath the papery skin. "Mom, I need those photos, the real ones." She closed the door behind her and sat on the ottoman beside me. "I know about hunger," she remarked quietly. "I've known all along. But what choice do I have? Leave with nothing. Your father lost his job 3 months ago. Your grandfather pays our mortgage, your sister's school tuition, everything." The weight of her words hung over me like a shroud. "So we just keep bleeding." "You play along until you're 18, she continued, avoiding my gaze. "Then you leave. That's what survivors do." Saturday approached with the certainty of a funeral. Grandfather announced a special exhibition match for my return, telling the family that I would receive a decent education. The other fugitive cousins had trickled back home during the week, each with a similar story of no money, no else to go, and parents who prioritized security over their children's well-being. Jasper reappeared with his arm in a sling, claiming to have been in a skating accident. Calvin returned silently, his recording equipment inexplicably gone. Even courageous little Sean was back, moving cautiously to avoid injuring his ribs. Friday night, grandfather came to my room. He sat in my desk chair, looking older than I had ever seen him, but no less menacing. "Your father tried this at your age," he said casually. "Thought he could change things. Now look, he needs me for everything." Through my doorway, I could see my father hovering in the hall, his shoulders drooping in defeat. "I'm offering you a deal," grandfather said. "Fight once more, properly. Show the family you understand your place. Then you can quit. I'll even pay for college. But this rebellion ends tomorrow." His face clouded. "Then watch what happens to Jasper tomorrow, and it will be your fault." Saturday dawned with storm clouds forming overhead. They kept me in my room as they were preparing for the fight. But I could hear everything through the floor, the scrape of feet on concrete, the voices of adults putting wagers, and the nervous laughter of lads attempting to appear brave. Then Jasper's scream became distinct from the regular sounds of combat. These were absolute misery. I hurled myself against the door and rammed my shoulder into it until the handle snapped. Racing downstairs, I discovered blood pooling behind the garage door. There was commotion within. Jasper lay unconscious on the concrete, bleeding from a head wound. The adults stood motionless, visibly shocked. Grandfather had taken the fight too far, using Jasper to prove his point. My mother eventually snapped. She yelled, "Enough!" and pushed past Uncle Tony. "Call 911, now! This ends tonight." The room split instantly. Some women ran to Jasper's side, while others attempted to hush my mother. Aunt Catherine was already dialing, tears running down her cheeks. The ambulance arrived in minutes, and paramedics loaded Jasper onto a gurney. Grandfather informed them about a skateboarding mishap in a steady, believable tone. But the EMT, a young lady with sharp eyes, saw discrepancies in the injury pattern. She took notes on her iPad and exchanged glances with her buddy. 40 minutes later, after the sirens and the hectic ride to the hospital, I cornered Patricia and told her everything. She listened intently, recording every word, but her look turned compassionate rather than hopeful. "Without the victim's cooperation, it's just hearsay," she stated gently. When Jasper awoke, his parents were around, and he validated my grandfather's story. He stared directly at the doctor and explained that he had fallen while skating, yet he squeezed my hand while no one was looking. He held an apology in his grip. Patricia showed me something that made my blood turn cold. The hospital's computer system had records of cousin after relative coming in throughout the years. Broken noses, bruised ribs, and concussions, each explained separately. They did, however, paint a definite pattern together. "I see what this is," Patricia stated calmly. "But I need a family member over 18 to make an official report. Someone standing." In the hospital waiting room, my mother hesitated. "Maybe now," she said. But my father interrupted her with a glance, reminding her of our sisters' futures and their reliance on grandfather's money. When I returned home, I saw my possessions stacked on the front lawn. Grandfather stood at the doorway with arms crossed. "You're no longer welcome in this house," he stated. "But legally, I can't kick out a minor. You'll sleep in the garage." The garage still smelled of blood and terror. The chalk circles survived, albeit darker in places. I built a bed in the corner out of old moving blankets, trying not to think of the brutality that had occurred within these walls. While cleaning, I discovered a tooth trapped between two floorboards. On Monday morning, the school counselor called me in. Mrs. Holloway sat behind her desk, hands folded, anxiety on her face. "Your grandfather called. He's worried about your mental health. These accusations you've been making." Mandatory therapy sessions began that week. Dr. Adler's office was expensively decorated in leather and dark wood. He listened to my account with professional interest, taking notes that I knew would portray me as deluded. "Your grandfather is paying for these sessions," he explained during our third encounter. "He wants what's best for you. Sometimes trauma can make us misremember events and create false narratives." I realized what was going on. Everything I said was recorded as evidence of my instability. Grandfather was putting together a case that I was mentally sick, assuring that no one would believe me. The following Saturday, I attempted to videotape the fights from my hiding location in the garage rafters. Darius spotted me crushing my phone under his boot as the other cousins were watching. None of them helped. They'd learned the consequences of defiance. Without a phone, I began penning everything in a journal, noting dates, injuries, and participants. I hid it in my locker at school, believing it was safe. However, the janitor discovered it during routine cleaning and, per process, turned it in to the principal. Principal Morrison convened a family conference to discuss the disturbing fantasies in my journal. Grandfather sat in the room, shaking his head sadly as the principal voiced concern about my violent fantasies and fake recollections. Even Jake's parents were concerned when grandfather sent them Dr. Adler's early assessment. "Maybe you do need help," Jake's mother kindly offered when I attempted to remain at their home. These delusions seemed serious. Desperate, I turned to the local newspaper. Mr. Garrison, the editor, listened patiently as I explained my story. He took notes and asked questions, but I could sense suspicion in his eyes. "This is a serious accusation," he stated ultimately. "We'd need proof, corroboration. Without that it's just hearsay. And frankly, accusing a respected community elder of something this heinous." When I returned home, I discovered that grandfather had been busy. The few remaining fight trophies were gone, leaving barren shelves and walls. The family was deleting its violent history in real time, eradicating all traces of evidence. Calvin discovered me that night sitting alone in the garage. He looked fatigued and discouraged. "I never had recordings," he said. "I lied to support your bluff. I thought it would work. Thought they'd stop. I'm sorry." The truth about our situation became clear. Then grandfather's goal wasn't merely to fight. It was all about control and dominance until the sons turned 18 and left voluntarily, too broken to question the family authority again. I had to live for another 2 years. I began documenting everything in secret places, using library computers to create accounts and keeping notes in a locker at the bus station. Every piece of evidence was carefully buried away from the family's reach. To keep my cover and escape more severe penalties, I was forced to attend fights as an observer. I sat on an overturned pail in the corner, taking mental notes as cousins bloodied one another. The younger guys had begun to avoid me, with grandfather's indoctrination taking root in fresh brains. One minor win occurred when I got 2 mothers to schedule their sons' activities around fight evenings. Piano lessons and soccer practice became shields. However, grandfather detected the trend within a few weeks and began organizing fights at random on Sunday mornings and Wednesday evenings, whenever it suited him. My father eventually spoke to me privately one evening, finding me alone in the garage. He appeared much older than his years, worn down by decades of subjection. "I'm saving money," he said quietly, looking uncomfortably at the door. "When you turn 18, I'll help you leave. Just survive until then." But survival entailed witnessing 10-year-olds join the circle. It meant seeing boys I'd attempted to safeguard become violent. Some relatives practiced combat freely, having been completely indoctrinated into the system. My carefully kept documents was discovered while my aunt was cleaning the library as a volunteer. She ruined everything to defend her family. She subsequently informed me that her own son was reaching fight age, and she didn't want the practice to end. As young males reached the age of 10, alliances moved continuously. Some embraced the ritual, seeing it as a way to gain grandfather's approval. Others sought me in secret, begging for assistance that I could not provide. Darius surprised everyone by defeating our generation's toughest fighter. He grabbed me aside one night, exhaustion written all over his damaged face. "I'm tired of hurting cousins," he confessed, "but I'm in too deep to quit now." We worked together to establish a fresh evidence cache, documenting everything with Darius's insider knowledge. We concealed it in an abandoned structure near the train lines, where I would occasionally sleep to escape the garage's terrible atmosphere. 3 women started family dinners on fight nights, giving their sons a reason to miss. Grandfather replied by relocating fights to Sunday mornings, changing his ritual to keep control. The younger cousins' metamorphosis stung the most. Boys who had previously played together were now practicing fighting movements voluntarily, believing grandfather's rhetoric about power and fraternity. Many of them had been completely indoctrinated. Then came the breakthrough. Miguel, the 8-year-old who had shot the first night, had continued to record discreetly. He showed me a clear video of grandfather beating Domingo during a display of blood spattering while teaching the bigger lads the appropriate technique. However, the footage showed me in the frame watching without intervening. My complicity was clear, even if forced. My mother discovered my evidence cache while following me one evening. She confronted me in the abandoned structure, tears flowing down her emaciated cheeks. "You'll destroy us all for your principles," she insisted. "I've been skipping meals to save money. Your sisters need their education, and you want to burn it all down." I made a decision: survival over justice. I would wait till the age of 18 before acting, gathering evidence for the future rather than the present. The following fight night, grandfather compelled me to referee a contest between 2 10-year-old boys who had never fought before. I stood in the circle, counting blood drips on the concrete, completely involved in the system I had attempted to destroy. Grandfather beamed from his chair, knowing he had won the round. Jasper had recovered but altered. He suffered from periodic headaches as a result of the head injury. But something else had changed too. He grabbed me away one night and whispered urgently, "I'm recording everything now. Really recording. For when we're older. When we can actually do something." A network of quiet relatives emerged, secretly chronicling and planning for a future reckoning. The resistance has gone underground. More cautious, but not defeated. As my 18th birthday came, grandfather delivered an announcement that chilled my veins. "Our prodigal son will have one final lesson," he stated over dinner. "On his birthday, he fights. Then he can leave with my blessing, or stay with my respect." The ramifications were clear. One last humiliation, one final break, and I'd be free to leave if I could still walk. The cousins murmured about my opponent. Some believed Darius despite our new union. Others believed grandfather would bring in someone from another branch of the family, someone who did not share our background. But I knew better. I'd witnessed how grandfather operated, how he turned loyalty into weapons. It would be Calvin. My first opponent would be my last, completing the circle with lyrical brutality. And Calvin, now completely indoctrinated, would struggle to actually harm me. The boy who had once stood by me against our fathers was now grandfather's ideal soldier. The evidence we'd acquired was stashed in various locations across town: digital files on library computers, tangible documents in bus station lockers, and movies on ancient phones concealed in abandoned structures, a dispersed archive of violence waiting for the appropriate moment. But as I sat in the garage listening to the newest battle through the walls, that moment seemed inconceivably distant. The moist sound of collision. Men cheered as they remembered their own harsh adolescence. The silence of mothers who prioritize security over their son's safety. I have 2 more months till my birthday. 2 more months of watching, recording, and surviving. 2 more months of complicity in the very system I had attempted to eliminate. The chalk circle waited patiently and hungry, waiting for one final feeding. Sunday morning came with grandfather's new schedule. I observed from the garage doorway as mothers rushed their sons by, citing pressing church engagements. 3 families were able to dodge the morning conflict, but grandfather's gaze followed each absence with icy calculation. Darius then cornered me behind the tool shed. His knuckles had split from demonstrating holds on the younger boys. "Your birthday's in 6 weeks, he remarked, looking over his shoulder. "Calvin has been training extra. Grandfather's been coaching him personally." The following week, grandfather conducted unannounced inspections. He would show up at piano lessons, soccer sessions, and even school activities to ensure his grandkids weren't making up reasons. Mrs. Lynn's piano recital was canceled when grandfather arrived up and demanded her students return for family obligations. I spent several nights in the abandoned structure, adding to our evidence cache. Darius submitted images of medical documents he had taken from his mother's filing cabinet, spanning years of emergency department trips and meticulously documented. We covered everything in plastic and hid it under decaying floorboards. 2 cousins approached me separately that week. 12-year-old Tobias, who was about to make his combat debut, requested for the blood packet trick. I had to explain why it wasn't working anymore. Watching hope leave his face. Emil, 8, just wanted to know if the hunger would soon stop hurting. I lied and replied yes. At the following fight, grandfather introduced a new rule. Winners would henceforth dine in front of their entire extended family, rather than simply their opponents. He wanted the moms to witness their famished boys and realize the consequences of defiance. My Aunt Maria lasted 5 minutes before breaking down and shoving her own dish at her defeated son. Grandfather barred her from the next 3 dinners. Jasper's headaches increased during a particularly violent altercation between 2 14-year-olds. He collapsed in the garage and clutched his skull. The family doctor, grandfather's golf pal, prescribed pain medicine and advised less stress. Nobody revealed the apparent explanation. I learned grandfather had been visiting my school counselor on a weekly basis, delivering updates on my mental health. Mrs. Holloway now looked at me with sympathy rather than alarm, thinking I was insane. My teachers obtained copies of Dr. Adler's findings, which depicted me as a troubled youngster with violent fantasies. Darius's breaking point was 3 weeks before my birthday. Forced to fight his younger brother, he refused to deliver the fatal blow that would draw blood. The lads went famished. That night, Darius packed his bag and vanished. His parents filed a missing person report, but I knew he was with his girlfriend's family in Nevada. One less ally, yet I was relieved he had escaped. The younger relative's transition has hastened. They created practice groups and met after school to improve their techniques. Silas, 10, boasted about the skills his grandfather had shown him privately. The custom was evolving, becoming self-sufficient even without the elder generation's enforcement. These boys would continue their violence. My mother's weight decrease was tough to ignore. She had given her parts to my sister so frequently that her garments hung loosely about her frame. When I approached her, she just responded, "2 more weeks, then you're free, and things will get easier." But we both knew grandfather would not let things get easier. Miguel's covert recordings proliferated. The 8-year-old had become our most precious asset, yet his age rendered him invisible to the adults. He showed me footage of grandfather teaching the older boys about psychological warfare and how to shatter an opponent's spirit before the combat even started. However, every video featured other cousins' faces, implicating them in the system. Grandfather planned a family reunion for the week before my birthday. Cousins from other states would attend, including those who had grown out of the fighting years before. The underlying goal was clear: to gather witnesses for my last humiliation. He wanted everyone in the family to see me broken. I tried one more time with the authorities, a different police station, a different detective. Detective Williams, a woman with lovely eyes, listened to the entire narrative. She took notes, asked clarifying questions, and appeared to believe me. Then she called to verify my background and found Dr. Adler's reports. The interview concluded with pamphlets outlining mental health services. Jasper devised a fresh tactic. During confrontations, he'd position himself to unintentionally intervene when things got out of hand. A stumbled step here, a knocked-over water bottle there, minor disturbances that prevented catastrophic damage. Grandfather noticed but could not show intentionality. Calvin started making final plans for my birthday 3 weeks before it. I observed him in the garage performing combos with the heavy bag grandfather had installed. His technique was perfect. Brutal. The terrified 10-year-old I had previously fought had been replaced with a true believer. He caught my eye once and merely nodded, as if an executioner was acknowledging his condemned. My father's savings plan encountered a roadblock. Grandfather, now wary of everyone, tightened his grip on the family's finances. The bank statements arrived first at his place. Any unexpected withdrawals were questioned. My father managed to hide $300 in cash, which was insufficient for an escape. The family reunion arrived, bringing cousins I hadn't seen in years. Men in their 20s and 30s, with ancient wounds from fighting. They swapped anecdotes from their glory years, comparing methods, and laughed about hunger. None of them spoke out against the tradition. They had been broken and reconstructed in grandfather's image. Grandfather staged a spectacle by announcing my birthday fight in front of 40 relatives. He proclaimed that it would take place at sunset, when warriors prove themselves. Calvin stood behind him, already dressed for battle. The message was clear. It was no longer only about tradition. The goal was to thoroughly suppress rebellion. That night I met with Jasper and a few relatives who were still privately resisting. We had evidence, but there was no way to use it without jeopardizing our family's financial stability. Miguel's movies, Darius's photographs, and my documentation are all ineffective against grandfather's economic stranglehold. We were caught between justice and survival. My 18th birthday began dark and humid. Extended family flooded the house, their joy evident. Uncles who had moved away returned to see the spectacle. Cousins filmed everything on their phones, establishing their own record of tradition's continuation. The garage was adorned with banners stating "Strength through struggle" and "Brotherhood bonds." Someone had repainted the chalk circle to accommodate the anticipated violence. The audience sat in folding seats around the walls. It wasn't just a quarrel. It was a ceremony. Calvin warmed up in the corner, his concentration unwavering. Grandfather had given him new gloves, lighter ones that sliced more easily. Every aspect had been designed to maximize damage. Uncle Tony tested the garage door to ensure it would lock correctly. There are no escapes this time. I checked our evidence cache in the abandoned building one last time. Everything remained buried, waiting until someday. Perhaps when the younger cousins became older, grandfather's grasp relaxed. Perhaps it would rot there forever as a memorial to failed resistance. As the sun began to drop, the extended family gathered. Mothers clutched their smaller children close, murmuring explanations about family tradition. The men formed their traditional circle, but this time 3 rows deep. Grandfather sat in a special chair elevated above the crowd. His glass eye caught the overhead light as he smiled. "Tonight we will remind everyone what happens to those who challenge their family," Grandfather said. His voice conveyed full power. "Calvin has trained hard. He understands honor. He will teach a necessary lesson." They shut the garage door from inside. Nobody would leave until blood struck the concrete. I stood in the circle bearing the weight of 40 relatives' expectations. Calvin entered from the opposite side, muscles clenched, ready to sever what remained of our childhood bond. The fight started without formality. Calvin attacked instantly, using combinations that Grandfather had drilled into him for weeks. I avoided, obstructed, and refused to engage. The crowd became restless. Someone called for blood. Others urged action. Calvin's fury grew with each missed strike. He prepared for conflict, but discovered only evasion. His attacks became wilder and more desperate. Grandfather's training did not account for an opponent who refused to fight back. The precise choreography devolved into pandemonium. Then Jasper acted. During a particularly aggressive rush by Calvin, Jasper accidentally knocked over the water table. The collision momentarily distracted everyone. Calvin stumbled on the wet concrete, landing hard. His elbow cracked on impact and blood flowed freely. The garage erupted with confusion. Technically, blood had impacted the concrete, but it was from a fall rather than a strike. Grandfather stood, face crimson with fury. But the rules remained the rules. The combat was over. Calvin collapsed on the concrete, staring at his wounded elbow in astonishment. I helped him up, whispering an apology that he did not recognize. The audience dispersed uncertainty and lost its show. Grandfather's immaculate ceremony had crumbled into farce. At dinner, I ate while Calvin sat with an empty plate and a bandaged arm. The irony was not lost on anybody. Grandfather's chosen warrior is vanquished by clumsiness. The meal proceeded in uncomfortable quiet. Tradition is fulfilled yet somehow broken. That night, Grandfather called me into his study. He sat behind his desk, gazing at each of his 78 years. For the first time, he shook his hands without anxiety of hiding it. "You won without winning," he concluded. "Get out. Take nothing. Never come back." Excluded from 4 weddings, I finally had my own without them. Now they tried to guilt me back, but I blocked them all. My name is Claire, and I am the youngest of 5 children. My siblings, Adam, Ethan, Brooke, and Josh, were all so much older than me that I sometimes felt like I belonged to a different family. By the time I was old enough to develop memories, they had already moved out, gone to college, or begun their adult lives. It was as if I were an afterthought, a strange tag-along they had to deal with. Nonetheless, I adored them. When you are the youngest child, you look up to your elder siblings as if they were heroes. When I was little, I assumed Adam had hung the moon. He was the calm, older brother who could do no wrong. Ethan was quieter and more serious, but I still loved him. Brooke was my older sister, and I always hoped she would bring me into her life and teach me how to be like her. Josh, the youngest of the older ones, felt the most like me in terms of age, yet he, too, kept me at a distance. Adam's wedding was the first time I realized how little I mattered to them. I was 10 years old. 10 is a strange age in which you feel old enough to participate in adult activities while still being treated as a child. When Adam and his fiancée Sarah announced their child-free wedding, I figured it didn't include me. I mean, I wasn't some random kid who would throw food or yell throughout the ceremony. I was his sister. I recall the day my parents sat me down. I'd been so eager that I asked my mother if I may wear one of her necklaces on the big day. That is when she said it. "Adam and Sarah are having an adults-only wedding, Claire. You're not going to be able to come." I stared at her for a moment, trying to process. "But I'm not like the other kids," I explained, attempting to reason with her. "I'll be quiet, I promise." She patted my head as if I were a puppy. "It's just for adults, sweetie. You'll understand when you're older." I didn't comprehend anything. I cried in my room for several hours. Adam was my brother, and I wanted to see him married. I wanted to be there to see Sarah, who I already thought of as my sister, walk down the aisle. However, my parents left me with a babysitter. I recall staring at the clock that day, contemplating what I was missing. When Adam returned from his honeymoon, I suspected he'd bring it up. Maybe he'd apologize for not being able to attend and tell me a humorous story about the wedding. But he did not. He acted as if I wasn't even a part of it, or that I wasn't worth mentioning. 2 years later, Ethan became engaged. I was 12 years old at the time, and I expected things to be different. I was older, calmer, and much better behaved. I didn't complain or make a fuss, and I made sure everyone knew it. So when they announced that his wedding was also child-free, I thought, okay, but this time I'll be invited. Nope. Again, I received the same speech. "Ethan and his fiancée want the wedding to be adults only, Claire." It's not personal. Not personal. It felt intimate. How could it not be personal if it occurred twice? I tried not to cry this time. I was older and wanted to appear more mature. I did not beg or shout. I simply sat quietly as my parents made their excuses. My mother even attempted to soothe me. "You'll have your own wedding someday, and it'll be wonderful. You'll see." But it didn't help me feel better. I was beginning to realize something. My siblings did not consider me as family, at least not in the same sense that I saw them. By the time Brooke got engaged, I was 15. I was a full-fledged teen who wanted nothing more than to feel included. Brooke initially had no intention of prohibiting children from attending her wedding. She wanted everyone to attend. Of course, the family had to be involved. My aunts and uncles repeatedly said stuff like, "It's so refreshing to have a wedding without kids running wild," she said. "Children just make things so chaotic." Brooke eventually caved. The regulation became, no one under the age of 16. I was 15, so close that it felt like a slap in the face. I walked to Brooke and asked, "Can I just be an exception? I'm your sister. I'll be quiet, I promise." Brooke stared at me with serious eyes and said, "If I make an exception for you, what about the other kids? It wouldn't be fair." Fair? Are you kidding me? I lost it. I began to scream. "It's not fair that I can't go to any of your weddings. I'm not just some kid, I'm your sister." That was when my folks became involved. I was grounded for 6 months because I disrespected Brooke and caused trouble. 6 months. I spent the majority of that time in my room, stewing in my rage and hurt. When Josh got engaged, I was 17, and I didn't even bother asking. I already knew I would not be invited. Sure enough, the announcement arrived, a childless wedding. At that point, I had become numb to it. I did not cry, yell, or ask why. I just accepted it. What wounded me the most was that my cousin Amanda, who had just turned 18, had been invited. I learned about it through family gossip. Apparently, they believed 18 was the cutoff. The irony was not lost on me. Amanda was just a few months older than me, but she was able to go since she had reached the magical age of adulthood. When my parents inquired why I hadn't made a big fuss about congratulating Josh, I simply shrugged. I wrote him a brief text. "Congrats. Hope it's a great day." Then I shut myself in my room as I always do. By that point, I had begun to withdraw emotionally. I knew I simply didn't matter to them. I was not their little sister. I was just a kid, and it stung. It truly ached. Years have passed. After the last wedding, I stopped trying to fit into my siblings' life because, frankly, I was exhausted. I'm tired of being left out. I was tired of being the kid's sister who no one cared about except when it was convenient for them. By the time I met my now fiancé, Noah, I had very much given up on the family dynamic. I wasn't expecting much from anyone anymore. Noah was the first person who listened when I told him about my family. I recall sitting on his couch and telling him how I'd been barred from 4 of my siblings' weddings, and he appeared really surprised. "Wait, they didn't invite you? Not even when you were like 15? "Nope," I answered, trying to act like it didn't hurt anymore. "What the hell? You're their sister," remarked the man. He sat there for a minute, shaking his head before saying, "That's seriously messed up." That's when I understood things were really messed up. I had spent years convincing myself that it was normal. Child-free wedding seems logical on paper. It wasn't like I was intentionally targeted, right? But no, 4 times, my family chose to exclude me. Not one sibling thought, "Hey, Claire should be there." It was not typical. So when Noah and I got engaged a few years later, I knew one thing for sure. My wedding would be different. My wedding was going to be filled with individuals who genuinely cared about me. People who wanted to celebrate me rather than simply showing up because it was required of them. That's when I made my decision. I wouldn't invite my siblings. It wasn't a huge dramatic moment. I did not send an angry letter or publicize it in the family group chat. I simply left them off the guest list. Simple as that. I knew it was going to blow up someday, but I decided to deal with it when it happened. The first indicator of problems occurred around 2 months before the wedding. My mother contacted me randomly one afternoon, acting strangely upbeat. I should have known something was up. "So Claire," she asked in that voice she used when she wanted something, "how are the wedding plans coming along?" "Good," I replied warily. "Everything's almost done." "That's great," she remarked, stopping for a while before adding, "Your brothers and sisters haven't received their invitations yet. Did you send them out already?" My heart began thumping. I did not want to have this conversation. Not yet. "Yeah, I sent them out," I replied, attempting to sound nonchalant. She did not miss a beat. "Well, they didn't get one. Maybe it got lost in the mail?" I exhaled. "Mom, I didn't invite them." The other end of the connection was silent, with a heavy, stunned pause. Then followed the blast. "What, Claire? How could you not invite your own family, your siblings? What's wrong with you?" I gripped the phone and tried to remain calm. "They didn't invite me to their weddings, Mom. Not a single one of them. So I'm returning the favor. It's fair." She spoke as if I had just committed a crime. "That was different. You were young. They didn't mean to hurt you." I laughed bitterly. "Well, it hurts anyway. And now I'm done pretending like it didn't." She started the guilt trip right away. "Claire, you're being spiteful. Family is family. You don't just shut them out like this. What are people going to think?" And there it was. What would people think? My mother's favorite concern. I cut her off before she could say anything further. "I don't care what people think, Mom. This is my wedding, and I'm only inviting people who care about me. They didn't care enough to include me in their big days, so I don't see why they deserve to be at mine." She hung up on me. I was not surprised. That night, the group chat exploded. Brooke began by acting false, like she always does. "Hey Em, did something happen with the mail? We haven't gotten our invites yet." Then came Ethan, as blunt as ever. "What's going on? Why aren't we invited?" I stared at my phone for a long time, considering whether to respond. Part of me wanted to tell them exactly how much they had wounded me over the years. But another part of me couldn't see the point. They would not get it. They never had. So I said nothing. I just left the chat on read. Noah noticed I was silent throughout supper and inquired what was wrong. I showed him the messages, and he just shook his head. "You don't owe them an explanation, Em. They made their choices." "Yeah, but," I trailed off. "They're going to make me out to be the bad guy. I know it." "Let them," he stated firmly. "You know the truth. That's all that matters." The next day, my parents unexpectedly arrived at my residence. I didn't even need to inquire what they were there for. My mother stormed in as soon as I opened the door. "What are you thinking, Claire? Not inviting your own siblings to your wedding? What kind of person does that?" I attempted to remain calm, even though my patience was running out. "Mom, I told you. They didn't think I was important enough to include in their weddings, so I'm not including them in mine." My father finally spoke up, his voice severe. "You're being childish, Claire. You're holding on to something that happened years ago." That was when I snapped. "I was a child when they did it, Dad. I begged to be at their weddings and they all shut me out. Don't talk to me about being childish when I was the one left crying at home. 4 times." They didn't know how to respond. My mother looked like she was going to cry, but I refused to let her guilt me this time. You can keep defending them if you want, but I'm not changing my mind. If they cared about me, they would have shown it back then. They left, enraged and frustrated. Over the next few days, my siblings' text became increasingly unpleasant. Ethan called me selfish. Brooke claimed I was wrecking the family. Josh didn't even bother to sugarcoat it. You're being petty, Claire. Grow up. I did not respond to any of them. I didn't have to justify myself anymore. Noah held me one night as I scrolled through their texts, saying, "I'm proud of you, you know, for standing up for yourself." And for the first time, I was proud of myself. After the initial round of family drama, I expected things to settle down. I expected them to moan to each other for a time, perhaps complain to some distant cousins, and then move on. That was how it generally went when my family didn't get their way. But I underestimated how big a deal they were going to make. It started little. Brooke, of course, couldn't resist writing this passive-aggressive status on Facebook. Family is forever, even when some people forget what that word means. I rolled my eyes so hard I thought they'd become trapped. Noah was scrolling next to me on the couch, and when I showed him the post, he shook his head. What is she, 14? Basically, I mumbled, attempting to shake it off. I persuaded myself it did not matter. I knew the truth, and I was certain I was not doing anything illegal. But it still bothered me. It's difficult not to feel wounded when your own sister openly criticizes you. It did not stop there. Over the next 3 days, small jabs started appearing in our large family group chat. I had muted it a long time ago, but Noah still looked at his phone one afternoon and remarked, Claire, you might want to see this." The messages were flying. Brooke. It is very terrible when family members prioritize petty grudges over love. Ethan. I simply don't understand. I believed we were better than this. And then Adam, good old I'm the eldest and I know best Adam, decided to take his shot. Claire, I had no idea how much bitterness you had stored up. It's very sad. You're damaging relationships because of something that happened years ago. I looked at the screen, my blood boiling. They did not obtain it. They still didn't understand it. They made it sound like I was exaggerating a little issue, as if I hadn't spent my entire life being excluded. I wanted to respond. I wanted to put out everything they had done so they could see how hypocritical they were being. But I knew better. Arguing with them would only give them more ammunition. To avoid taking responsibility, they'd twist my statements into something dramatic, unstable, or whatever else they wanted to say. Instead, I did something they never expected. I abandoned the group chat. That night, my mother called me. I knew she'd heard about the group chat episode since she started ranting the moment I replied. "Claire, what is wrong with you?" "Hi, Mom," I answered bluntly. "Don't start with that attitude," she exclaimed. "Do you know what you've done? Your siblings are heartbroken. You're destroying this family." Heartbroken? I chuckled cruelly. They ignored me my entire childhood, but now they're heartbroken. Give me a break. "You're being so spiteful," she remarked. "You've always been like this, holding on to grudges and making everything about you." That was when I lost it. "Mom, I am the one keeping grudges. Adam got married when I was 10. 10. I cried because I wanted to be there, but you all said I wasn't important enough to be included. And it did not end there. This happened again, and again, and again. I pleaded to attend Brooke's wedding, but she said no since it would be unfair." "That was years ago," she replied dismissively. "Yeah, and I'm still living with the way it made me feel. You all decided I wasn't important enough back then. Why should you suddenly get a front row seat to my life now?" She did not have an answer to that. Instead, she attempted to flip the script. "This isn't about the weddings, Claire. This is about you pushing everyone away because you're bitter. Noah's probably encouraging you, isn't he?" I groaned. "Mom, stop blaming Noah. This has nothing to do with him. This is about me finally realizing I deserve better than to be treated like I don't matter." Her tone softened, as if she were attempting to play the concerned mother. "Claire, You don't understand. Family is all you'll have in the end. Friends and partners come and go, but your family is forever. No, I replied firmly. Family is supposed to care about you. They're supposed to love and support you. That's not what you've been to me. She began crying. Big dramatic cries that I knew were more about guilt-tripping me than anything else. You'll regret this one day, Claire, she murmured through tears. You'll see. I don't think I will, I replied quietly before hanging up. Over the next week, things deteriorated. I blocked Brooke and Ethan on social media because I couldn't stand their frequent snarky remarks. My mother contacted Noah twice, reportedly trying to talk sense into him. He didn't respond. Then Adam wrote me a long email on forgiveness and family togetherness. He even had the audacity to quote a Bible verse about letting go of anger. I did not respond. Noah and I sat together one night, and I told him everything. It's like they're determined to pretend I'm the problem. They don't see how messed up it is that they ignored me for years and then flipped out when I finally stood up for myself. You know what it is? Noah inquired. They're not mad that they weren't invited. They're mad that they don't get to control you anymore. That hit me like a blow in the stomach. He was correct. My entire life, my family had treated me as an afterthought, someone they could disregard whenever it suited them. But now that I was doing something for me, which they couldn't control, they couldn't take it. I said, they'll get over it eventually. But I wasn't sure I believed it. Then Noah said something that really stuck with me. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But either way, it's not your problem. He was correct. For the first time, I knew I owed my family nothing, not my time, not my attention, and certainly not an invitation to my wedding. A week later, my father wrote me a short, guilt-ridden text. Claire, your mother is not doing well. She is very disturbed about all of this. Perhaps you should reconsider. I looked at it for a while before responding. Perhaps she should have considered it before neglecting me all those years. I pushed the send button and immediately blocked his number. For the first time in a long while, I felt liberated. The weeks leading up to my wedding were an odd combination of excitement and anxiety. On the one hand, I was overjoyed to finally marry Noah and enjoy the wedding day I had longed for since I was a child. However, the turmoil with my family continued to linger like an uninvited guest. My parents had ceased phoning me directly, most likely because I had banned my mother's phone number following her last meltdown, but that didn't stop others. My aunt called me out of the blue. I hadn't spoken to her in years, so I was immediately suspicious. When her name came up on my phone, I responded, and she got straight to the point. Claire, honey, I don't understand why you're making such a big deal out of this, she replied with a charming but condescending tone. Family is family. It's not right to leave your siblings out of your wedding. I sighed and gripped the phone a little tighter. Aunt Linda, it's not just about the wedding. This has been years in the making. I'm not going to change my mind. But it's family, she insisted, as if that word were meant to solve everything. I'm sure they didn't mean to hurt you back then. Can't you just let it go and be a bigger person? I closed my eyes, attempting not to snap. Being the bigger person doesn't mean letting people walk all over you. It's about knowing when to put yourself first. There was a pause on the other end, and I could hear her sigh heavily. Well, I just hope you don't regret this one day, or you're going to miss your family and they won't be there. I did not say anything. I simply hung up. The morning of the wedding, I awoke with a strange mix of calm and anxiety. It wasn't the typical, what if something goes wrong wedding day nerves. It was more like I was waiting for a shoe to drop. I knew my family wasn't invited, but I had a feeling they'd find a way to participate somehow. But Noah, being the fantastic guy he is, wouldn't let me linger on it. When I informed him about my concerns while we prepared separately, he just grinned and said, This day is about us. Nothing else matters. If anyone tries to ruin it, I'll personally escort them out. That made me giggle, and for the first time in weeks, I felt better. The place we chose was ideal. It was tiny and intimate, a garden surrounded by flowers, twinkling lights strung through the trees, and a small gazebo where we'd exchange vows. I did not want a large, elaborate wedding. I wanted something authentic and full of love, and that's precisely what it was. My closest friends were there, as well as those extended family members who had been good to me in the past. It felt right. As I stood in front of the mirror, finishing off my dress, my maid of honor, my best friend Jenna, strolled in and smiled. "You look amazing, Em." "Thanks," I replied gently, feeling a rush of emotion. Jenna perched on the side of the couch, watching me for a bit. "Are you okay?" I hesitated before nodding. "Yeah, I don't know. Sad, I guess. Not about today, but about the fact that my family isn't here." She grimaced and leaned forwards. "Claire, it's okay to feel that. Just because you made the right choice doesn't mean it doesn't hurt." Her words struck me hard. I turned to face her, tears welling up in my eyes. I wanted them to care, you know? I wanted them to fight for me when I was a kid, and they never did. Jenna got up and hugged me fiercely. "You don't need their approval. You have people who love you. Focus on that." I nodded and took a long breath. She was correct. Today was not about my family, it was about me and Noah. When the ceremony began, I was so taken with the beauty of it all that I forgot about everything else. I recall standing at the end of the aisle, staring at Noah, thinking, this is it. This is what happiness feels like. As I stepped closer to him, I felt a rush of liberation sweep over me. I wasn't the forgotten younger sister anymore. I wasn't the youngster who pleaded to be included and was turned down. I was a bride, surrounded by people who genuinely loved me and wished to see me happy. The vows were wonderful. Noah pledged to love me, protect me, and always be by my side. I promised the same. By the time we said "I do," there was not a dry eye in the audience, including mine. The reception was all I hoped for. We laughed, ate, and danced till our feet hurt. My friends toasted us, offering amusing anecdotes and genuine wishes for the future. Noah's parents, who had always been so nice to me, told me they were proud to have me as a member of the family. At one point, I snuck away from the crowd to take everything in. I stood at the garden's edge, looking at the lights glittering in the trees and the people laughing together, and I felt so full. For so many years I believed the lie my family told me, that I didn't matter and wasn't significant enough to be a part of their lives. But, standing there, watching all these individuals who genuinely cared about me, I understood something. I matter to those who deserve to know me. Later that night, as the event was winding down, one of my cousins grabbed me aside. "Hey Claire, I probably shouldn't say this, but," I groaned. "What is it now?" She appeared bashful. "Your mom and Brooke apparently threw some kind of dinner tonight, like, as an alternative to your wedding." I glanced at her for a second before giggling. "Are you serious?" She nodded. "I know, it's pathetic. I just thought you should know." I shook my head while still giggling. "That's fine. Let them throw their pity party. I hope the food's good." My cousin seemed to expect me to be upset. But frankly, I wasn't. If anything, it proved that I had made the correct decision. My family had spent my entire life excluding me, and then attempting to justify it. They couldn't deal with the fact that I was now drawing the boundary. At the conclusion of the night, Noah and I danced one more time in front of everyone. As we swung together, I said, "I'm glad we did this." He grinned at me and said, "Me too, Em. This is just the beginning." And for the first time, I actually believed it. My family wasn't present. They missed the happiest day of my life. But it was their loss, not mine. Because when I looked around the room, surrounded by love and laughter, I realized I have all I ever needed. None of it came from them. I honestly thought the worst was over after the wedding. The day had been amazing, all I had hoped for and more, and I felt like I'd finally moved on from my family's drama. I did not miss them during the ceremony. I didn't think about what it would have been like if they were present. I was surrounded by people who loved me, which was enough. But if there's one thing I've discovered about my family, it's that they dislike being neglected. It's almost as if they couldn't accept the reality that I was happy without them. They decided to stir the stew one last time. It began with a message from Brooke 1 week after the wedding. Of course, it was Brooke, who had always been the first to point the finger when it came to family problems. "I saw some pictures from your wedding. I can't believe you kept it in the garden. It appeared casual, but I suppose that was what you intended. I looked at the message, astonished. She couldn't even attempt to be polite. It wasn't enough for her to simply leave me alone. She needed to find something to criticize. I was tempted to respond sarcastically, saying that while her wedding may have been prettier, mine was not, full of artificial smiles and people who didn't care about me. But I stopped myself. I was under no obligation to respond to her. A few days later, I began receiving messages from extended family members whom I hadn't heard from in years. Brooke, Adam, and Ethan appeared to be working together to present me as the enemy. My Aunt Linda, who tried to guilt-trip me before the wedding, wrote me another message. Claire, I am not sure what happened between you and your siblings, but they are deeply upset. Brooke claims she tried to reach out, but you ignored her. Perhaps it is time to let go of the past. I exhaled and rolled my eyes. How many times did I need to explain this? How many people did my siblings have to drag into this mess before they understood I wasn't moving? Noah realized how frustrated I was and sat down alongside me. Another guilt trip? He inquired, looking at my phone. Yeah, Aunt Linda again. She says they're hurt. He snorted. Hurt because they can't control you anymore. I smiled slightly. He was not mistaken. I just don't get it. They ignored me for years. I begged to be included in their lives, and they shut me out. Now suddenly, I'm the bad guy for setting boundaries. That's how it always goes, he added softly. When you start protecting yourself, the people who hurt you are the first ones to cry about it. The actual low point came a few days later when my mother arrived unexpectedly. It was a Sunday afternoon, and Noah and I were having a relaxed day, making brunch in our jammies and joking over burned pancakes. We heard a knock on the door, and I froze. I knew it was her. I opened the door to see my mother standing there, looking as dramatic as ever. Claire, she replied, her voice already bearing the familiar tone of disappointment. We need to talk. I exhaled. Mom, now isn't a good time. She didn't care. She pulled the door slightly open, attempting to walk inside. Noah appeared behind me, placing a kind hand on my shoulder for comfort. Claire, please, she added. This has gone far enough. Your siblings are devastated. Devastated? Do you really think this is how a family should act? I clenched my jaw and kept my voice steady. You don't get to show up here and lecture me, Mom. I invited the people who care about me to my wedding. They didn't make the cut, and that's their fault, not mine. Her face took on that old look of surprise, as if she couldn't understand how I could possibly stand up to her. You don't mean that. They love you, Claire. They're your family. No, Mom, I replied, my voice firm. Family doesn't make you feel small. Family doesn't leave you out when you're a kid and then demand to be part of your life when it's convenient for them. I spent my entire life trying to prove I mattered to them, and they never cared. I'm done. She blinked, stunned into stillness for once. I could sense she wanted to protest, but Noah stepped forward, his voice soothing yet firm. I think it's time for you to leave, he remarked simply. My mother looked between the two of us, her expression a mix of wrath and despair. You'll regret this, Claire, she whispered softly, like if she were giving a premonition. You'll miss us one day, and we won't be there. I regarded her gaze unflinchingly. No, Mom, I won't. Noah shut the door behind her, and I stood there for a second, trying to digest everything. I assumed I'd feel guilty, but I did not. I was relieved. The next day, I received a text from Ethan. Mom said she came to talk to you, but you slammed the door in her face. Claire, you're really mature. You've become someone I don't recognize. I read the message out loud to Noah, who shook his head. Block him. You don't need that. So I did. I blocked one by one every brother and relative who opted to join the guilt train. That day, I discovered something very important. I did not owe them my time, energy, or even an explanation. For many years, they made me feel invisible. Now, I was in control. The subsequent weeks were peaceful. I finally felt like I could breathe after a long period of frequent messages and passive-aggressive comments. Noah and I concentrated on settling into married life, decorating our small apartment and planning our future. We were sitting on the couch one night, watching a stupid movie, when Noah turned to me. "Do you regret it at all? Not having them at the wedding?" I considered it briefly before shaking my head. Number, I thought I would, but I don't. I spent so long trying to earn their approval, and for what? I don't miss them. I don't miss feeling like I'm not good enough. He smiled and clasped my hand. "Good. You deserve better." And he was correct. I deserved better. A month after the wedding, I received a final communication. This time it was from Brooke's number, but it was sent from a different phone because I had already blocked her. "Claire, you've wrecked this family. I hope you are happy." I glanced at the screen for a brief moment before deleting the message. I didn't feel angry anymore. I just felt finished. Because I was pleased. For the first time in my life, I was not seeking their approval. I wasn't begging for small amounts of love and attention. I was surrounded by individuals who cared for me. And it was enough. It has always been.